Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Other candidates. After removing his slightly heavy cloak, Lin Ziaoyuan didn't even need to think before shaking his head. Not a single one. I specifically checked, I'm the only successful candidate from our county this time. Speaking of which, I owe it all to you, Anning. Everyone says this year's exam questions were unusually difficult. If not for my wife's help, your husband would likely have failed again. After washing up and ensuring he was clean, Lin Ziaoyuan carefully embraced his wife. Though his words carried emotion, his eyes sparkled with unconcealed joy. It's also because you worked so hard yourself. And Ning smiled as she replied, only one successful candidate, how wonderful. Feeling her husband's palpable excitement, and Ning couldn't help but share his happiness. Truth be told, this cheap husband of hers had his merits. Whether it was the pragmatism inherent to merchants or his forced diligence towards scholarly pursuits despite lacking genuine interest, he carried none of the typical literati's arrogance. Old Master Lin proved similar. Upon learning his son had passed, he grinned from ear to ear, generously showering Anning with treasures from his private collection. When Anning's mother little Chen departed, the farewell gifts nearly overflowed 2 carriages, all under the pretext of compensating for her hard work during her stay. Little Chen, who had actually spent her time eating well and even gained weight. Had his son and daughter-in-law not stopped him, the old man might have scattered coins at the gates. Regardless, household servants received triple their usual monthly allowance. With Lin Ziaoyuan's success, and Ning's name once again resonated throughout Taohua County. Imperial examinations left no room for coincidence. While 1 or 2 successes might involve 1,000-to-1 luck, what about a third? Regardless of the Zai family's so-called talents, everyone could see the Lin family, except for old Master Lin's cousin's branch, lacked scholarly aptitude. Polishing jade into finer jade demonstrated skill, but sculpting success from crude stone and securing a place on the examination's narrow bridge. That was talent worthy of family veneration, the kind even established scholarly clans couldn't guarantee producing every generation. Meanwhile, the neighboring Zhang family received the news with ashen faces. Seeing her husband's barely contained anger, Madame Zhang wore an expression both ugly and awkward. When marriage proposals were discussed, Scholar Zhang had eligible sons, but Madame Zhang's precious boy, born after 2 daughters, the family's eldest legitimate son and future clan leader, required a wife of proper standing. Some clever farm girl with shallow roots. No matter how quick-witted, she'd never make a proper matriarch in Madame Zhang's eyes. Without proper upbringing, such a daughter-in-law would only embarrass them. As for teaching skills, whether main family or branch, once married in, wouldn't she serve the family regardless? In Madame Zhang's estimation, matching a village girl with a branch family member only 1 remove from the main line was already generous. Thus, after pretending agreement with her husband, she'd secretly contacted another scholarly family the very next day. Who knew the girl would be so temperamental? Facing her husband's reproach, Madame Zhang grew defensive. Cousin De is your own nephew, merely 1 step removed from the main line and the first in his generation to earn Ziyukai status. Wasn't he good enough for some country bumpkin? In her mind, Ning had rejected them solely because they'd offered a branch family member rather than her precious son. Surely any sensible person would choose an esteemed scholarly family over some stinking rich merchant clan. Then explain why your hand-picked daughter-in-law failed to help our son pass. Scholar Zhang pointed accusingly, voice thick with suppressed rage. You know Minjuan must lead the entire clan someday. At his age, still not even a Ziyukai, how can he command respect? The examination topic silenced Madame Zhang. Her son had always excelled in studies. She'd assumed his previous failure was mere misfortune. This time, passing was supposed to be guaranteed. That's why she dismissed Ning's value. Surely some unschooled girl could at most produce a Ziyukai, never a Jiuren. Yet her son hadn't even cleared the first hurdle. Stupid woman, stupid. Though regret gnawed at her, seeing her husband storm off without looking back reignited Madame Zhang's resentment. Why is everything my fault? Husband didn't insist either back then. She seethed inwardly. True, she'd verbally agreed, but no betrothal gifts had been exchanged. They could have easily claimed incompatible birth charts. At the time, neither her husband nor the clan elders had objected. Why pin everything on her now? While the Zhang household stewed in gloom, such was the nature of imperial exams. For every joyful family, many grieved. With Taohua County producing only one successful candidate, disappointed households multiplied. Impossible, husband, how could you fail? Impossible. At the Liu family courtyard, Secondya, who'd rushed back expecting good news, stood stunned. How her husband had clearly, what went wrong, husband you. Her question died as a vicious slap struck her face. Before Secondya could recover, Widow Lu descended upon her with kicks and curses. You plague-ridden idiot. How dare you ask? If you hadn't neglected him, Wenkai wouldn't have fallen ill en route, forcing him to take the exam feverish until collapsing right after. Under such conditions, passing was impossible. Fever. Is husband all right? Secondya instinctively asked. This only fueled Widow Lu's fury, who now struck without restraint. You dare ask. Had you borrowed the Lin family's carriage or properly cared for your man beforehand, would Wenkai be in this state? What curse brought such misfortune into my Liu family? As endless abuse rained down, whether through prophecy's influence or Widow Lu's poisonous words, Secondya, who initially defended herself, gradually accepted the blame under her husband's worsening condition and mother-in-law's relentless accusations. Watching through her system, Anning, she couldn't decide whether this stemmed from stupidity or terminal lovesickness. So, host, are you really going to be this gentle this time? Yes, gentle. Anning sipped her tea quietly without saying a word. The volume of classical texts that Secondya had taken away that day had no real issues, but the ink used for copying inside had been mixed by Anning with a special kind of spice. February's weather was cold, so under normal temperatures nothing would happen. But if the surrounding temperature rose slightly, not exceeding 3 nights, the components of the medicine would naturally begin to volatilize. At this time, candlelight was already extremely hard on the eyes. Unlike Zai Sanwa's relaxed attitude, Liu Wenkai was preparing for the imperial examination and often stayed up late reading by lamplight. Moreover, Secondya spent most of her days in the embroidery workshop, frequently handling newly dyed cloth, so inevitably traces of dye stuck to her clothes. Besides, to supplement the family income, Secondya often brought back some discarded fabric from the embroidery workshop to make small bags, fan tassels, or even undergarments for her husband. As Taohua County's largest fabric supplier, Anning naturally knew exactly which dyes the Lin family had been using recently. With the intelligence gained from this life, Anning had become even more proficient in the materia medica. It wasn't about being old-fashioned, just about what worked. The spice was non-toxic, the dye was also non-toxic, but combined, they could cause a slight temporary decrease in resistance. Ordinarily, it wouldn't matter. What kind of environment was the imperial exam? Getting sick or catching a cold was quite easy. What surprised the system was that Liu Wenkai had only caught a mild cold for less than half a month, yet he looked lively now, of course, except for that world-weary stepmother face. Tongzi couldn't help but feel skeptical. It doesn't seem like the style of its own host. It had thought that with its host's personality she would have swiftly dealt with him, completely cutting off the couple's chance to climb up. And Ning just chuckled lightly and bit into an apricot that her cheap husband handed her without explaining much. Yet somehow, the more her host behaved like this, the colder Tongzi felt the air around it. Because the eldest son had passed the Ziyukai exam, the Lin family had been especially joyful lately. Even though they knew not to be too ostentatious, they still held a small gathering. Even Lin Dejai, who had married out, came back specially. Compared to last time when she still looked a bit troubled, Lin Dejai was much more spirited this time. As soon as she arrived, she grabbed her sister-in-law's hand and smiled broadly. Oh, look at you, sister-in-law, you look even better than last time. I can already tell this future nephew will be a considerate son, unlike my son. She hurriedly pushed her eldest son over. Ajay, come here, call your auntie quickly. Didn't you say the new auntie was like a fairy last time? Well, here she is again. The little boy, just over 4 years old, was at that shy age, especially since Ning was so pretty. The child couldn't find words but felt that calling his auntie was especially comfortable. Blushing, he shyly called auntie and then hid behind his mother. Frustrated, Lin Dejai wanted to quickly pull her son out. This stupid child was fine at home, eager to please his auntie, so why was he so slow-witted now? The not smart little Ajay tightly grabbed his mother's clothes, only peeking out with big black eyes to sneak looks at the beautiful auntie. Ning had heard some gossip about the messy matters in Lin Dejai's family and guessed the child's intentions. She didn't react much, only smiling and pinching the little guy's cheek. She treated it as a normal auntie teasing a child, neither cold nor overly warm. Master Lin, standing nearby, guessed his daughter's thoughts, and his expression darkened for a moment before he sighed as he noticed how much thinner she had become since marrying out. In the end, he did not speak openly. That night, he personally called his daughter to the study, Father knows what you're thinking, but Ajay is only 4 years old this year. He can't be living at someone else's house every day. Not to mention what the in-laws think, and his father is a Ziyukai. At the very least, it's appropriate to educate your son properly. With his own father around, what sense did it make to send the child elsewhere? Moreover, her son-in-law didn't seem like a magnanimous person. Even if it wasn't obvious on the surface, who knew what grudges he held inside? Why do you have to do this all these years? Master Lin said with a worried expression. Father, Linda Jai cut him off without even looking up, her slightly thin face now filled with an unspeakable firmness. Father, I know what you want to say. It's just the same old tune. You want your daughter to live well with her husband so that if she really succeeds in the future, she can be honored as a wife with her children. Be honored as a wife with her children. Huh? What right did Jiang Chenghao have for that? Linda Jai sneered coldly, her once slightly glamorous face now ice-cold, not a trace of the flowery smile she showed when facing Anning earlier. Do you think I haven't seen what kind of person Jiang Chenghao really is all these years? He's been putting on a good show on the surface, but in truth, he looks down on a merchant's daughter like me from the bottom of his heart. Using our family's money, it seems like he's insulting himself too. Linda Jai scoffed. This kind of person, it's fine if he doesn't prosper in the future, but if he really does, how will my daughter's children ever have a good life? Father, don't talk about the uncle in the capital. Though he has the title of uncle, the relationship is still distant. As long as the interests are in place, who cares about a niece from an outside branch like me? She had deliberately inquired. Although the uncle was influential, his two sons were only mediocre in talent. The Yue family was about to retire, and the next 10 years would be critical for cultivating trusted relationships. By then, her value might only be in maintaining this relationship, not in how well she lived. Who would care? If the uncle retired or something happened, her only value would completely disappear. Let me be honest, Father. Linda Jai smiled faintly. All these years, the things you told me to bring back, including the materials from the capital, I haven't given a single cent to the one named Jiang. Including those arrangements for her mentor, choosing land was good, but it didn't scratch the itch of those people. An official degree, even the provincial graduate would have to bow to him. If he despised her, fine, but his attitude toward his only son was like this. What could one expect from a person like that? Master Lin trembled, pointing at his daughter and nearly collapsing in anger. Good heavens, he never imagined his daughter would be so audacious. No wonder his son-in-law became a Ziyukai at 13, but over 10 years later never even reached the provincial graduate level. Turns out the family had a dud. Thinking of all the money spent over the years, Master Lin's hands trembled. Seeing her father like that, Linda Jai didn't mind. She smoothed the wrinkles on her clothes and sat on a small stool beside him, speaking seriously. Father, I know your previous plan. Our family came from merchants, and what we have now is all thanks to the uncle in the capital. But in reality, the uncle is already nearly 50. Who knows how much longer we can rely on him? Once there's a problem, not to mention the mediocre talent of his descendants, the relationship will be even more distant than before. That was why her father was so urgent before. He forced the obviously unqualified younger brother to study and gave all kinds of support to her less talented cheap husband. That idea wasn't wrong, but thinking of the sister-in-law she just saw, with her refined demeanor, Linda Jai's confidence grew. Father, it might have been different before, but now it's not the same. As a business person, you must understand that investing in family is always more stable than investing in outsiders. With sister-in-law's intelligence, our future nephew will definitely not be lacking. Plus, with her guidance, it's not just the Ziyukai title. The provincial graduate title is at least guaranteed. Linda Jai firmly believed this. Even her brother like that could be taught to become a Ziyukai by his wife. The future nephew only needed to avoid inheriting all the bad genes from her unfortunate brother. Even if he only got 1/10 of his wife's intelligence, getting the provincial graduate title would be a breeze. And her little Ajay, at least that dog Jiang bastard, was somewhat useful. Ajay's head was much better than her brother's when he was young. At least he wouldn't doze off as soon as he started reading. Father, think about it. Investing in outsiders isn't as good as investing in your own grandson or great-grandson, right? Master Lin. Nonsense, as if he didn't already know this principle. But after being in business for so long, Master Lin understood that one must always make extra investments to ensure stability. Yet now, seeing her father's frustrated expression, eldest Miss Lin calmly picked up her teacup with a faint smile. Father, think carefully. Even if you continue investing time and effort into my husband from now on, after what I've done, if he ever succeeds, do you really think our family will benefit? Remember, there are no absolute secrets in this world. Should the day come when? She left the rest unsaid. But anyone could guess that given her father's cautious nature, after this incident, he wouldn't just stop supporting Jiang, he'd make sure the man never got back on his feet. Father, if all else fails, becoming a widow isn't entirely unacceptable. Since that Jiang fellow was hopeless anyway, she might as well move near her family home with her son. This way, he could study nearby while building relationships with his future cousins. Though her brother's child hadn't even been conceived yet, just seeing her sister-in-law's composed demeanor today and that indescribable aura about her. Eldest Miss Lin inexplicably believed her future nephew would be no ordinary person. Master Lin. Where did his daughter learn such audacity? At this rate, she might tear down the heavens themselves. Gasping heavily, the old merchant pointed a trembling finger at his daughter. Good heavens. Don't forget, no matter how useless your husband is, he's still Xiaozhai's biological father. If the boy ever learns you wished for widowhood. Only when her son was mentioned did eldest Miss Lin fall silent. Her urgency in bringing Xiaozhai today wasn't just to benefit from her sister-in-law's influence for his studies. More importantly, she feared prolonged exposure to Jiang might infect the boy with that man's arrogant, selfish, and cold nature. The mere thought of both her husband and son turning out that way sent chills down Lin Wan's spine. This was also why she hadn't interfered all these years, as Jiang visibly favored the concubine's son, who resembled him more than his own legitimate heir. Their private conversation remained unknown to all except Ning, who'd eavesdropped out of curiosity using her system. Truth be told, Ning found herself genuinely admiring her sister-in-law now, unlike her previous indifference. Even in modern times, few women could see through their husband's true nature without self-deception, let alone know when to cut losses. Often, the more one invests, the harder it becomes to let go, especially after having children and sacrificing most of their youth. After that day, not only did Madame Jiang, previously the picture of health, suddenly take ill, but Lin Wan also stayed behind with Xiao Zhai under the pretext of caring for her mother and pregnant sister-in-law. As for the Jiang family, frankly, they didn't dare utter a single complaint. Though the Lins were mere merchants, their powerful backers and influence in Taohua County far surpassed what a petty Ziyukai could match. Previously, their needs had given Jiang leverage. But now, having abandoned those unrealistic fantasies, Master Lin acted with decisive efficiency as befitted a major business owner. Soon after, during an outing with friends, Jiang the Ziyukai tragically fell down a slope. While he survived, his right hand and one leg were permanently crippled. When this news reached Lin Wan while strolling and chatting with her sister-in-law, she nearly cheered aloud, only stopping when Ning discreetly coughed. The woman's poorly concealed excitement, forced sorrow, and telltale glimmer in her eyes almost made Ning laugh too. But soon she had no reason to smile. Feeling familiar pains below, Ning gasped softly. Experienced Lin Wan immediately noticed and summoned servants while firmly supporting her sister-in-law, terrified of complications. Her expression soon mirrored the frantic Lin Ziayuan's when he arrived. As for that cheap husband of hers, how could he compare to securing her son's future golden thigh? Besides, with the Lin household in chaos, it was perfectly reasonable he hadn't received the news yet. Watching his elder sister nearly shove him aside in her rush to the delivery room, Lin Ziayuan. But men weren't permitted in the unclean birthing chamber, so the dazed scholar was soon ejected after helping his wife inside. Fortunately, the pills proved effective, not only reducing pain but enabling Ning to deliver within half an hour. A robust wail soon echoed from the room. Having studied childbirth extensively, the pale-faced pacing Lin Ziayuan froze. That fast, his delicate wife. Catching himself, he hastily slapped his own mouth. His blessed wife couldn't possibly have difficulties. How is my wife? After a brief glance at the pink and blue swaddled infant, his gaze darted back toward the delivery room. Don't worry, young master. The delivery went smoothly, Madam is just exhausted. Eyeing the Lin family's wealth, the midwife fawned while cradling the baby. Oh, look how this young master's features resemble yours so much. Lin Ziayuan still staring at the delivery room. Master Lin arriving breathlessly. The joyous atmosphere turned awkward until Wang Ma suddenly stepped forward. Oh, I think our young master doesn't resemble his father at all. He's the very image of Madam. Instantly, Master Lin beamed. Excellent, after repeating it thrice, he declared. Today calls for celebration. Every servant gets a year's extra wages. As cheers erupted, the midwife. Babies change every day. By the time Ning officially completed her postpartum confinement, the little one in her arms had transformed from a tiny red-faced newborn into a fair, soft little bun. With his big round eyes and rosy cheeks, even at this small size, his delicate features already hinted at the handsome boy he would become. Old Master Lin, who had come to visit several times, couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. He couldn't remember what his daughter-in-law looked like as a baby, but he was certain his eldest son had never been this good-looking as a child. That the grandson turned out so handsome clearly meant he took after his mother. Even the child's father, Lin Ziyuan, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he resembled his wife. After the 100-day celebration, the baby was officially named Lin Jinghui, with Ah Jing as his pet name. With his adorable face, the less-than-1-year-old effortlessly won over everyone in the household. Even Madame Jiang would hold him for hours whenever she got the chance. Ah Jing is truly, he just keeps getting more beautiful. In all my years, I've never seen such a pretty child. He's much better looking than our Xiao Zhai was at that age, eldest Miss Lin said with genuine envy. Watching the little one lying on the couch wearing his tiger hat, his big round eyes sparkling with intelligence and charm, Lin Wan couldn't help but feel another wave of disgust toward that Jiang fellow. The Lin family might not have much talent for academics, but eldest Miss Lin could swear on her chest that whether it was her or her younger brothers, none of them were ugly. While not exceptionally handsome, they were all above average in looks. Otherwise, her cousin wouldn't have so easily caught the eye of that noble family's daughter, but Xiao Zhai's father, just average-looking at best. Though perhaps it was precisely because of his mediocre appearance that she'd been able to see through his cold, hypocritical nature before falling too deep into that pit. Thinking of how miserable that Jiang fellow had been recently, some of the resentment in Lin Wan's heart finally eased. She felt increasingly grateful toward her fairy-like sister-in-law. Knowing her family well, Lin Wan understood clearly that without her sister-in-law's presence, given her father's temperament, he probably wouldn't have been able to decisively cut ties with that Jiang fellow either. And Ning leaned against the couch, skillfully playing with the baby. Hearing this, she merely smiled without comment. With Lin Wan's good looks, Xiao Zhai was actually quite a handsome child on his own. It's just that compared to the little one before them, the difference became rather obvious. Unaware of the truth, Lin Wan smoothly and naturally placed all the blame squarely on her unfortunate husband. Since Scholar Jiang's downfall and complete loss of prospects, the Jiang mother-son pair no longer had the capital for their former arrogance. They didn't dare utter a word of complaint about Lin Wan frequently bringing her child back to her maiden home. But Lin Wan knew her boundaries well. Xiao Zhai's literacy education naturally fell to outside tutors, with a Ning only occasionally offering some guidance as his aunt. Even so, over the past half-year, Xiao Zhai's progress had ranked among the top in his school. This undoubtedly made Lin Wan even more attentive toward her sister-in-law. Every visit, she never failed to bring interesting little toys for the baby. Whenever there was interesting gossip or news in the county, she would always come share it with her sister-in-law first. Between reading, writing, burning incense while admiring flowers, occasionally playing with the little bun in her arms, and giving pointers to her not-so-bright husband, and Ning's days passed quite leisurely. The next time she heard news about her cousin, the girl had quit her embroidery workshop job and started a small food stall in the county town. With innovative dishes, good flavors, and various novel snacks, she reportedly earned quite a bit of money in a short time. In less than half a year, she had already saved enough for Liu Wenkai to take the imperial examinations again. As for second aunt, during a Ning's occasional visits home, she could see Zia Jayati visibly deteriorating, her eyes even faintly bloodshot. According to a Ning's mother, if not for third sister and the little grandson visiting frequently during this period, Zia Jayati's condition would likely be even worse. About second Isa. In front of her daughter, little Chen opened her mouth as if to say something, then closed it again with an inscrutable expression. Before leaving, she made sure to remind her daughter to stay as far away from second Ya as possible. Beyond this, throughout the entire meal, no one in the Zai family mentioned second Ya's name even once. Zai Leasi, on the other hand, having rented a shop in town to run his business these past 2 years, had become much more articulate. Now he could chat with his nephew-in-law Lin Ziyuan without any awkwardness. Even Aunt Zai was all smiles, wearing a dark red jacket that was 80% new. Perhaps due to better living conditions in recent years, none of her former meanness showed in her expression. Smiling, she held a grandchild in each arm, feeding them snacks that would have pained her to give away in the past. Who could have imagined that the shrill-voiced, constantly scolding Aunt Zai would have this side to her? Holding the little one in her arms, and Ning couldn't help but smile. When life goes smoothly, who would want to nitpick over every little thing and maintain a nasty, mean demeanor? Though it might seem like they'd just gained a scholar in the family, being exempted from the backbreaking corvée labor and land taxes, plus having married into several well-off families who commanded respect both in town and county, the Zai family's circumstances had visibly improved over these 2 short years. Zai Layasi's shop was thriving, and since other Zai family members had invested in it initially, they all received shares of the profits. With a steady income stream and elevated social status, people naturally became more content. It was said that come next year, even Dawa's son would formally begin his studies. On the way back, Ning leaned comfortably against her husband in the carriage lined with thick wool blankets. Little Ah Jing, just over a year old, was laughing and playing boisterously. Lin Ziayuan had his hands full, between keeping an eye on his wife and watching over their energetic son on the bumpy country roads. After this trip, the system was surprised to discover that its host seemed to have suddenly lost interest in her cousin. The following year, when Liu Wenkai packed his bags again to take the examinations, the system thought its host might intervene. Yet she remained completely inactive, even allowing Liu Wenkai to pass the exams with decent scores and become a scholar. The system. This wasn't right, ignoring the system's bewilderment in her consciousness. And Ning reclined on the couch, propping her chin with one hand as she regarded with amusement the little 4-year-old before her and her husband, whose face had turned slightly green. All right, Ah Jing, what happened this time? Despite looking like an angel that everyone adored like all 4 to 5-year-olds, the little one could be quite a handful. Moreover, Ning noticed the child had sharp instincts. He knew perfectly well that his mother held the highest status at home and must never be crossed. Grandfather and grandmother doted on him completely, giving him whatever he wanted, making them no fun to tease. The same went for aunt and cousin Zia Ojai, which left only poor Lin Ziayuan as the usual target. Whatever the little rascal had done this time, it had clearly gotten to his father. Lin Ziayuan's face was still green. Under his mother's intense gaze, little Ah Jing hesitated for a moment with his big round eyes before tilting his little face up to explain. It's really nothing much. I just saw Daddy reading the same essay all morning, so I wanted to help. Hey, mama. The little one proudly lifted his chin. I recited the whole thing for him from memory. Actually, the child was rather puzzled too. He'd already memorized it after hearing it 3 times. He couldn't understand why his father kept reading it over and over. He just wanted his father to finish sooner so they could go outside to see the lion dogs. And Ning. Only after sending the little one away did Ning finally burst into laughter, collapsing backward onto the soft couch behind her. Seeing his wife laughing so hard she could barely straighten up, her usually delicate frame trembling uncontrollably, Lin Ziayuan set aside his earlier embarrassment and hurried forward to steady her, pulling her into his embrace. After a long while, he finally spoke with resigned helplessness, his voice laced with gentle coaxing. All right, my dear, laugh if you must. Just don't hurt yourself holding it in. Lin Ziayuan heaved a long sigh, comforting himself. After all, Ah Jing's exceptional talent was a good thing, something he had once dreamed of. But as a father, being so thoroughly outshone by his own son was admittedly hard on his pride. At least Ah Jing. Lin Ziayuan started to say that at least their son took after his mother, but the words caught in his throat as he suddenly remembered. In truth, his wife could memorize not just an article, but an entire book in far fewer than 3 readings. Lin Ziayuan. Not wishing to dwell on the gap between them, he took a deep breath and carried his exhausted, still chuckling wife to bed. With practiced ease, he removed her shoes and socks, tucked her in tenderly, then trudged heavily toward the front courtyard. In the study, Master Lin reclined contentedly on the daybed, savoring freshly harvested pre-rain Longjing tea. His cheerful mood instantly deflated when he saw it was his eldest son rather than his precious grandson who entered. Sipping his tea leisurely, Master Lin barely lifted his head. Ah, it's you. What brings you here at this hour? Shouldn't he be studying at this time? But Lin Ziayuan's next words nearly made Master Lin spit out his tea. What? You want to fully take over the family business? Truly? Master Lin sprang up from the daybed, his expression a mix of shock and delight as he took in his eldest son's determined demeanor. Knowing his son's stubbornness, Master Lin had wanted to suggest this very thing many times over the years, especially after seeing how remarkably bright his grandson was becoming. Yet each time he witnessed his son's relentless diligence, those discouraging words stuck in his throat. He knew his son well. As a child, being the son of a merchant meant facing constant slights whenever they visited the capital. No matter how many cartloads of lavish gifts they sent yearly, merchants remained lowly in status, forced to cling to their official relatives for protection. Otherwise, their vast fortune and even their lives might one day end up in some official's pocket. And though they shared the Lin surname, what kinship could there really be with cousins seen but a few times a year? The gifts were accepted readily enough, but the subtle looks of disdain never faded. In those years, he'd considered not bringing his son along, just as his son now never brought his wife or Ah Jing. But as the saying went, familiarity bred affection. Without meeting face to face, How would these relatives recognize them later when his son inherited the business? With family it was one thing, but other officials would only grow more ruthless. A merchant who couldn't even bow low enough would never preserve such vast wealth. Remembering the past, Master Lin sighed heavily. Only after seeing his precious grandson did he truly understand how vastly people could differ, though of course, a once-in-centuries prodigy like his daughter-in-law didn't count. These past 2 years, especially since his grandson began studies, Master Lin had often assessed their family's intellectual capacities. First, his daughter-in-law utterly peerless. Any classical text memorized after one reading, even recited backward. Most remarkably, she comprehended everything through self-study without tutors. That mind tusk, Master Lin smacked his lips, probably what gods were like. His precious grandson, still so young, mastered ordinary essays in 2 readings. For more complex, incomprehensible texts, about 3 recitations sufficed. As for his son, well, the latter likely needed 8 or 9 attempts to retain anything. This being so, his grandson was fortunate to take more after his mother. Looking at his tall, scholarly son, Master Lin felt uncharacteristically guilty. Gulping tea, he sighed. Ah, blame your old man, not cut out for studies myself, then went lust-blind and didn't find you a clever mother. Actually, his father had favored a Ziyukai's daughter back then, but he'd found her too plain-looking and married another merchant's daughter instead. Not that he regretted it, who could have predicted intelligence? How many had minds like his daughter-in-law's? But compared to his grandson's brilliance, he couldn't help feeling he'd failed his son. Reading his father's expression, Lin Ziyuan's mouth twitched. If that's your reasoning, then I've failed Jing 10,000 times over. Master Lin, well, wasn't that the truth? Brilliant as his grandson was, he still fell short of his mother's standard. Whatever their discussion entailed, when Anning awoke that afternoon, she learned her husband had decided to abandon the imperial examinations and fully devote himself to the family business. To this, Anning merely nodded in acknowledgement. Her husband had studied diligently all these years, but his progress. Simply put, the imperial exams, especially beyond the Ziyukai level, were a competition for the truly gifted. Estimating her husband's pace, Anning figured he'd need at least 8 or 9 more years to pass the provincial exams. By then, their son might well have surpassed him. Father and son passing the exams together might sound like a fine tale, but the underlying awkwardness spoke for itself. No doubt her husband had considered this before making his decision. And so it proved. Under Ning's tutelage and her mother's personal guidance, Jing's natural talent flourished. Before 5 years had passed, 10-year-old Lin Jinghui successfully passed the county-level exams, officially becoming a young Ziyukai. Among his fellow graduates was his 15-year-old cousin Jiang Huaiji. When news broke, Taohua County erupted in excitement for the first time in years. The Lin family rejoiced wildly, while the flood of invitations to Ning became uncountable. Even the Zai family, including Zai Sanwa and his brothers, came calling with their sons in tow. But before the celebrations could properly begin, shocking news swept through Taohua County like wildfire. Zai Secondya, and Ning's cousin and currently the county's hottest topic, had beaten the grievance drum and sued her own husband, Liu Wenkai, before the magistrate. Volume 24, Litigation of the Tang Code Annotation once recorded. When suing close elders, maternal grandparents, husband or husband's grandparents, even if proven true, the punishment is imprisonment for 2 years. If the accusation is seriously weighted, the penalty is reduced by 1 level. In the Song Dynasty's Xing Tong, a wife suing her husband, even if true, still requires imprisonment for 2 years. The Great Ming Code states that a concubine or wife suing her husband or his grandparents shall receive 100 lashes and 3 years imprisonment. Although the current dynasty's customs are relatively open, the Great Zhou Code has not improved much in this regard. It only shows some leniency when a woman's finances or life is at risk. However, before the complaint is presented, 30 lashes are still required. Afterwards, punishment is determined based on the case details. The cost is so high that it can be said that Taohua County has never seen such a case in nearly 100 years. Therefore, the moment the grievance drum was sounded, the entire Taohua County erupted in uproar, especially since the person involved was the recently renowned Zai family woman, Shen Anning's cousin. Within half a day, the area outside the county office was already crowded with onlookers. Among them were many servants and attendants sent by wealthy households in the county. The Lin family was naturally among them. When brought into the main hall, Zai Secondya's face was still somewhat pale, yet even though fresh blood was still flowing beneath her, she stared straight ahead, her back perfectly straight at that moment, gritting her teeth as she almost word for word declared. Commoner Zai Ru from Zai village accuses her husband Liu Wenkai of, once gaining power, attempting to harm his legitimate wife and seek another beautiful woman. At the end of her words, the entire county office, including outside, immediately fell into complete silence. At this moment, there was no need for any evidence. Even though Liu Wenkai, impeccably dressed, repeatedly tried to explain, not a single person inside the county office truly believed him. For good reason, the price to pay was just too great. In this world, it is said that a husband's honor is a wife's glory. If things were not truly unbearable, who would abandon a fine scholar's wife or even a future provincial graduate's wife to do something so harmful and self-defeating? Moreover, the so-called three great joys for men, promotion, wealth, and wife's death, is it really just an empty saying? In short, at this moment, without any proof in the eyes of almost everyone present, the Liu scholar before them was already a treacherous, ruthless, and vicious villain the moment Zai Secondya spoke. Even his refined appearance was so detestable. Furthermore, the doctor did indeed find a problem with Secondya's body. Inside her was a sedative medicine, but taken excessively, it easily causes drowsiness. Who says destroying a person requires poison? In the harsh winter environment, just quietly opening a window a bit or pulling away a few inches of the quilt could cause a fatal cold. It must be said that Liu Wenkai's methods were quite clever, but he misjudged the sensitivity of the seemingly foolish and love-blinded person beside him, Zai Secondya. Especially with the precedent of fourth Ye in the previous life. Anning leaned on the couch, lazily watching the scene before her through her system companion. Was it a surprise? Not at all. People often deceive themselves, especially when holding some earnest hope. Yet the subtle disdain and disgust from the person beside them, day after day, no matter how dull, one would never be completely unaware. So this time, Liu Wenkai fell hard, tripped up by the ignorant fool Secondya whom he usually despised, and didn't even bother to hide his emotions from. No matter how much someone resents or tries to explain now, it is all futile, making him look like a ridiculous clown on a stage. On the soft couch, watching this, Anning sipped the freshly squeezed fruit nectar handed by a nearby maid with satisfaction. Her system companion belatedly realized, "Host, did you guess this all along?" But why, the system pondered. Aside from the one time the host disrupted the Liu family's imperial examination, it seemed she hadn't done much else. Why? At that time, it seemed to be asking why not just decisively cut off Liu's path to advancement, but the host had just smiled. Could it be that then? The system shuddered, fur bristling all over. Host, all this was part of your plan. But why just to block one imperial exam, delaying a scholar's title by 2 years? Because there is a certain thing in this world. Holding a cold white jade chess piece in her hand, Anning smiled lightly and said, "No matter how much upright scholars or noble literati disdain it, seeing it as vulgar, there is something they can never part from: silver money." When she first came in this life, the first thing she did besides not wanting to work and finding a reason for her own change was to pinch her cousin's secret savings. Without money, no step can be taken. This truth holds everywhere, especially for a scholar needing to pass the imperial exam. Last time, disrupting the exam was also to consume the small amount of silver the opponent had. Indeed, Secondya's embroidery workshop was relatively decent, but honestly her embroidery skills were not outstanding. After marrying into the Liu family, she lost her spiritual energy and her hands became poorly maintained. Under such circumstances, being lucky to earn a small half-tael of silver monthly was already good. How could it possibly cover all Liu Wenkai's expenses, including the imperial exam fees? In such a situation, what would Secondya do for her husband in whom she placed high hopes? It's actually not hard to guess. Anning rested her chin on her hand, her gaze cold and distant but filled with unshakable certainty. From this point on, the chess game had completely begun. The cheap cousin thought she was sacrificing for her husband, unaware that in Liu Wenkai's eyes, a man with excessive pride and dignity, a wife who publicly embarrassed him before everyone, including his classmates, and yet insisted on supporting his exam expenses, was a laughingstock, an existence that fed off his wife's hard work. How glaring and annoying that must be went without saying. Considering how hard widow Liu worked, washing clothes with hands blistered in the cold winter, yet this man still wouldn't take off the long gown symbolizing his scholarly status. One could see his nature. Would he be grateful for such a wife and such experiences? No, this only made him toss and turn countless nights later, filled with hatred and despair. I guess even if Secondya hadn't had that adventure in her previous life, Fourthya's fate wouldn't have been much better, right? Seeing the system's pupil suddenly shrink, Anning smiled and said, "Actually, when I first arrived, I suspected that the cheap cousin might be a rebirth. But later I learned that Secondya might truly be reincarnated, but not a simple one. At least her memories or something else indicated she received some modern civilization's legacy. This showed in her unconscious contempt for ordinary villagers, her somewhat excessive confidence, and indifference toward clan relations, and her occasional muttering about business. Even if reincarnated, these would never appear in a genuine farmer girl. As for whether Secondya herself is the mastermind, I don't really doubt it. Because if she were purely a transmigrator with her way of acting and carelessness, her second aunt Zia Jayati wouldn't just suspect her after so many years. In fact, even after all these years, what truly made Zia Jayati firmly believe Secondya had problems was after the so-called business. Second aunt, being a simple farmer woman, naturally couldn't conceive such complex ideas. For someone with great personality changes and knowledge that Secondya couldn't have, there was only one possibility. Her daughter was possessed by someone else. This was also why over these years no one, including second aunt, ever intervened in Secondya's affairs, even as the Zai family prospered. And this attitude from the old Zai family also caused Liu Wenkai's haste to act. Even the freshest snacks lose their earning power after 1 or 2 years. Disgraceful and useless, constantly reminding him of his dark past, it's no surprise Liu Wenkai was anxious to act. Likewise, an ordinary farmer girl might not dare sue her husband. But Secondya, with modern legacy and the disappointment of 2 lifetimes, had the ruthlessness to overturn everything. Such a nearly transparent outcome, what else did she need to do? Just sit back and watch the show. Seeing the system's face stiffen, Anning continued, resting her chin. Let me guess again. Despite having this legacy, why would Secondya still hold such high expectations and trust in the Liu man's character and ability, and be so guarded toward her cousin? It must be that in her previous life, the Liu man did something like a devoted lover act. For example, like in novels where men compose countless mourning poems for their deceased beloved wives, moving all the lovesick men and women, including some naive young ladies. System. Oh, looks like my guess is correct. Seeing the system's increasingly terrified face, Anning smiled brightly and said, System, you guessed right. My host's goal from the start was that Liu man. As for Secondya, even without her intervention, she would never have a peaceful life this time. Through the system's screen, watching Liu Wenkai before her, forcibly stripped of his blue robe, his whole appearance wild and insane, no trace of his former refined demeanor remained. Anning then took another satisfied bite of the sweet tangerine offered to her. Huh. A dog of a man who drinks his wife's blood and steps on her corpse to rise. What's frustration compared to that? Disgraced and infamous for eternity, that is the ending he deserves. System. With both witnesses and material evidence present, the county court's verdict came swiftly. Liu Wenkai was stripped of his Ziyukai title without ceremony for the crime of attempting to murder his lawful wife, and sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. Despite his mother widow Liu repeatedly stepping forward in near madness, desperately trying to take all responsibility upon herself, it proved futile. Had this involved ordinary people, it might have been different. But Zai Secondya still had 2 Ziyukai in the Zai family, not to mention the Lin family connection. Regardless of their relatives in the capital, with the Lin family's rising influence, the county magistrate wouldn't dare show leniency for fear of jeopardizing future prospects. As for Zai Secondya, since her accusation proved true and she had genuinely been in mortal danger, she was only symbolically detained for a few days before being released entirely due to Anning's influence. Host. You actually helped the female lid. In the mental space, a certain dog-like system looked horrified with its instinctive reaction. What sinister scheme was its host plotting now? Having witnessed its host's terrifying capabilities last time, the system had been mentally shaken and silent for quite a while, until it saw its host tacitly accept the county magistrate's favor to release Secondya early. Previously, intervening during the flogging could be explained as preventing Secondya's death from benefiting Liu. But this time, the system looked over curiously, only to receive its host's indifferent response. Zai Secondya may suffer for any reason, paying the price for her choices and sins, but never for the crime of accusing her husband. Because that particular law was utterly ridiculous and absurd to begin with. Besides, did she really think life would be easier after release? Moving chess pieces calmly, and Ning's expression remained placid. The bleak future of poverty stretching endlessly ahead, resentment from mother-in-law and relatives, malicious gossip, children's hatred, everything fourth sister experienced in the previous life would now be repaid in full to this person. An eye for an eye, perfectly fair and reasonable. And Ning's peaceful life continued undisturbed. After the new year, the scandal caused by Zai Secondya quickly faded, though the high-profile incident did serve as a cautionary tale for many unmarried girls and married women. As for other consequences, neither the old Zai family, nor first sister, nor even her blood sister third sister suffered any significant impact. So-called damage to family reputation. What did that matter compared to tangible benefits and descendants' futures? With Anning as their cousin, they actually hoped first sister and others would bring their children to visit more often. Even casual advice from her could help the younger generation avoid countless pitfalls. Moreover, neither family was foolish enough to mistreat their daughters-in-law over this. That would only invite suspicion about their own character. Risking their grandson's future prospects over such matters would be utterly foolish. As for Ning herself, she remained completely unaffected. Whether dealing with the Lin family or attending seasonal banquets, no one dared mention the incident. Most sought to introduce their scholarly sons or marriageable daughters instead. Only belatedly did Ning realize her 10-year-old Ah Jing had already become a target. And Ning. What's so strange? Our Ah Jing excels in studies, possesses sharp intellect, and his looks speak for themselves. Isn't it natural he's popular? Lin Ziayuan clearly took some pride in this, and Ning gave him a meaningful glance. No more envy then. She clearly remembered someone sulking for days after losing face before their son, turning green with embarrassment. Recalling the awkward incident, Lin Ziayuan coughed lightly and busied himself peeling lotus seeds, pushing the plump, glistening kernels toward his wife. Playing with white jade chess pieces, and Ning observed her husband. Since abandoning the arduous path of scholarly pursuits, his vitality had noticeably improved. His business acumen particularly shone, evidenced by the increasingly comfortable and refined lifestyle she and their son enjoyed yearly. Clearly, someone had been spending lavishly. Indeed, literati hobbies burned through money fastest. Perhaps influenced by his mother, young Ajing already displayed refined tastes despite his age. Even with limited means, he insisted on only the finest tools. Just recently, he'd fancied a Duan inkstone costing hundreds of taels for its small size, which his father purchased without blinking. Even old Master Lin, far from disapproving of such extravagance, rejoiced. Finally, besides his daughter-in-law, the Lin family had produced a true connoisseur, and Ning. Fine as long as they're happy. She conveniently forgot her own fastidious tendencies. Yet facts proved Ah Jing, though a money-devouring beast, was a talented one. Even Ning hadn't expected her casual prediction years ago to accidentally come true. Ahem. Wait, Amber, what did you just say? Today should have been purely celebratory. The triennial provincial exam results were announced, with the county magistrate personally sending congratulations that their young master not only passed, but ranked first, earning the Jiyuan title at just 14. But what truly shocked Ning came next. Amber, you said, the 80th rank was who? The excited maid remained oblivious. Congratulations, madam, it's your honorable younger brother. This is double happiness, madam, the maid nearly danced with joy. If Ning's situation here was only somewhat speechless, then for Lin Ziayuan, far away in the provincial city, it was pure, unadulterated relief. Looking at the two most obvious names at the very top and bottom of the rankings, Lin Ziayuan instinctively raised his hand to wipe the faint sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, he hadn't stubbornly held on back then. If it had been father and son rather than uncle and nephew. In any case, Lin Ziayuan refused to imagine such a socially mortifying nightmare. On the other hand, Zai Sanwa, after his enormous joy, was surprisingly calm. Sun Shan was nothing. He was still a legitimate provincial graduate, ranking within the top 80 of the entire Kizhu province. Besides, what kind of brains did his sister have? What kind of brains did he have? His little nephew was his sister's own flesh and blood. It was normal that he couldn't compare. If he could, that would be strange. In fact, the Zai family elders shared the same reaction as Zai Sanwa, Sun Shan. Sorry, their peasant family didn't understand him. They only knew their own grandson had become a lofty provincial graduate. Moreover, there was the grandson by marriage who was the top scorer, a 14-year-old prodigy, a bona fide future top scholar. In short, the moment the news arrived, the entire Zai village exploded with excitement. Grandfather Zai was so thrilled his hands trembled as he clasped them and repeatedly prayed for heaven's blessing, all while briskly instructing the wives in the third son's household. Give out rewards where due, quickly receive the guests. As for the third son and his wife, they were worse off than the elderly patriarch. They looked like wooden stakes, their souls seemingly nowhere to be found. It was only the third son's wife who attentively supported her mother-in-law, while not forgetting to summon the maids to prepare tea and snacks for the guests. Since the messengers spreading the good news had been beating drums and gongs all along the way, discretion was not a priority. By now, the Zai family yard had gathered multiple groups of villagers. Having a provincial graduate in the village was a huge deal for everyone. The small Zai family courtyard was instantly packed with people, and several clan elders trembled with excitement. If Zai Sanwa weren't away, they would have wanted to hold a ceremony at the ancestral hall to honor their ancestors on the spot. As lively as the Zai family was, the Lin family in the county was no less so. Upon learning their grandson had become a provincial graduate and was definitely the top scorer, Master Lin almost howled to the heavens if not for consideration for the provincial graduate grandfather's dignity. Oh heavens, what a wonderful blessing this is, and it falls upon our old Lin family. Seeing the daughter-in-law arrive, they were even more warmly welcoming than when seeing ancestors. If not for the diligent maids surrounding Anning, they would have jumped up to serve her tea themselves. Even Madame Jiang, usually prone to grumbling, instinctively shifted her seat the moment her daughter-in-law arrived. If not for eldest Miss Lin's quick reaction, she almost would have stood to offer her seat. Anning. Thanks, but that really isn't necessary. The group returned home in mid-October. During this time, countless congratulatory gifts poured into both the Lin and Zai families like a rushing river. A provincial graduate was unlike a county-level scholar. He not only had certain judicial immunities but also received a monthly stipend, and in some sense already belonged to the bureaucratic class. Normally, even the county magistrate had to show some respect. In some remote counties, the county officials themselves were only provincial graduates. Especially in such small places, once someone passed the provincial exams, merchants from the entire county and even neighboring counties would scramble to send lavish gifts and show goodwill. Even without trying to curry favor, they had to display an attitude of respect toward the provincial graduate, with no hint of offense or disdain. At this moment, the saying all professions are lowly, only scholarly achievement is high, finally had sharp, vivid meaning. As a newly minted provincial graduate, a banquet for the whole family was a must. For the sake of their precious grandson, Master Lin generously hosted a continuous banquet that lasted 3 whole days along the entire street outside the Lin residence. During this time, several waves of congratulatory gifts fiercely competed to be delivered. If not for fear that their precious grandson would be laughed at for showing off like a nouveau rich, they would have even tossed a few large baskets of copper coins at the gate for fun. As the top scorer's biological mother and elder sister to a provincial graduate, Anning's life was as leisurely as ever, reading books and admiring paintings every day without change. Both families were busy to the point of exhaustion, yet not a single troublesome matter was passed to Anning. Clearly, raising a provincial graduate or even a top scorer was in a completely different league from raising just county scholars. If before everyone only envied and admired in secret, hoping to gain some benefit, now the looks toward Anning were filled with pure reverence. Respect for scholars, respect for the talented. Even though everyone knew Zai Sanwa had been studying at the county school all these years, Taohua County only had 2 provincial graduates this year. One was their own son, the other their own younger brother. Saying they had no relation was truly treating people like fools. Moreover, the new top scorer was personally taught by Anning since childhood. Both families had long planned to hold their banquets on different days. On the day of Zai Sanwa's banquet, Anning even specially took her commoner husband and son to visit. That day was especially lively at the old Zai family. After years of development, Zai village was no longer the same. Besides Zai Sanwa, who was a provincial graduate, there were already 2 county scholars in the village. Besides the village chief's grandson, Chubby Boy, there was also the grandson of Scholar Su, the village teacher. Because of the earlier unpaid tutoring, Anning's notes and classical texts were often sent to Scholar Su. Anning knew well that not all teachers were willing to teach children, especially village girls like herself who had been audacious enough to attend classes without paying for so long. At least during those years, as the brazen girl who freeloaded on lessons, she had never heard any bad words from this teacher or the Su family. Moreover, when the third son managed to get his exam qualification, besides Zai Yaocheng's efforts, it was largely thanks to this old teacher's assistance. In fact, although old Scholar Su was somewhat strict in teaching, he was rare in his generosity and kindness, without the usual arrogance of scholars. Though he felt somewhat undeserving, he meticulously collected everything Anning sent for the sake of his descendants' future. Knowing his own limits, he often instructed his grandson to seek advice from the 2 county scholars in the village. When Anning was pregnant, Auntie Lin even specially sent over some homemade fruit wine. At the banquet, Anning also met Chubby Boy's wife and their 12-year-old son, who had already passed the child scholar exam last year. Unlike Zai Sanwa, who was lucky enough to marry into a wealthy county family and could focus on imperial exams with ample funds, Chubby Boy had passed the county exam at 17 but was not particularly gifted. His chances of becoming a provincial graduate were slim, so he was not worth investment from wealthy county families, and ended up marrying a girl from a medium family in the county. However, Chubby Boy was very accepting of this and knew his limits. Passing the county exam was already a huge stretch thanks to his younger cousins pulling strings. Anything beyond that was nearly impossible. Teaching in the county wasn't bad either. He was now respected by everyone as Master Zai. The third son had envied him before, not having to exhaust himself studying endlessly and risking his life for exams. But luckily, his friend was now free. It was said that on the day Zai Sanwa passed, he cried holding a wine jar all night. Heaven had pity, finally freed from the endless burning of oil lamps and no longer enduring the occasional crushing blow from his nephew's talent. Hearing about Zai Sanwa's awkward state for the first time, and Ning almost laughed herself straight on the way back. Peaceful days always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, their precious son had reached the day to depart for the capital to take the imperial examinations. The accompanying parent remained the boy's father. As for lodging, back before the new year, the Lin family's uncle had already sent someone during the New Year gift deliveries to specially inform them that guest quarters had been prepared in the capital, awaiting their nephew's arrival after the new year. The messenger was exceedingly polite, without a trace of the earlier arrogance they'd shown toward merchant families. The Lin family uncle was now approaching 70, his official career nearing its end. Were it not for concerns about his descendants, he likely would have petitioned for retirement long ago. This proved that even official families had their difficulties. The imperial examinations undoubtedly represented the greatest obstacle looming over them. The eldest son of the Lin family had only mediocre talent for studies in his youth. Even after struggling into his 30s, he barely managed to pass the provincial exams. Though he later became an official through his maternal family's connections and his own father's influence. Yet in official circles, even those who passed the palace exams were treated as lesser, let alone provincial graduates in the vast capital. They amounted to nothing at all. His career prospects were clearly limited even after all these years. He remained an insignificant sixth-rank official. As for his grandchildren, none had yet grown enough to achieve even provincial graduate status, let alone pass the palace exams. Young provincial graduates might sound easy to produce, but how difficult it truly was. Not just for families with shallow roots like theirs, but even among generations of scholarly families, how many succeeded. Almost immediately after their little Jing achieved top honors in the provincial exams 3 years ago, lavish congratulatory gifts had arrived from the capital. Had they not heard the boy already had a teacher, the uncle would have even wanted to bring his grandnephew to the capital for personal tutelage. Any talk of suppression or exclusion simply didn't exist. One could only say that in this era, clan cohesion was something later generations could hardly comprehend. Even generations of scholarly elites couldn't guarantee palace graduates every generation. Having 2 consecutive generations pass, the palace exams was already considered remarkable for a family or clan. Thus, to prevent their status from declining after their passing, cultivating promising clan members and carefully nurturing bonds of gratitude had become standard practice among official families. After all, in their view, no matter how excellent a son-in-law might be, he remained an outsider surname far less reliable than one's own clansman. Moreover, the wife of the Lin family head in the capital had specially sent Ning an invitation, its wording equally polite. One could only say that even across vast distances, secrets never remained completely hidden. Lightly pinching the cold-scented letter in her hand, Ning picked up her brush to politely decline in equally courteous terms. Having grown lazy in this lifetime, the nearly half-month journey by water to the capital was suffering she simply couldn't be bothered to endure. After all, her frail health was common knowledge in this life. On the departure day, compared to Madame Jiang with her tear-drenched handkerchiefs and Master Lin's anxious concern, Ning as the mother appeared somewhat excessively composed. She merely offered a few simple reminders, though this didn't prevent the now handsome young scholar Lin Jinghui from carefully memorizing each point. After all, over the years, young Master Lin had witnessed far too much of his dear mother's formidable capabilities. Truth be told, though constantly surrounded by flattery calling him a once-in-a-century genius and brilliant young scholar, young Master Lin never took such words to heart, finding them utterly ridiculous. Compared to his dear mother, what kind of genius was he? A genius who still couldn't memorize a classical text after 2 readings. His father, however, having spent this lifetime accustomed to worry, fretted both over his son's long journey and his delicate wife's health at home. Before departure, he practically chanted his concerns like scripture, nearly eliciting identical eye rolls from mother and son. Not that Ning was completely unprepared. Medicines for health, seasickness, disease prevention, even life-saving remedies were all carefully packed. With the Lin family's wealth supporting her, and Ning had even specially relearned medicine in recent years to care for her delicate health, though her rapid progress had left the expensively hired elderly physician questioning his life's work. But to Lin Jinghui and the entire Lin family, this seemed completely normal. After all, his wife mother was just that brilliant. Only after watching her son depart and losing the constant daily chatter did Ning realize something felt missing. Yet compared to the elderly Lin couple who prayed daily and worried themselves sick, Ning's maternal life remained exceptionally leisurely. Reading, writing, daily herb preparations, occasional tea ceremonies and incense blending. Amidst the Lin family's overwhelming atmosphere of incense and prayer, Ning's space stood out like a completely different world. Then one day months later, heralding officials arrived again. This time the county magistrate personally led the group, his attitude obsequious beyond measure, all smiles throughout. The constant drumming and gonging outside hung the entire Lin household in suspense. Even Ning in her room unconsciously set down her brush. Ushering the magistrate inside with utmost respect and hastily ordering maids to serve tea, Master Lin unconsciously held his breath. Sure enough, moments later the magistrate beamed. "Congratulations, Brother Lin. This official just received word through official bulletins that several days ago your grandson achieved top honors. Moreover, during the subsequent palace examination, His Majesty personally ranked him third overall, the Tanhua Placard Honor." "Third overall? Tanhua." Master Lin unconsciously repeated the words in a daze. The magistrate eagerly nodded, unable to conceal his envy. How wonderful top 3 honors. Even doing nothing, his future would surpass this magistrate's own palace graduate status countless times over. What incredible fortune for the Lin family, their ancestral graves must be smoking with luck. As the magistrate opened his mouth to offer more congratulations. The next instant, the previously vigorous old Master Lin suddenly thudded straight from his chair to the floor, fainting dead away before everyone's eyes. "Magistrate." After a chaotic flurry of activity, Master Lin regained consciousness nearly 2 hours later. The first thing the old man did upon waking was tightly grab the arm of eldest Miss Lin, who was feeding him medicine. Knowing exactly what her father was thinking, Lin Wan hastily spoke up. "Father, you heard correctly earlier. Our Ah Jing passed with flying colors, third overall in the top tier, a genuine Tanhua placard scholar." Seeing her father about to faint again, eldest Miss Lin quickly pressed hard on his acupressure points as her sister-in-law had taught her, while muttering, "Father, you absolutely mustn't have any health issues now. Think about it, if something happens to you, Ah Jing won't be able to take office for at least a year. Truly, only a biological daughter could be so effective." Her words struck directly at the old man's heart. The previously dizzy Master Lin suddenly seemed to receive a 100,000-volt boost, springing upright from the bed with remarkable agility. Quickly, where are the firecrackers? The celebratory money, and the official who brought the good news? Wait, did the county magistrate come earlier? Mentioning the county magistrate made eldest Miss Lin's mouth twitch. "Don't worry, father, the magistrate is still next door." Though his face had turned so pale, her father had frightened the poor man half to death. What kind of grudge was this? Indeed, only after repeatedly confirming that Master Lin was merely overcome with excitement, and not actually ill, did the county magistrate finally wipe imaginary sweat from his brow and stagger out of the Lin residence supported by his attendants. He silently vowed to leave such happy duties to younger subordinates in the future. His old bones couldn't take this excitement. Good news traveled fast these days. Before Master Lin could finish his tearful prayers at the ancestral hall, well-wishers bearing gifts came pouring in from all directions. Fortunately, at this moment, everyone was eager to flatter the Lin family rather than expect any hospitality. Most visitors exchanged only brief pleasantries before hastily leaving their gifts. The only exceptions were the Zai family and Master Lin's 2 half-brothers who had rushed over with their children. Watching his beaming in-laws, Grandfather Zai felt both genuine happiness and a twinge of sourness. Truth be told, seeing Sia's intelligence years ago, the Zai clan had considered keeping the talented girl to marry a live-in son-in-law. But realistically, with so many prominent families watching, how could their modest Zai family hope to retain such a treasure? The quality of men willing to marry into families was poor, and they risked alienating Sia completely. Smart people couldn't be fooled, and coldly intelligent people, even blood relatives, absolutely couldn't be manipulated. With this thought, Grandfather Zai abandoned the idea, though the success of his great-grandson still left him somewhat resentful. A 17-year-old Tanhua, wasn't that just like the reincarnation of the literary star from operas? But watching Sanwa chatting happily with his sister nearby, Grandfather Zai's bitterness eased somewhat. With such an accomplished nephew and Sanwa himself being a provincial graduate, official positions might not be out of reach in the future. This thought restored the enthusiasm to the old man's face. Master Lin, wise with age, had perfectly understood his in-laws' earlier discomfort. While secretly smug, he couldn't care less about such trifles. How could ordinary farmers hope to retain a daughter-in-law of such caliber? Moreover, Ziayuan's wife casually used tea sets worth hundreds of taels, played with chess pieces carved from premium white jade, and occasionally indulged in rare incense that cost shocking sums. Even her clothing fabrics were exclusively the finest rain-patterned brocade. What farming family could sustain such tastes? Just one of her unremarkable winter warmers cost more than a villager's lifetime earnings. And that refined temperament of hers clearly wasn't suited for hardship. Dreaming of keeping such a woman as a free village teacher? Ridiculous. The two old men harbored their respective thoughts while merrily toasting each other as dear relatives, Master Lin especially jubilant today. Equally thrilled was little Chen who had come with them. Clutching her daughter's hands, her joy overflowed. So, now that Ah Jing is Tanhua and will become an official, does that make you one of those? What do they call them in operas? Imperial commissioned noble ladies. Squeezing her mother's hands, Ning smiled and nodded. The top 3 examination candidates were different. They could directly enter the Hanlin Academy as 7th-rank compilers. While a 7th-rank Ruren wasn't technically a full noble title, it was still an official rank. At least she wouldn't have to kneel and kowtow to every official while calling herself a lowly commoner anymore. The one thing puzzled Ning, given her son's dual first-place rankings in provincial and metropolitan exams, shouldn't the palace examination have granted him the top Jungyuan title for appearance's sake? Unless the other 2 top candidates had particularly unfortunate faces. How wonderful! Little Chen trembled with excitement, oblivious to such details. Remembering her early worries that her daughter might never do manual labor, she now saw this was truly a life of blessed fortune. Stroking her daughter's flawless, labor-free hands, little Chen sighed emotionally. As the saying goes, returning home in silks without showing off is like walking at night. Successful candidates were granted special leave to visit their hometowns. By mid-April, when Lin Ziayuan's family returned, their 17-year-old Tanhua's promising future was evident. During the celebration banquet, not just neighboring counties but even prefectural families sent lavish gifts. After the lively festivities, Master Lin publicly announced the family's decision to relocate to the capital. What? Move to the capital? Jiangxi nearly dropped her chopsticks in shock. But the capital is our family. Before she could continue, Lin Wan swiftly intervened. Father's right. Ah Jing will definitely be a capital official, will be living in luxury there. Mother, surely you wouldn't abandon your dear grandson to loneliness. But, Jiangxi still hesitated until her precious grandson gave her a heartbreakingly beautiful pout. Before she realized it, her head was nodding. We really should go to the capital. Yet when night fell and she returned to her room, no longer under the beguiling influence of her grandson's face, Madame Jiang couldn't help but voice her concerns again, reminded of the cold shoulders she'd received in the capital years ago. Husband, the capital is full of high-ranking officials and nobles. If our family goes there, wouldn't they just be inviting scorn? How humiliating that would be. At least here in the county town, their family stood at the pinnacle of respectability. Even the magistrate's wife would show them courtesy on ordinary occasions. Though she couldn't bear to part with her precious grandson, the thought of leaving this place filled Madame Jiang with unease. What do you know? Our eldest son and daughter-in-law only have this one child. If we don't go, filial duty would prevent our son from leaving either. A few days apart is manageable, but prolonged separation would naturally weaken even the closest parent-child bond. Don't forget, our eldest will need Ah Jing to support him in his old age. Of course, what mattered more wasn't whether their son went, but that their daughter-in-law must go. Did she really think the official circles were so easy to navigate? With their grandson going alone and lacking support, and his cousin about to retire from office, who knew how much assistance he could really provide? Only with their exceptionally clever daughter-in-law keeping watch could he rest easy. Naturally, this reasoning was beyond his wife's comprehension, so Master Lin didn't bother explaining. His wife would understand soon enough. The first reason alone would suffice. Sure enough, mentioning their son silenced Madame Jiang immediately. Ziayuan had come from her own womb after 10 months of pregnancy. How could she not cherish him? Still, she couldn't help muttering, "Ah, if only our eldest daughter-in-law had borne another child, then Ah Jing would have a companion. An only child was always so lonely. And if that child could also become a Tanhua like our Ah Jing, that would be even better." The old woman was truly dreaming big. Master Lin couldn't help twitching his lips at his wife's fantasies. Enough already. Having Ajing is already like our ancestors' graves emitting blue smoke. What more could you ask for? As if becoming a Tanhua scholar, especially a 17-year-old one, was so easily achieved. Moreover, pregnancy and childbirth were genuine life-and-death trials for women. Given their daughter-in-law's constitution, if anything went wrong, they'd lose both the new and the existing. To Master Lin, a bird in hand was worth two in the bush. Rather than entertain futile hopes for a grandson of unknown potential and risk their daughter-in-law's health, it was better to focus on nurturing Ah Jing, their proven talent. While their grandson's abilities were indeed exceptional, the world was vast and geniuses numerous. In his years of travel, he'd encountered no shortage of clever youths. Someone like Ah Jing wasn't actually that rare. Though someone as brilliant as their daughter-in-law, now that was truly uncommon. In truth, at least half of their grandson's current achievements could be credited to his mother's teaching over the years. To Master Lin, the combination of their grandson's innate talent and his mother's guidance was the safest bet. It simply wasn't worth risking for the sake of a hypothetical grandson. Besides, was he lacking in grandsons? Hadn't his second and third sons produced plenty? Each more blockheaded than the last, neither in looks nor brains could they compare to even a fraction of Ah Jing's qualities. He couldn't even be bothered to look at them when they visited. Thinking of the sight he'd seen earlier, his precious grandson in dark blue official robes with jade pendants, looking more refined and elegant than ever, Master Lin closed his eyes with a contented smile. Now this was a grandson worth having. Perhaps dreaming something pleasant, even in sleep the old man wore a smile. That same night, Ning and her husband were also chatting in bed. Lying beside her ever-calm husband who just casually mentioned plans to transfer all their businesses, and Ning found herself genuinely curious. Propping herself on his shoulder, her beautiful eyes twinkled with amusement as she gazed at him. After all you've built, husband, can you really bear to let it go? Unlike his struggles with scholarly pursuits, her husband had genuine talent for commerce. Having grown up immersed in business, his social acumen had at least doubled the Lin family's assets in the decade since he took over. Most importantly, and Ning could see he truly enjoyed it, even harbored ambitions in this field. Yet now he was ready to walk away so easily. What's the big deal? Adjusting his shoulder to better accommodate her, Lin Ziayuan remained his usual composed self. Only when met with his wife's smiling gaze did a hint of amusement surface. Ah Jing is now a Hanlin scholar, the most prestigious pure scholar position. Having a merchant father already holds our son back. If I continue conducting business openly, wouldn't that further embarrass him? Worse, it might even hinder his career. Precisely because he was a merchant, Lin Ziayuan understood better than most the contempt scholars held for business families. Not that he was making a bad deal, while handing operations to his half-brothers and clansmen, it wasn't without compensation. At most, it was a sale. In fact, they would merely manage things, the actual deeds and ownership remained firmly in his hands. These managers would still need to send the majority of profits back to the main family. With this arrangement plus their accumulated wealth, even in the capital they could maintain their lifestyle and his wife's little hobbies. As for whether his brothers might cheat him, Ziayuan had no such concerns. Years in business hadn't been for nothing. In official merchant relations, officials always came first. Unless his brothers were fools, they wouldn't risk losing their capital connections by cheating. In fact, to curry favor, they'd likely send more than required, just as they'd annually sent large sums to their cousin official before. While this move seemed sudden, Ziayuan had actually considered every angle since Ah Jing left for the capital exams, even since he topped the provincial exams. Especially knowing his wife and son's expensive little hobbies, careful planning was essential. Despite these preparations, it still took over half a month before the family finished packing, bid farewell to relatives, and boarded the boat to the capital. With help from their capital cousin, they'd already purchased a modest two-courtyard home. While not large in the expensive capital, it comfortably accommodated their family of 5. Mindful of his wife's and mother's tastes, the courtyard was elegantly arranged with gardenia trees. As the former residence of a retired Hanlin scholar, their official-class neighbors proved pleasant company. Only one issue remained. Looking at the still empty seat at the table, and Ning couldn't help feeling exasperated. She'd thought the Hanlin Academy would be less demanding, but Ah Jing had been swamped since starting. Old Master Lin, however, was delighted. This shows His Majesty values our Ah Jing. What do they call it? An imperial confidant. Others can only dream of such favor. To him, frequent imperial summons signaled great favor and importance. Only Ah Jing's exceptional talent could catch the emperor's eye. Sun Ning. But wasn't it because of his looks? Only after witnessing her son's frequent summons did Ning realize why he hadn't won the top scholar title. Simply put, This world belonged to beauty lovers, the current emperor especially. Apart from the top scholar's genuine merit, what likely made the throne abandon the grand triple first honor was probably the top three candidates' ordinary looks, unworthy of the Tanhua title in imperial eyes. Though she'd never met him, snippets from her son's accounts allowed Anning to deduce the emperor's character. Now she felt grateful the emperor was barely 30, with no marriageable princesses. Given Ah Jing's frequent summons, she'd feared an imperial match might be forced upon them. Being a royal son-in-law sounded glorious, but only those in the position knew its constraints. What a relief. Alas, Anning's relief proved short-lived. One day, a group of yellow-robed eunuchs knocked on their door, led by one holding an unmistakably bright imperial edict. Anning. She suddenly had a very bad feeling about this. Even after all the yellow-robed eunuchs had departed, the Lin family members besides Anning remained in a daze. Supported by her little maid to rise from the ground, Madame Jiang suddenly grabbed Old Master Lin's arm. What? A royal princess? Old man, did I hear wrong, like the princesses from those operas? Old Master Lin nodded blankly, his mind still reeling from the overwhelming surprise. My heavens. Then our Ah Jing has become the princess's consort from those stories. Madame Jiang slapped her thigh excitedly, about to shout her joy to the skies when her gaze fell upon her daughter-in-law sitting regally on a chair while her son diligently massaged her legs. Madame Jiang. Heavens above, what kind of fate is this? Wasn't one demanding mistress in this household enough? Holding the newly issued imperial marriage decree, Anning appeared the most composed among the Lin family members who were either ecstatic or secretly anxious. Truth be told, as long as it wasn't an imperial princess requiring daily obeisances from her as mother-in-law, Anning didn't particularly care who her son married. As she always believed, get along if possible, otherwise simply maintain separate lives without interference. Though a princess was still royalty, the protocols weren't as stringent. Moreover, Anning saw distinct advantages in this match. While she had personally educated Ah Jing, ensuring his scholarly knowledge and perspectives were impeccable, as the saying goes, worldly wisdom is equally valuable learning. Academic excellence could be taught, but social cunning and insight into human nature required personal experience. She knew her son's upbringing had been too sheltered. Not only was he the family's treasure, but even his cousins doted on him. His path had been too smooth compared to those from noble families bred through resource competition and special training. The officialdom's cutthroat intrigues would be far more vicious. The Lin family's foundations were relatively weak. The status of princess's consort would shield Ah Jing from most schemes at this stage, greatly enhancing his safety if not guaranteeing career success. Though living in a remote county these years, Anning had deliberately kept abreast of capital politics. Princess Xiaohua was the second legitimate daughter of Prince Ning's household. Her father was the current emperor's full brother who had withdrawn from succession due to poor health, subsequently supporting his younger brother's rise. Judging by the emperor's generous rewards, this prince enjoyed imperial favor. Marrying such nobility could only benefit the Lin family at this juncture. As for whether such privileged royalty would be spoiled or domineering, one couldn't have their cake and eat it too. Having gained political protection, one couldn't expect the pampered noblewoman to play the humble daughter-in-law. Besides, this dynasty emphasized filial piety. At worst, as mother-in-law she could keep her distance. No sensible person would deliberately antagonize an unobtrusive mother-in-law. As for Ah Jing, Anning worried even less. That boy wasn't one to suffer losses. Thus, after the initial surprise upon receiving the decree, Anning quickly regained her usual composure, even directing servants to bring the new vine-patterned incense burner she'd designed to the study. With winter approaching, she'd recently blended a new warming incense worth testing. Old Master Lin, still caught between excitement and anxiety. As expected, only our daughter-in-law could be this unflappable. Only when Lin Jinghui returned that evening did Anning learn the full story. Good heavens, what was this? A palace drama sparked by male beauty. Propping her chin, Anning studied her son's handsome face with amusement. At 17, the youth's charm was just blossoming. Unlike Minjiu's radiant, sun-like handsomeness or the dignified elegance of a pampered prince, Ah Jing possessed an inkwash painting's refined grace, truly jade-like countenance, luminous as moonlight. His slender yet not frail build, combined with years of scholarly refinement under her influence, gave his movements an effortless elegance reminiscent of the ancients' praise of cultivated gentlemen. No wonder despite his merchant family background, Ah Jing had thrived among scholars, frequently hosting gatherings with aristocratic young masters. Beyond his academic achievements and Tanhua honor, this face surely contributed. But nearly causing a royal duel, wasn't that excessive? She'd never suspected her son had such devastating charm. Her prolonged scrutiny eventually made the youth blush. Mother, plopping down beside her, Lin Jinghui coughed awkwardly. Actually, both princesses were long past marriageable age, but His Majesty kept forgetting. Ah and Ning nodded understandingly. So they'd simply used her son, the emperor's newly favored official, as leverage to regain attention. Quite plausible, given Emperor Xian's numerous offspring, over a dozen princes and countless princesses, explaining the brutal succession struggle. With such history, sibling affection was unlikely. The current emperor had stripped titles or imprisoned rival brothers. The remaining princesses might well be daughters of those defeated factions who'd opposed him. No wonder they received scant attention. This spectacle would force the emperor to arrange their marriages soon to avoid royal embarrassment. Given their status, being wed to the favored, talented Tanhua scholar might be their best option. Truly, no one raised in palaces was truly naive. Her son just became the unwitting, beautiful disaster. And then, Ning rested her chin, amused. After this farce, Princess Xiaohu came to spectate, took one look at your face, and immediately requested the imperial marriage. Somehow she found this hard to believe. In truth, not only Ning found it hard to believe. The person involved, Lin Jinghui, didn't quite believe it either. Sisters fighting over one husband sounded bad enough. Would an aunt and niece be any better? Though this matter only circulated within palace circles before being strictly forbidden by the emperor. As the saying goes, walls have ears. Under such circumstances, Princess Xiaohu still deliberately requested an imperial decree. How likely was it that a royal family member, especially one who had survived succession struggles, could be so love-struck? Moreover, Ning suspected whether this so-called coincidental encounter was truly accidental or deliberately arranged. Perhaps their family background had already been thoroughly investigated. By the way, son, what does this princess look like? Watching her usually composed son grow uncharacteristically flustered, Ning propped her chin with amusement, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Cough. Cough. Lin Jinghui nearly choked on his tea. Especially seeing his mother's teasing expression, the young scholar could only tilt his head back in speechless exasperation. All his earlier worries seemed pointless now. He'd been concerned that the proud princess might bully his delicate mother when he wasn't around, given her noble status and strong personality. After all, though his mother was intelligent and capable, she'd always been physically fragile and unused to hardship. Who would have thought? Shaking his head helplessly, the troubled young man paced away. Only after his stone-blue robe disappeared from view did Ning finally burst into laughter. She could easily guess her son's thoughts, though she found it equally puzzling. Except for pretending to be sickly during her Zai family days, this body of hers rarely fell ill. Yet inexplicably, everyone from her father-in-law to her own son believed her to be extremely delicate. The entire household viewed her through some sort of fragile Lin Dayu lens. Was it simply because she preferred a leisurely lifestyle? Inside her consciousness, the system nearly facepalmed. Seriously, host, leisurely doesn't begin to cover it, you practically demand to be hand-fed. Though the Lin family remained somewhat perplexed about the arranged marriage, once the imperial decree was issued, there could be no turning back. And Ning only had the system investigate the princess' decent looks, good health, and no violent temper before washing her hands of the matter. Unlike princesses who received their own estates, as a titled royal family member, Princess Xiaohu still required appropriately grand accommodations. Thus, the originally modest two-courtyard Lin residence expanded by more than double. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoyuan had wisely purchased the adjacent property years ago, anticipating future needs when Ah Jing married. Now they simply needed to renovate and connect the two compounds. Truthfully, the Lin family could have afforded larger premises earlier. But old Master Lin understood their humble origins. In a capital swarming with nobility, excessive display invited trouble. Especially with his grandson serving in the prestigious Hanlin Academy. But now circumstances differed. In the following days, as the future princess's mother-in-law, Ning received numerous invitations. During several meetings with Princess Ning, the woman appeared dignified and gentle, showing no contempt toward her rural-born counterpart. In fact, after meeting Madame Lin in person, Princess Ning concealed her astonishment poorly. Returning home, she couldn't help telling her daughter, "Ah Rand, you were right, your future mother-in-law is extraordinary, that innate grace about her." Princess Ning shook her head. No merchant's wife should carry herself like that. Standing beside me, she didn't seem the least bit inferior. Especially that indescribable elegance in her every movement, effortlessly commanding attention. She possessed more natural nobility than most cultured gentlewomen. Who would have imagined such refinement emerging from rural obscurity? How else could she have raised the current Tanhua scholar? Unlike her mother's bewilderment, The crimson-robed maiden responded with confident ease. Indeed, as Anning had guessed, this marriage was no accident. During the victory parade, Xiaohua had been instantly smitten by the strikingly handsome Tanhua scholar. Call it love at first sight, she'd immediately investigated his background, crucially checking for any childhood sweethearts or cousin attachments. Having witnessed her elder sister's mistakes, she wasn't about to repeat them. The investigation results, however, shocked even Xiaohua herself. That brilliant Tanhua scholar, whom even the emperor frequently kept by his side, had been educated solely by a housebound woman. Honestly, if not for her most trusted agent swearing to its truth, she'd never have believed it. What phenomenal natural talent. If initially interested in the scholar, now she found Madame Lin far more fascinating. How extraordinarily intelligent must one be to homeschool a Tanhua scholar without any formal education? But royals prioritize interests. What truly decided Xiaohua was the palace farce. Thanks to her father, she'd interacted often with her imperial uncle since childhood. Appreciating beauty was human nature. Even emperors weren't exempt. Her entire Shangyuan family, from father to herself to the emperor, shared this aesthetic appreciation. Yet rarely did anyone earn such imperial favor that over a transparent scheme. Her uncle not only suppressed rumors, but punished both princesses for tarnishing his favorite official's reputation. As if she didn't know, though the aunts eventually got their marriages. What worthless families they wed. Weak internally, already marked on her uncle's grudge list for future retribution. Her imperial uncle cherished favorites dearly and despised enemies utterly. Once in his good graces, one's future was assured. With such pleasing looks, the scholar would remain favored for years. Hearing her mother still lamenting the family's humble origins, the maiden called Ran retorted, "Mother, given my status, any marriage would be beneath me. Why not choose someone handsome and clever? At least I won't end up like eldest sister, useless husband, dull-witted nephew, and not even good looks to show for it. Yu is still your own nephew after all." Seeing her daughter becoming increasingly unrestrained in her speech, Princess Ning was about to interject when she suddenly choked on her words, inexplicably reminded of her grandson's appearance and talents. The words died on her lips. Truth be told, it wasn't that her eldest son-in-law was particularly ugly. He was merely average-looking, though his noble upbringing lent him some refined bearing. But certain facial flaws had unfortunately been inherited entirely by her grandson, making the child rather unappealing. The Shangyuan family had always placed great stock in appearances. Before her nephew was born, Ran had eagerly anticipated his arrival. Yet once the child was born and his features became more pronounced, the aunt's enthusiasm waned considerably, her care now given mostly out of duty to her sister. When confronted, her daughter would retort defiantly, "Mother, surely you don't expect me to dote on a miniature version of my brother-in-law." Princess Ning. She wasn't without regrets regarding her eldest daughter's marriage. But circumstances had demanded an advantageous union at the time. At least her younger daughter's marriage could be arranged according to preference. Sighing, the princess returned to reviewing the dowry ledger. Well, her younger daughter had always been strong-willed. Fortunately, that young Tanhua Lin was exceptionally handsome. A 17-year-old achieving third place in the palace exams spoke volumes of his intelligence. Being an only son simplified matters too. With the princely household watching over them, her daughter wouldn't suffer. After the lengthy betrothal rituals, matchmaking, name inquiry, divination, betrothal gifts, and date selection, the wedding was finally set for July the following year. During this period, Lin Jinghui lived up to both his strikingly handsome features and the literary talents cultivated by his mother. In under 2 years, he was exceptionally promoted to imperial lecturer. His duties involved instructing the imperial family, primarily the emperor, in classical texts, granting him exponentially more time at court. His imperial favor became increasingly evident. On his wedding day, the emperor even bestowed a jade crown for his upcoming capping ceremony. This level of regard silenced would-be detractors. Any whispers of him being a kept man remained private, lest they invite ridicule or offend powerful connections. Even Ning had to marvel. Indeed, beauty remained the world's most enduring currency. She'd met that year's top examinee. While her Jing might surpass him in literary mastery, the Zhongyuan's extensive travels had honed remarkable insight and attention to detail. Her son's second-place finish in the palace exams policy debate hadn't been undeserved. Yet while Jing flourished, the Zhongyuan still toiled in editorial drudgery. Triennial exams ensured no shortage of talent in the empire. Amidst the delicate fragrance of lilies, Ning reclined on her daybed, perusing freshly inked manuscripts. The Hanlin Academy's vast collection, coupled with imperial permission and her son's diligent transcriptions, provided endless reading material. And Ning naturally seized this opportunity to broaden her knowledge, who knew what future worlds might require it. This was the scene that greeted Princess Jeahua upon entering. Despite growing up surrounded by imperial beauties, the sight gave her pause. Now she truly understood the saying, true beauty lies in bearing, not features. The palace boasted flawless complexions and striking features like her mother-in-law's luminous skin and bright eyes. Yet none possessed this woman's distinctive blend of effortless grace and ineffable nobility. She'd thought her husband's looks and temperament unmatched, even her exacting royal uncle frequently praised him. But encountering this woman revealed the vast gulf between them. Was this the legendary, poetry-filled heart radiating refinement? Observing the sizable stack of annotated texts accumulated in mere hours, Jeahua's eyelid twitched. She'd assumed her mother-in-law's reading was casual, how naive. The gap between individuals proved vaster than between mountains and molehills. Beyond the towering book stacks, even casually blended incenses surpassed palace masters' creations in revitalizing effect. Absently touching her noticeably softened cheeks, thanks to gifted balms, Jeahua sighed wistfully. The calligraphy and paintings exuded spontaneous artistry even to her untrained eye. Her husband's official troubles often dissolved under his mother's casual guidance. Her former princely arrogance now seemed, recalling childhood struggles with books and zithers. Please, in the next life, could she inherit even a quarter of this woman's mind? Afternoon banter concluded, Jeahua absently touched her flat abdomen en route home, eyes alight as she told Lin Jinghui. Husband, our children, boys or girls, must take after your mother. Also, mother mentioned Xiangyuo Temple's potent blessings. Let's visit during your next leave. Lin Jinghui. While he'd anticipated no mother-in-law conflicts, his wife's current enthusiasm, her exceeding eagerness for these visits felt somewhat misplaced. Yet perhaps the temple's efficacy was real. Within a month of their pilgrimage, Jeahua conceived. Overjoyed, she nearly jumped while clutching her husband's sleeve. Husband, our prayers worked. Already envisioning her brilliant, beautiful child, she laughed delightedly. Meanwhile, Ning, having discreetly diagnosed the 2-month pregnancy, was her daughter-in-law perhaps excessively superstitious? And honestly, she wasn't in any hurry for grandchildren. Why the rush with the newlyweds' honeymoon period? Though she didn't fully understand, Princess Jeahua had always been approachable without airs, so the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had gotten along quite well during this period. Truth be told, having a daughter-in-law watching with sparkling eyes and an admiring expression no matter what she did would lift anyone's mood. Especially when said daughter-in-law was quite pleasing to look at during leisure moments, and Ning naturally didn't mind lending a hand. It was only now that Princess Jeahua suddenly realized how incredibly skilled her mother-in-law was at medicine. Just a few pills later, her earlier frequent morning sickness symptoms had largely subsided. Princess Jeahua, who had expected to suffer through at least half a month of bitter medicinal concoctions, after sending off the imperial physician who couldn't hide his astonishment, and having experienced countless intellectual humiliations over the past months, Princess Jeahua found herself in a rare daze as she tugged at her husband's sleeve. Husband, is there anything in this world that mother can't do? They were both human. How could someone be this intelligent? Thinking of the continuous defeats he'd suffered since childhood, Lin Jinghui beside her fell into an odd silence. Wiping sweat from his brow unconsciously, he finally spoke slowly. Of course there are things she can't do. Even the wisest person can't know everything, but generally speaking, if mother wants to learn something, it usually doesn't take her long. The speed at which she learned, well, let's just say 3 of him combined probably still wouldn't measure up. The young Tanhua placard sighed subconsciously. It was only after growing up that he understood the meaning behind those occasional guilt-ridden glances his father used to give him. At this moment, Lin Jinghui couldn't help but share his wife's sentiment. How wonderful it would be if their future child took more after his mother. Inheriting his own mediocrity would be such a pity. In fact, Emperor Cannon in the palace was currently thinking along similar lines. After berating his useless princes yet again, the emperor, not even 30 yet, already felt he had no worthy successor. Especially when comparing them to his exceptionally talented minister, whose every movement seemed designed to please. Remembering Madame Lin's outstanding grace and beauty during his last outing, even Emperor Cannon couldn't help feeling intense regret. What a shame that a talent like yourself has no sisters. The not yet 30 emperor's eyes were full of genuine disappointment. Lin Jinghui. Realizing what the emperor meant, the young master suddenly felt zero regret about being an only child. In fact, it seemed absolutely perfect. Keeping his expression neutral, the young Hanlin scholar coughed lightly before responding. Your Majesty may not know my mother has always been frail. Giving birth to me already pushed her to her limits. He added jokingly, "They say when I was born, my father nearly fainted from fright," illustrating how dangerous it had been. Truth be told, whenever his grandmother mentioned this, Lin Jinghui couldn't help feeling heartache. His mother's constitution had always been delicate. Indeed, there was an old saying that extreme intelligence came at a cost. Considering Madame Lin's brilliance surpassed even her son's, Emperor Kainyuan's regret deepened further. If only. But observing his talented minister before him, the emperor's mind began working. During the next imperial consort selection, he'd have to remind the Empress Dowager family background mattered less than intelligence. After their usual casual conversation, the two returned to discussing the newly submitted memorial. The 19-year-old's clear, elegant voice and unhurried speech, combined with his peerless appearance, created an atmosphere as refreshing as spring breeze. The emperor's previously foul mood improved considerably. To be honest, at the emperor's level, he'd seen countless beauties of both genders, but most were just empty shells, either obsequious or vulgar. No matter how attractive, they couldn't compare to Minister Lin's refreshing presence. Suddenly struck by a thought, Emperor Kainyuan asked from behind his desk, "Speaking of which, you'll soon be coming of age. Has any elder prepared a courtesy name for you?" In this era, men received a courtesy name at 20, symbolizing adulthood, typically bestowed by a teacher or respected elder. As a rising star Tanhua, Lin Jinghui's background was no secret, nor had he ever tried to hide it. Even some of his policy suggestions bore clear traces of his mother's influence. His brilliant mother, barred from official service due to her gender, deserved recognition wherever possible. Besides, he felt no shame about being taught by her. Countless people in their hometown envied him for having such an intelligent mother. Recalling that his mother hadn't mentioned a courtesy name recently, Lin Jinghui shook his head. Sure enough, the emperor immediately offered. "In that case, how about I bestow one upon you today?" When I first met my beloved minister in the Grand Hall, I was often reminded of a poem I read earlier. Qing Yang Yao Ling He Feng Rong Yu. What does Minister Lin think of the characters Qing and Yu? An imperial bestowment was naturally an exceptional honor. Yet the moment Lin Jinghui bowed in gratitude, he suddenly remembered this poem by Ryuan Jai had been a favorite of his mother's as well. She had even joked when he was young that if not for the Lin family's tradition of using Jing for his generation, she might have named him after this very poem. Qing Yang Yao Ling, He Feng Rong Yu. Lin Jinghui silently recited the lines to himself. They spoke of the brilliant sunrise illuminating the world with spiritual radiance, yet also carried the gentle breeze's unhurried grace. Heh, truly magnificent. Mother indeed loves me best. Though privately he felt this poem suited his mother far more than himself. In fact, accompanying the emperor's personal bestowal of this courtesy name came an official title for Ning herself. By convention, as a 6th-rank Hanlin imperial lecturer, Lin Jinghui's family should have received a 6th-rank Anren title from the Ministry of Rites. But the emperor had unexpectedly been generous, not only issuing the decree personally, but granting a proper 4th-rank Gongren title instead. After a brief moment of surprise, Ning happily accepted. In this era, one's social standing meant everything, and higher was always better. Princess Xiaohua, rubbing her pregnant belly nearby, beamed, "I knew it. His Majesty never forgets to reward merit. Mother's past contributions were bound to be recognized." Though what exactly those contributions were, even Xiaohua wasn't entirely clear. Naturally, the old Lin family understood even less. This didn't stop Madame Jiang from turning green with envy. That night she complained to her husband, "Ah, an imperial title for a daughter-in-law so young. What fortunate destiny. A lifetime of blessings already. Tell me, old man, when will I get such fortune?" Current dynasty rules allowed officials below 3rd rank to petition titles for wives and mothers, while only those above 3rd rank could request them for grandmothers. But realistically, climbing the bureaucratic ladder took decades. By 3rd rank, would one's mother even still be alive, let alone grandmother? Master Lin pressed his lips together, unusually silent. Given Ah Jing's imperial favor, his wife might still have hope if she lived long enough. As for himself, he'd never see such honors in his lifetime, but had he complained? Still, grandfather to a Tanhua scholar. From his line came an imperial examination laureate, establishing their family's official lineage. Even if he died tomorrow, he could face their ancestors proudly. Master Lin's brief regret vanished instantly. With sound judgment, the old man turned to admonish his wife. "Stop this jealous nonsense. Doesn't our daughter-in-law deserve credit for her own capabilities? Otherwise, why bypass Ah Jing to exceptionally honor her?" Clearly, their remarkable daughter-in-law must have proposed something brilliant again. Ah, the advantages of a clever mind. The old master clicked his tongue admiringly. Madame Jiang. What nonsense. So she deserved lifelong subordination to 2 generations of daughters-in-law because she wasn't born clever. Turning away, the old lady took a deep, aggrieved breath. Truthfully, before the princess arrived, Madame Jiang had anticipated some entertainment from her daughter-in-law's predicament. Given how particular Ning had been, surely a noble princess would be infinitely more demanding. To better enjoy the show, she'd even feigned illness, temporarily relinquishing household authority. Expecting the newly burdened Ning to struggle, she was stunned when her daughter-in-law simply established new rules before delegating everything, managing the entire household in under half an hour daily. All while lounging on her daybed snacking on fruit, having maids read reports aloud. Compared to Madame Jiang's former routine of all-day management and late-night struggles. More infuriating still was seeing the proud princess and equally formidable daughter-in-law, who should have clashed terribly, instead becoming inseparable, barely noticing anyone else. The rooms and Ning casually arranged. The princess adored them, the jade pendant gifted during tea ceremony, still worn regularly. Whereas Madame Jiang's lavish gift, a 1,000-tail Guanyin fertility statue specially blessed by monks, had never been seen again since gifting. Madame Jiang. Only after her husband left cheerfully the next morning did Madame Jiang finally vent to Wang Ma. Tell me, has any mother-in-law ever been more wretched? 3 mistresses here and I'm the lowest. One an imperial title holder, one a princess, each more exalted than the last. And these 2 exalted beings, completely allied, absolutely maddening. Wang Ma. Yet however much Madame Jiang grumbled, she still instinctively smiled when encountering Ning the next day. And Ning easily saw through her mother-in-law's petty grievances but found them harmless enough. The unexpected title brought a flood of social invitations. Surprisingly, noblewomen's pastimes, equestrianism, throwing games, card games, while not as varied as modern times, provided decent entertainment. With her daughter-in-law nearing childbirth, and Ning temporarily set aside her usual leisure. Earlier during New Year's, eldest Miss Lin had written with joyous news, nephew Jiang Zhai had passed the provincial exams and become engaged. When the Lin family moved to the capital, Master Lin had invited Lin Wan to bring Xiao Zhai along. Surprisingly, she refused. After confirming from Ning that her son was nearly ready for the provincial exams, she chose to remain at their Taohua County ancestral home. Even now, with the family's changed fortunes, when second brother Lin's family hinted about sending descendants to attend the elders, Master Lin sharply refused. The letter explained Jiang Zhai would study several more years in the prefecture city before attempting the metropolitan exams. And Ning sent some study materials as usual. She understood Lin Wan's reasoning. At 25, Jiang Zhai was long overdue for marriage, delayed only by examinations. However close their cousinhood, adult dependence would inevitably strain relations for both parties and their families. Better this occasional connection than forced proximity. Learning his cousin and aunt wouldn't come to the capital, Jing felt genuine regret, though recognizing their considerations. He included additional study materials in his reply, hoping for Jiang Zhai's swift success. After lively New Year celebrations, the household soon gathered for Princess Xiaohua's delivery. Even being helped into the delivery room, the princess clung to her mother-in-law's sleeve, murmuring, "All merciful Buddhas, Taoist immortals, please grant your protection." Catching snippets of this, a bemused Ning. Inside the delivery room, accompanied by a loud cry, the little Lin Yi, resembling a tiny bun, was successfully born. Straining to take a glance at the wrinkled little bundle in her arms. Although a bit red and wrinkled, whether it was Princess Xiaohua's imagination or not, she felt she saw the shadow of her own mother-in-law on this little face. Realizing this, the princess finally seemed to set down a heavy weight from her heart. Amidst the chorus of joyful voices, she promptly closed her eyes and fainted. Unfortunately, the happiness only lasted for this one day. Many years later, Princess Xiaohua would sorrowfully realize that illusion was ultimately just an illusion. The newly born Lin Yi was indeed adorably pure and lovely, but as he grew older, only the eyebrows and eyes carried a slight trace of a Ning. In short, regarding his beauty, although he was considered excellent, he still couldn't compare to his father's childhood looks. As for intelligence, if Lin Jinghui needed to read a complex classical text 2 to 3 times as a child, poor little Yi had to read it at least 4 times. Fortunately, what comforted the princess was that the daughter born later, Ahi, not only resembled a Ning by about 30%, but also appeared to be smarter than her own brother. Well, regarding the same classical texts, her level was about the same as their father's childhood. Even so, it was enough to make the princess extremely happy. Before going to bed at night, she would never forget to hold the soft and fragrant little girl tightly and give her a fierce kiss. As expected, she has to take after her mother, smart. After washing up and lying in bed, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Beside her, Lin Jinghui, who had already been promoted to a fourth-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue, instinctively nodded in agreement. Having served in court for many years, although everyone praised him as promising and extraordinarily intelligent, Lin Jinghui knew very well that his son's intellect was still far behind that of his wife. Over the years, every dilemma that even he and the ministers in court found difficult to solve could always be resolved most suitably by his wife. Even the emperor often expressed to him how could such a wise person like Lady Qianghua exist in this world. Yes, the lady, and Ning was now a second-rank official's wife, a title personally granted by imperial decree. This rank was several levels higher than her son, who worked hard in government and got up earlier than the roosters every day. There was a precedent in this dynasty. Only families of officials ranked second rank and above could receive such an honor. Such an unusual matter had drawn some sour remarks in court before. If not for Ning's seniority, being 7 or 8 years older than the current emperor, some of the speculation might have been even worse. Unfortunately, the current emperor on the dragon throne was not like the late emperor. Calling him autocratic would not be an exaggeration. He never paid attention to petty complaints from literary scholars. Compared to the late emperor's kindness, this one was truly ruthless, even punishing whole families or clans for a single misstep, destroying reputations thoroughly. No one knew exactly where he heard these slanders, but the emperor had already exploded with rage during the morning court session. Not only were several officials dismissed, but some gossiping noblewomen were also reprimanded personally by the empress, losing their official titles and nearly their lifelong dignity. They were even blamed and despised by their own children and relatives. Still, the emperor was not satisfied. The next day, he personally drafted an imperial edict, lavishly praising Lady Qianghua from start to finish and bestowing numerous rewards. At that time, Emperor Qianyuan himself wrote a high compliment, a true lady among women worthy of the nation's esteem. It was at this moment that most sensible people in court finally understood why this lady was so favored by the sovereign. It was not because of the modest Lin Jinghui, who was favored by the emperor's heart, but because of the lady herself. As for the clever ones, when they learned about the young Lin master's life, they already guessed. Ask yourself, how clever could someone be who never attended formal schooling but taught his younger brother, a provincial graduate, and his son, a top imperial exam scorer, all by self-study? Calling him a once-in-a-century prodigy wouldn't be an exaggeration. Now, many families in the capital, including prominent aristocratic clans, especially those whose descendants were failing or slipping in status, could only watch the old Lin family's door and feel sour to the roots of their teeth. Just ask, for an ordinary merchant family, how could they have such absurd luck to trample on the Lin family like this? However, with this episode, even though the current emperor later bestowed many rewards and special treatment on the lady, no one dared to say a word of gossip. In fact, when calculating the timing of these rewards, they coincided with some brilliant strategies in court. Especially last year, when the Great Flood in Jinzhou destroyed countless houses and farmlands, leaving tens of thousands homeless. Such a severe flood would usually cause large-scale unrest, or at least prolonged turmoil in previous years. However, in reality, from receiving the news to distributing relief and resettling refugees, the court's response was unusually swift and orderly, as if it had been pre-calculated. In less than a month, the number of people unable to survive at the city gates had drastically decreased to almost none. Even more remarkable, a great plague usually follows a disaster, but this time, the emperor seemed to have been prepared in advance. The epidemic was eradicated at its source before it could spread. Only then did everyone fully admit defeat. As for women meddling in politics, not to mention how many stubborn and outdated officials remained in the court, this lady neither seized their positions nor competed for power with them. She bore no royal offspring, so the possibility of a hen ruling the roost was nearly zero. When difficult problems arose, she could still propose timely and effective strategies, calming the emperor's anger and preventing disasters from affecting these unfortunate officials. Who in the court today would be foolish enough to do something that harms others and themselves, risking demotion or punishment from above? Do they think their official hats are too secure, or that the emperor's temper is too mild? Therefore, now seeing another basketful of rewards sent to the Lin residents, even at the annual banquet, in front of civil and military officials and many noblewomen, the emperor personally granted fine wine, this year's tribute of golden Persian grapes, of which there were fewer than 10 jars in total. Even the empress and consorts did not receive such treatment, but the young Lin official had already tasted it several times while accompanying the emperor on tour. It was said to taste quite good. Wearing the grand makeup of a second-rank official's wife, and Ning just wanted to rise and express her thanks when the emperor, nearly 40, waved his hand to stop her. His usually stern gaze was rare softened as he spoke kindly to the woman about to stand. During such a fine festival, it is the time for sovereign and ministers to rejoice together. Lady, there is no need for such formality. The officials who had just kowtowed 3 times and 9 times, diligently thanking over a cold imperial dish, were left speechless. This truly lived up to its reputation as fine Persian wine, with excellent texture and taste. As Ning sipped the exquisite liquor, she was already considering whether to brew some herself after returning home. Emperor Cannon, seated at the head of the table, mistook her contemplation for genuine appreciation. He immediately instructed the nearby eunuch to deliver all remaining tribute wine to the Lin residence after the banquet. Considering the frail health of this lady, a warm sedan chair was already waiting beside Ning the moment she stepped out of Qiyuan Hall. It was the depth of winter, bitterly cold. Snowflakes had begun drifting from the sky. Surveying the seemingly endless palace path ahead, Princess Xiaohua swiftly helped her mother-in-law into the sedan chair before quickly ushering her well-behaved daughter inside. As for her son, well, wasn't his father right there in front? Surely the boy wouldn't freeze. Compared to the icy world outside, the interior of the sedan chair was another realm entirely. Thick wool carpets covered the floor, and despite the limited space, it was fully equipped with warming stoves and tea sets. Even hand warmers were neatly prepared in the corners. On the rosewood table at the center lay an obviously priceless set of white jade go pieces. Even though it wasn't her first time seeing such luxury, Xiaohua still found it eye-opening. The Great Zhou Palace had strict protocols. Without special permission, even royal relatives below the rank of imperial princess couldn't ride in sedan chairs within the palace grounds. Moreover, the identity of who had arranged this was unmistakably clear. Could her imperial uncle really be this considerate? Perhaps it was the subordinates' attentiveness, but getting these shrewd palace officials to arrange every detail perfectly spoke volumes in itself. The princess looked up at her mother-in-law, who had her eyes lightly closed in feigned sleep. Even in full ceremonial dress and fine silks, her ethereal aura remained unconcealed. Thanks to years of meticulous care, she didn't look her age at all. One might believe she was barely 30. Compared to some imperial consorts, realizing where her thoughts were heading, Xiaohua shook her head vigorously. Not only was such absurdity impossible given her uncle's temperament, but considering her mother-in-law's intellect and the emperor's focus on state affairs throughout his reign, he would never sabotage his own talented assets. Yet surveying the almost excessively thoughtful arrangements, Xiaohua found it impossible to deceive herself. Men were typically careless by nature. But at some point, Xiaohua had suddenly realized, especially in recent years, that every gift from her uncle, whether rare books, paintings, or antique curios, perfectly matched her mother-in-law's tastes. More importantly, her husband had once mentioned that the emperor frequently praised his dignified demeanor, even jokingly questioning whether he'd risen through ranks on his looks alone. Gripping the thin blanket beneath her, Xiaohua had a chilling realization. The one who had actually cultivated her husband's qualities was none other than her mother-in-law before her. Certain traits and characteristics in her husband were even more pronounced in his mother, more. Gulping down a mouthful of tea, Xiaohua told herself she mustn't continue this line of thought. After all, regardless of the emperor's intentions, nothing would change now, would it? If nothing had happened years ago, even less so now. Just as Xiaohua was about to relax, the sedan chair arrived at its destination. A carriage had already stopped by the mansion gates, where several yellow-robed eunuchs carefully carried wine jars. Leading them was none other than the familiar eunuch Liang. Seeing the princess alight, eunuch Liang instinctively glanced at the sedan chair and unconsciously softened his voice. "Your servant greets the princess." Noticing the lady's appreciation for this Persian wine during the banquet, His Majesty specifically ordered these to be delivered. Looking at the 6 or 7 jars lined up, Xiaohua had no doubt nearly all remaining tribute wine in the palace was here. "Thank you for your trouble, eunuch." Taking a deep breath, the princess forced a smile. Even so, before leaving, eunuch Liang deliberately looked at the sedan chair again, his face full of concern. "Princess, might this humble servant assist with the lady? On such a cold day with her delicate health, we wouldn't want her catching a chill." The princess inhaled sharply. "No need for concern, eunuch. Our maids will arrive shortly." After seeing off the eunuchs, Xiaohua approached the sedan chair to find her mother-in-law's eyes already open. After briefly explaining the situation, Ning merely nodded lightly as if it were the most ordinary matter. "Princess Xiaohua." Only after escorting her back to her chambers did the princess snap out of her daze. Wait, if even she could notice these things, how could someone as astute as her mother-in-law possibly miss them? Of course she hadn't, but did it matter? Not really. And Ning knew perfectly well that given his temperament, her life, both past and present, wouldn't change one bit. After maids helped her remove the heavy ceremonial dress and freshen up, and Ning lazily lay on the bed, letting her nominal husband massage her legs with gentle strokes. Admiration or whatever else, since he clearly intended no action, why should she borrow trouble? As for these privileges, weren't they exactly what she deserved? After all, royalty, especially emperors, never made losing investments. Meanwhile, the system in her consciousness sighed regretfully. Regardless of anything else, this emperor truly appreciates you, host. What a pity. If you could have taken the imperial exams, you'd undoubtedly have become his right-hand minister. Might have even created a legendary tale of wise ruler and worthy subject. Or if your starting point hadn't been so low, Ning. Seeing her system was serious, and Ning abandoned elegance for once, nearly rolling her eyes to the heavens. Right-hand minister, are you serious, dog? Believe me, if I were a man today with political participation and power-seeking capabilities, his current appreciation would directly translate to future suspicion, especially as a minister gradually accumulating power. Even if she were currently one of his consorts, facing such intellect, his first reaction as emperor would undoubtedly be wariness, not admiration. For an emperor who had fought his way up from the prince's struggles with absolute ambition, emotions, mere fleeting distractions during idle moments. In truth, and Ning understood perfectly well, the preferential treatment she and her son received largely stemmed from her being a woman uninvolved in court or harem politics, despite her talents. Meanwhile, Ah Jing's temperament and upbringing destined him to become at most a capable official, never a power-seeking minister. 2 years had passed when Ning returned to her hometown once more. At year's end, just as the entire family was joyously celebrating little Ah's 5th birthday, tragic news arrived from their ancestral home. Grandfather Zai had fallen gravely ill. At 82 years old, Grandfather Zai would be considered long-lived even by modern standards. Over the years, he had suffered numerous illnesses, at times becoming bedridden. Yet somehow, he always managed to pull through with great difficulty. And Ning suspected he was clinging to life for the sake of his grandson serving as an official elsewhere. Zai Sanwa, having passed the provincial exams, had secured a decent position at the prefecture government office thanks to his sister and nephew's connections in the capital. But before he could establish himself firmly, having to observe morning leave would be detrimental to his future career prospects in Grandfather Zai's farmer-born perspective. Holding on to this hope for his grandson, the old man had strictly forbidden his family from spreading news of his illnesses, no matter how severe. Until now. This time, he must have truly reached his limit. The day after receiving the letter, and Ning had already packed and embarked on the journey home, accompanied by her husband and son. The princess had originally intended to come along, but inconveniently discovered her pregnancy, making travel inadvisable. Emperor Qianyuan, learning of the situation and considering recent rampant river bandits in Piju, not only dispatched guards for escort, but also provided a private vessel belonging to an imperial clan elder for their southbound journey. Thus, when Ning's party arrived at the prefectural docks, local officials had carriages and horses prepared. No detail of their reception was overlooked. Despite this, by the time Ning arrived, Grandfather Zai had already passed. Yet the funeral arrangements were remarkably dignified, with streams of officials paying respects daily. After offering her respects, Ning was momentarily stunned by the extravagance exceeding regulations, until Zai Sanwa hastily explained. Sister, you just returned and might not know, just days ago an imperial envoy came. Our grandfather has been posthumously honored as Fengjai Grand Master. 5th rank. Higher than his own position, after all his efforts, he remained merely a 7th-rank minor official. Silently mourning his own plight, Zai Sanwa quickly regained composure. Sister, you can't imagine how spectacular it was. Not only did the imperial envoy come personally with an edict, but numerous prefectural officials specially came to pay respects. Many were his direct superiors. Recalling the scene, Zai Sanwa wiped his face again. Grandfather departed with a smile on his face. After all, this was someone personally praised by His Majesty as virtuous. Though Zai Sanwa suspected most praise was actually for his sister, phrases like talent of national importance, kind-hearted and virtuous, and meritorious service to the realm flowed endlessly. Truly, his sister remained peerless. Sighing, Zai Sanwa admitted he'd never bring such honor to the family. While 7th-rank officials could theoretically receive imperial honors, who would trouble the Ministry of Rights for some remote minor official. Dream on, no wonder Ning realized why upon her return even the usually thick-skinned Aunt Zai hadn't dared approach, looking at her as if beholding a temple Buddha. Even her own mother regarded her with awe. Surveying the extraordinarily grand funeral setup, and Ning understood, this was the allure of power that captivated multitudes. The slightest gesture from above shone like brilliant sunlight to those below. If people sought blessings in life and honor in death, at least Grandfather Zai had achieved the latter. Listening to her brother's excited account, and Ning merely nodded calmly, while Lin Ziayuan beside her briefly clenched his fist inside his wide sleeve before relaxing. Accustomed to comfort, exhaustion claimed Ning quickly that night. While Lin Ziayuan first carried her to the bath, changed her into fresh clothes brought by maids, then gently tucked stray hairs behind her ear. In dim lamplight, gazing at his wife's unchanged beauty, Lin Ziayuan recalled their first meeting. As he'd long realized, extreme intelligence and beauty were fatal poisons to men. His wife proved even wiser and more clear-eyed than he'd imagined, having understood his and the Lin family's ambitions before even meeting him. Such insight, a mediocrity entangled in self-interest, could never possess her heart. Nor could that beauty-surrounded, lofty emperor hope to win her. Carefully tucking in the blankets to ward off chill, Lin Ziayuan finally drew her close. With Ning's arrival as the emperor-favored second-rank lady, Grandfather Zai's funeral grew even grander. On burial day, virtually every Shunan prefecture official attended. The Zai family, never having witnessed such spectacle, trembled throughout. Aunt Zai's legs shook visibly, not daring address her niece. Later arriving Dea and others reacted similarly. During the vigil, however, Ning spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, Secondya. Frankly, without the system's confirmation, Ning might not have recognized her. At barely 40, years of hardship had grayed half her hair and hunched her frame, reminding Ning of the original host's past life. As predicted, Secondya had struggled bitterly these decades. While other siblings arrived early with descendants for the funeral, Secondya and her children had been barred entry ostensibly for usurping nests. But Ning knew the real reason. People naturally despise what their superiors despise. Through the crowd, Ning glanced once before looking away, no need to dwell on irrelevancies. Yet Secondya seemed provoked, fleeing madly homeward as her children cursed. "Mother, look what you've done. If not for your evil scheming against our benefactor, would we live like this? Groveling in dirt while people point fingers." "Exactly, Aunt San's son passed the county exams last year. But brother can't even find a guarantor for the preliminary exams. All because you offended nobility and ruined father." Liu Ermei added, rolling her eyes. With such distinguished relatives, had they enjoyed even slight favor, their lives would differ entirely. She'd heard how cousins thrived thanks to that manual their aunt provided years ago, several passing preliminary exams, even county levels. Whose fault was this? Their misfortune having a stupid, vicious mother. How they wished for an accomplished mother like their aunt or even Aunt San. If father lived, we wouldn't suffer so. Ermei conveniently forgot how this stupid, vicious mother had slaved tirelessly to raise them. In their small courtyard, the siblings' tirade continued as usual. But today, after habitual silence, Secondya suddenly seized a broom and swung fiercely at her lifelong darlings. "Yes. I schemed, I stole men, I wronged Sia and our parents, but never you two. Always father this, as if Liu Wenkai were some innocent. He tried to kill me. Was I forbidden to fight back? Why?" With a final roar, Secondya's grimy broom struck Liu Daling hard. Pushed violently to the ground, Secondya watched as her two children walked away without looking back. Lying on the cold earth, she suddenly burst into loud sobs. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the children from her previous life. And that man who had toiled his whole life in the fields without achieving anything, yet willingly took multiple jobs in town to buy osmanthus candy for her and the children, only to be swept away by floodwaters during corvée labor. She vividly recalled how, though still hard, her life back then had been much better than now. Not only did third sister often secretly help, but even her timid mother endured eldest aunt's constant ridicule and insults to occasionally bring supplies for her and the two children. Even her cousin Sia. Thinking of her cousin, Secondya unconsciously clenched her fists. In her previous life, the very year her husband died, Sia's husband, the man she hated most in this life, Liu Wenkai, suddenly passed the provincial examinations. When did this hatred begin? Probably from this very day. Both women from the Zai family. Yet while her cousin became the refined wife of a provincial graduate who never dirtied her hands. Even eventually a Hanlon scholar's wife who died young, but left behind a devoted husband composing poetry in her memory, gaining admiration throughout the capital and even their remote county. She was left with a useless husband who died early, forcing her to toil her whole life while desperately waiting for scraps of generosity from others. Even those meager benefits disappeared completely after Sia's death. She never imagined that upon waking again, she'd find herself in her childhood body. Before she could process this, she discovered herself in a dark space with a strange glowing mass nearby muttering something about transmigration. At the time, Secondya didn't understand what transmigration meant, but instinctively knew this thing wanted to steal her body. She still didn't comprehend why her younger self had fought so desperately to live when her future seemed so bleak. After viciously biting the entity multiple times, she won, not only gaining control of her young body but also acquiring some shockingly rebellious ideas from another world. In that other world, women could attend school, even become officials. In the future, women could appear in public without relying on men or brothers. How wonderful! But after brief envy, Secondya knew these ideas wouldn't work here. What truly mattered were the stories she'd seen, realizing she was what they called a reborn protagonist who could use future knowledge for lifelong wealth and honor. Perhaps from resentment or seeing this as her only chance, before realizing it herself, her hands had reached toward her cousin who'd come specifically to warn her against going near the river. Secondya constantly told herself she wasn't wrong. Her cousin was fated to die young anyway. If she took this opportunity, it would benefit not just Scholar Liu but the entire Zai family. Brother Liu wouldn't lose his wife or die young, while the Zais would gain generations of advantage from having an imperial scholar's wife. Unfortunately, no one understood her good intentions. Even her own mother inexplicably distanced herself. At the time, obsessed with becoming a Hanlin scholar's wife, she hadn't noticed. Now she realized mother must have suspected her even then. A bitter smile unconsciously crossed Secondya's lips. Hearing the continuous Suona music outside, she knew if she just explained to mother that she was still her daughter Secondya who'd merely obtained special knowledge, mother would surely help her. Just like in her past life when mother endured eldest aunt's years of abuse to secretly support her. Yet each time she tried to step forward, hesitation stopped her. She thought of Sia how in this life, even without selling embroidery for hundreds of taels or becoming a Hanlin scholar's wife, her cousin had achieved greater success and honor than before. She'd caused Sia's lifelong poor health, news that the damned old hag had spread throughout Taohua County. Moreover, all these years Sia had sent gifts to everyone except her, a clear message anyone could see. Because of this, no matter how good her cooking, no one in the county would patronize her business, with some hoodlums deliberately harassing her. As Sia grew more successful, people now avoided Secondya like the plague. Third aunt hated her passionately. After 2 lifetimes of hardship, mother finally had a good life, and third sister's children's futures depended on the third branch. Having already burdened mother for 1 lifetime, how could she continue making mother and her sister suffer? And would Sia truly want her, the one who harmed her, to live well? Remembering those all-knowing eyes, Secondya found she couldn't take that step forward. After grandfather Zai's funeral, Anning didn't stay long. While being respected was nice, the worshipful gazes as if she were a temple deity became tiresome, as did the endless stream of visiting cards from various prefectures. Her friend Chubby Boy even joked she wasn't a bodhisattva but the god of literature himself. Cousin, you wouldn't believe how many families secretly worship you before exams. Even your old calligraphy works like those in Eldestya's home are now enshrined as good luck charms for examinations. Anning, all right then, she could respect it without understanding. On their departure day, not only did most prefectural officials come to see them off, but even provincial officials sent ceremonial gifts. The spectacle would be remembered in Zai Village and Taohua County for generations. Inspired by Anning's example, families throughout Taohua County with any means became willing to spend more educating their daughters. After all, who knew? They might produce another remarkable woman like Lady Qianghua. A certain historical forum in the future. Friends, big news. Just recently, a renowned archaeologist from a research institute discovered a mysterious tomb with imperial-level specifications beneath the Eastern Mausoleum. Both its architectural style and burial customs clearly indicate it's from the Qing Dynasty. Everyone guess which lucky emperor this belongs to. The news indeed caused a sensation. Within a minute of posting, countless enthusiasts flooded the thread. Wait, the great Qing Dynasty? No way, if the op says so I'm going to boldly guess now. First commenter, no need to be bold, just say it outright. Besides the famous Emperor Qianyuan of the Shizong era, which other great Zhou emperor would have such archaeological significance? Emperor Qianyuan +1, honestly I've been dying to see his tomb especially. Easy. Same guess +2. A +99.99s. Original poster op, haha, didn't expect everyone to be so sharp. Well, the truth is according to reliable sources, this tomb indeed belongs to him. Wait, seriously? No way. But is it really confirmed this time? Don't let it be another mix-up with some obscure minor emperor. Op, haha, no worries friends. This time there's solid evidence. The excavation team not only uncovered numerous imperial burial artifacts but, more importantly, some extremely precious texts preserved through special methods. Wait, when you mention texts, the kind this emperor would treasure so dearly, it couldn't belong to that lady, could it? Ha ha ha, no need to guess, of course it is. Who else's belongings would this emperor carefully preserve to this day, even placing them beside himself for eternal rest? I see. Besides, what other texts could be considered super precious besides those written by that lady? Exactly, after all, she was, well, those who know. Wow, the early bird catches the worm. Waking up to such juicy historical gossip, what luck. Agreed, this gossip is delicious, love it. Love it +1. But if that's the case, then those historians and unofficial records weren't wrong. This renowned Emperor Cannon, who founded a golden age, was secretly infatuated with a literary figure. Hey, commenter above, secretly is putting it mildly. Later on, it was practically an open secret. Right, what secret? First, making her a first-rank Junjun lady, then exempting her from bowing to the empress, bestowing favors on her parents, and even granting her granddaughter, just because she resembled the lady, the title of county princess at 7, then elevating her to commandery princess before marriage. Back then, that was a privilege reserved only for legitimate daughters of imperial princes. Tusk, if not for the age gap, that when Hui commandery princess would have been the crown princess and future empress. No kiddings. But the most damning evidence has to be this. On the day the lady passed away, the over 70-year-old Emperor Cannon, who had already abdicated as Grand Emperor, was supported by attendants to personally attend. He offered incense, helped carry the coffin, nearly shoving our then Minister of Revenue, Tantua Lin, into a corner. Still, aren't these honors exactly what the lady deserved? As the discussion grew increasingly off-topic, someone finally interjected. Given her erudition and brilliance, if the era hadn't been so restrictive toward women, her becoming a high-ranking official and benefiting her family would have been inevitable. Exactly. Just look at the systems later implemented in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Calling her a capable minister who governed an era wouldn't be an exaggeration. Precisely. I hate how people always go on about how well Emperor Cannon treated Lady Qianghua, when in reality she contributed far more to him. Logically, the Great Zhou Dynasty was already in its fifth generation. Historically, that's when decline typically begins. The reason it instead grew more prosperous, reaching a state where foreign dynasties paid tribute, was largely due to the lady's efforts. Her achievements in politics, literature, even mathematics, do none of you realize this? And Emperor Cannon himself, given the medical standards of that era, for a hardworking emperor to live that long was nothing short of a miracle. Had Lady Qianghua not spent years studying medicine due to her frail health, compiling countless medical texts and health regimens, would he have been so fortunate? Exactly, commenter above speaks truth, ha. Emperors, especially one historically recognized for diligence, don't make unprofitable deals. Did you really think he was love-struck? Yes, that commenter nailed it. The reason Lady Qianghua's privileges caused little backlash in court was precisely because everyone knew she deserved them. Agreed. Even people back then recognized her worth, yet some of us modern folks attribute it all to love. Commenter, don't be upset. Everyone's just joking. No one means to belittle or deny the lady's intelligence and accomplishments. In fact, for a beauty-surrounded emperor to remember her fondly his entire life, granting continuous privileges without causing court uproars, that alone proves how remarkable she was. Right. They say she had a photographic memory, eventually memorizing nearly the entire imperial library. According to Tantua Lin's personal notes, he was often intellectually humbled by his mother. Were it not for his father serving as contrast, he might have concluded he was the idiot. Hell not. The idiot is myself. If a 17-year-old Tanhua is an idiot, what does that make the rest of us? Idiotic pigs, hahatas. Too harsh, delete that, my friend feels attacked. Agreed, delete it. My friend is sharpening a knife. Knife sharpening +1. Honestly though, having such an extraordinary mother would make anyone doubt themselves. But it was precisely that terrifying intellect that allowed the lady to lead such cultural trends, leaving behind invaluable academic works for future generations. And Emperor Cannon's admiration wasn't without benefits. His long reign ensured historical records portrayed this genius woman fairly through official and unofficial channels. Even today, many of her writings remain well preserved. Good point. Historically, how many brilliant women were actually recorded? Thanks to her, the later Great Zhou Dynasty saw many accomplished female scholars emerge. Speaking of which, one must admire the lady's wisdom in understanding her era's limitations. As a woman influencing imperial decisions, she didn't rashly push for female empowerment. Instead, she improved agricultural efficiency, restructured the economy, tying women's societal participation to tangible benefits. Even when authorities noticed, reversing these changes became impossible due to entrenched interests. Exactly. Slow progress beats violent backlash, causing regression in women's rights. By the lady's passing, many renowned female poets and businesswomen had emerged, though female officials remained blocked by the era's restrictions. Given the times, her achievements were monumental. That's why I say the lady was extraordinarily prudent. Take her marriage. While history records Tanhua Lin's father doted on her, geniuses often possess innate pride. With her talents marrying a mediocre merchant, the lowest social rank, how many would accept that? Even if it was the safest choice. Yet the lady showed no discontent, remaining obscure beyond tutoring family for exams, only revealing her brilliance after her son achieved Tanhua status, and she confirmed the emperor's character. So cautious. Cautious plus one. But wasn't it this caution that secured her place in history? Countless geniuses met premature ends, especially a woman of humble origins in that environment. As forum users marveled, the silent op suddenly resurfaced. Major update. Most excavated texts are well preserved, including advanced medical formulas. Traditional medicine researchers are ecstatic. Oh, and math and history departments too. Returning to the system's space again after many years. For the following decades, Anning continued to live comfortably and leisurely. Every day she read books, practiced painting, brewed tea, and made wine. Occasionally she would go out for walks with her husband and son, or tease her grandchildren when they came to pay their respects. As a first-rank Junjun lady personally conferred by the emperor, wherever she went, she was met with smiles. Even the younger generations below her were mostly eager to please. Regardless of their intentions, Emperor Cannon was indeed an extremely rational ruler and an excellent executor. The two of them had always cooperated happily over the years. And when the fourth generation of the Lin family, Lin Yi, was named Tanhua Placard at the age of 21, just like his father had been in his youth, completing the honor of father and son both achieving the Tanhua title, the old Lin family finally shed the label of being mere merchants. It wasn't until she personally witnessed her great-grandson firmly establish himself in the Hanlin Academy that old Master Lin passed away peacefully in his sleep with a smile on his face. If there was any turbulence afterward, it might have been due to the blatant favoritism of her father-in-law, the emperor, or perhaps the influence of her mother-in-law in the palace. The originally chosen successor once held considerable dissatisfaction toward her husband, Lin Jinghui, as well as her, a woman who meddled in politics, and refused to stay in her place. Of course, members of the royal family were always skilled at disguising their true feelings. Knowing his father's temperament, the sixth prince never revealed any hint of his intentions in daily affairs. And Ning only noticed something amiss when Emperor Cannon fell seriously ill once, and the prince, perhaps thinking victory was assured, let a trace of his true nature slip through his usually impeccable facade. In response, Ning didn't do much. She merely wrote a few prescriptions, extending the life of her cooperative partner by just a tiny bit. And then, well, the sixth prince had no then after that. Because the emperor on the throne lived for so long, most of the older princes were already graying, while the younger ones varied greatly in ability. After much deliberation, Emperor Cannon ultimately chose a promising grandson to be named Crown Prince. As for whether this new ruler would pose a threat to the Lin family, let's just say the numerous royal uncles above him would give him enough trouble to deal with. Without any personal grudges, there was really no reason to waste time on a minor family like the Lins. Besides, by then, her husband Lin Jinghui was almost ready to retire, and as for the grandchildren, Ning didn't bother worrying about them. If descendants couldn't walk their own path with the legacy left by their ancestors, who else could they blame? As the saying goes, the blessings of a gentleman last only 5 generations. Even divine beings couldn't guarantee everlasting prosperity for their descendants, could they? After a moment of reflection, Ning quickly opened the task panel in her hand. Unsurprisingly, this mission once again received a 5-star rating, especially since the original host was extremely satisfied with the outcomes of Second Ye and Liu Wenkai. Flipping through the world's storyline, Ning's earlier guess was correct. In the lifetime where Second Ye had not been reborn, the original host had indeed married Liu Wenkai, and it was all due to an undeniable life-saving favor. In fact, the reason the intelligence-enhancing pill worked so effectively in this lifetime was partly because the original host had been an exceptionally intelligent and dexterous woman. Shortly after joining the embroidery workshop, she was taken as a disciple by a master embroiderer. By the age of 15, one of her embroidery pieces was already selling for dozens of taels of silver in the prefecture city. In her 20s, a single double-sided embroidery could fetch over 100 taels, earning her fame throughout Taohua County. It was with this money that Liu Wenkai was able to attend the best academy in the prefecture city, gradually finding excellent mentors, and eventually passing the imperial examinations to become a jinshi before he turned 30. Unfortunately, in the original host's lifetime, after half a lifetime of hard work, she never got to enjoy the glory of being an official's wife. Instead, her own husband plotted to kill her. It must be said that Liu Wenkai was quite clever. Unlike his frequent dismissiveness towards Secondya, he was genuinely attentive to the original host, even clashing with widow Liu multiple times over it. Even after becoming a provincial graduate, he never took a single concubine or maidservant. Add to that the fact that he had once risked his life to pull her out of a freezing river in the dead of winter. How could an inexperienced young girl not fall for him? Because of these feelings, by the time the original host realized something was wrong with her health, it was already too late. However, the original host was also a woman of calculation. Knowing that with her husband's current cruelty, her only son would not fare well after her death, she decisively tampered with the hairpin she wore daily. It must be said that once she let go of her lingering affection, the original host became frighteningly clear-headed, displaying an astonishing understanding of her husband. Knowing that he prized his reputation above all, she predicted he would use his beloved wife for posthumous theatrics. On her deathbed, she wore only that one hairpin, their token of love, knowing he would wear it often to play the grieving widower. And so she successfully ensured her cheap husband met his end 2 years later, dying of love sickness. Of course, the hairpin was only one of her contingency plans. As for her accomplice, Widow Liu, well, wasn't it perfectly understandable for a mother to fall ill and die after losing her son? Compared to Secondya's methods in this lifetime, it must be said that intelligent people have their own ways. But when it came to revenge, Secondya's brute force approach was far more cutting. After all, with Secondya's limited intellect, she could never have devised a way to silently eliminate her unlucky husband. So she resorted to the most direct method, one that hurt the enemy 1,000-fold but also cost her 800. In the end, she successfully ruined Liu Wenkai's reputation. But it was also precisely because of Secondya's lack of cleverness that in the lifetime before Ning arrived, she not only failed to send Liu Wenkai to study in the prefecture city early, but also delayed his becoming a provincial graduate until he was nearly 37 or 38. By then, their son was already married with children, so replacing his wife might not have been worth the trouble. Of course, and Ning suspected the most crucial factor was that Secondya had likely exposed herself long ago without realizing it. The legacy from the modern era might not have been of much use to a farm girl with narrow horizons like Secondya, but for someone as cunning as Liu Wenkai, it was a different story. At the very least, with some unconventional strategies and poems, he successfully caught the attention of certain high-ranking scholars. Reading this, and Ning couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Turning to the system dog beside her, she said with utter disbelief, "These days, just anyone can be a protagonist, huh? Forget about moral character, his abilities were, well, hard to judge. Besides, what kind of deal did Secondya get? Her so-called opportunity was just to be a free cheat for someone like Liu Wenkai." Thinking of the two predecessors before her, and Ning mused, there are countless female protagonists in the world, and even the most love-struck ones are 1,000 times better than those who steal others' opportunities, especially if it's just to snatch a man. But considering Secondya's pitifully limited life experience, and Ning didn't say anything more. To have been exposed to new knowledge and ideas, yet remain forever trapped by one's narrow worldview, wasn't that a tragedy in itself? In the system space, the system awkwardly scratched its head. Actually, in terms of their luck values, those two weren't really protagonists. At most, they were just temporary beneficiaries of a stroke of fortune in a certain timeline. And Ning remained unmoved. Isn't it absurd enough that someone like Liu Wenkai got such an opportunity in the first place? The system, well, it couldn't argue with that, but soon the dog perked up again, host. The difficulty level of this next mission is very high. Because previous taskers have failed too many times, it's now classified as orange level. Just in case, do you want to activate the system store? Glancing at the eager little dog, and Ning finally spoke lightly. Sure, go ahead. Great. Oh, and this mission. Host, it's set in a modern world. Modern host. Muttering these words, and Ning suddenly smiled brightly. By the way, didn't you say this mission is very difficult? Since we're opening the store, shouldn't the intelligence-enhancing pill be available for purchase? After all, in a modern world, learning more can only be beneficial, right? Zah. Hearing this, the teacup-sized dog stiffened for a moment, its voice suddenly stammering. That pill is very expensive, host. One costs 50 points. We might not even earn that much from a single mission. Oh, really? In that case, forget it. Surprisingly, and Ning was unusually agreeable this time. You're right. As useful as it is, 50 points is way too expensive. Yes, yes, totally not worth it. The dog nodded frantically, watching the system visibly relax, and Ning's eyes darkened imperceptibly for a moment before quickly returning to normal. A modern world, how wonderful. When Ning came to her senses, she found a pair of meticulously maintained hands before her, adorned with a massive diamond ring on one finger. At first glance, they clearly belonged to a wealthy lady. But what mattered wasn't the value of those hands, but what was being shoved into her own, a bank card. Seriously, starting off this intense right from the beginning, and Ning instinctively maintained her composure. As expected, the next moment, an elegant yet subtly arrogant voice spoke. Well then, as previously discussed, since you've received this, I trust Miss Su won't forget our agreement. The current state of the Jai group is no secret to someone like you. I believe a smart girl like yourself will make the best choice for your own benefit. Without even waiting for a response or sparing Ning a glance, the woman elegantly picked up her purse and stood to leave. Just before exiting, she turned back with a polite smile. Ah, I nearly forgot. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Ning. Surveying the highly private VIP room, Ning slowly closed her eyes to receive this body's memories. Sue Anning, 21 years old, orphaned at 6 and raised by her elderly grandmother who had also passed away several years prior. In this world, the original host was utterly alone, well excluding those so-called relatives by blood. Thinking of them, Ning's gaze darkened momentarily. Despite her disadvantaged background, the girl had worked hard and graduated from the prestigious Qing University with outstanding grades last year, a true beauty with brains. The reason for today's scene, her current boyfriend, or rather soon-to-be ex-boyfriend, Jai Zi, the ostensible only son of the Jai group in the capital and the legitimate future heir of the Jai family. Their campus romance began 4 years ago during a university sports meet when she was a freshman. He was her senior by 2 years. After graduating 3 years ago, he officially joined the Jai group, starting from a subsidiary company and steadily rising to the core through his exceptional skills. Young, handsome, wealthy, with billions to inherit and still with his college sweetheart by his side. The epitome of a winner at life, but fate is fickle. Recently, due to a major strategic error by upper management, more accurately, following old Master Jai's unfortunate passing, the newly empowered Mr. Jai SR had gotten carried away. His reckless decisions ultimately broke the company's capital chain. Compounded by rivals seizing the opportunity to attack, the Jai group now teetered on the brink of collapse. Enter Miss He from the He group, who had long pursued Jai Zi, proposing a marriage alliance. If Jai Zi agreed, substantial funds would immediately flow in, potentially resolving the crisis, or at least preventing total ruin. Hence Madame Jai's condescending visit today to see the original host. Fingering the cool metallic card, and Ning wondered, had the original agreed in her past life? Of course she had. Unlike these privileged young masters, the original had endured poverty's hardships since childhood. Outwardly an aloof, capable fairy, but inwardly more ambitious than anyone to climb up. Moreover, her parents' tragic marriage left her fundamentally distrustful of matrimony, men, and even love itself. Even now, as Jai Zi worked overnight, swallowing pride to beg favors and drinking until his stomach ached, still refusing to give up on their relationship, the original saw his eventual surrender as inevitable. Working at Jai Group herself as a finance graduate, she understood exactly how dire things were. Madame Jai's visit had also delivered an ultimatum, the exposure of her darkest secret. She wasn't just an orphan but a murderer's daughter. Worse yet, her mother had killed not only her father Su Yizhu but also herself. History repeated itself cruelly. Another wealthy heir and small-town girl defying all opposition for love, marrying despite being cut off, even conceiving the original in a tiny apartment. But life isn't a fairy tale. The glaring disparity between their former luxury and current drudgery proved unbearable for the spoiled young master. To his credit, Su Yizhu had some talent. After leaving the Su family sphere, his startup found modest success. But building from scratch is never easy. Endless business dinners, entertainment venues, and with money came women flocking to the handsome, charismatic man. Thus began the marital strife. She accused him of infidelity, always reeking of alcohol and perfume. He felt wronged, having sacrificed everything for love, now exhausted from networking, sometimes too drunk to function, only to face baseless accusations at home. Little Anning's childhood echoed with their hysterical fights. Remarkably, they never divorced, perhaps proof of true love, until Anning's mother finally ended it all. If they couldn't live together, perhaps dying together was romantic enough. In her eyes, nothing mattered more than her true love. Their young daughter an afterthought, processing this anew. She nearly laughed in anger. Why did such extreme love fools even procreate? Just then the usually silent system in her consciousness piped up excitedly. Luckily, we're still in time. Host, our timing is perfect this time. The original hasn't broken up yet or disappeared. You just need to. Before it could finish, and Ning had already pulled out her phone and booked the earliest available flight. System. No way, host. Within the consciousness space, the system was utterly shocked. Others might not know, but with the original host's memories, its own host couldn't possibly be unaware. From beginning to end, the original host's boyfriend, Jai Z, had never intended to betray his girlfriend or agree to an arranged marriage. The original host's pessimistic conjectures had never existed. In the previous life, even when his girlfriend left without a word, dealing with the dual blows to his career and love life, the male lead had stubbornly persevered through sheer determination during those difficult times. For the next 4 years, he never dated anyone else either. The once gentle and refined young master had transformed into an icy-faced CEO who kept people at arm's length. If not for his childhood friend, the lively and cheerful female lead who provided years of unwavering warmth and care. Even then, it might not have been enough to melt this glacier without subsequent events. Yet despite everything, the original host held tremendous weight in his heart. Otherwise, her return wouldn't have caused the female lead such heartbreak, nor made the devoted supporting female character completely lose her composure. From the system's perspective, arriving at this timeline was a godsend opportunity. As long as I stay by his side through this difficult time without abandoning him, we'll definitely get a happy ending. On the way back, as if sensing something, and Ning suddenly chuckled and spoke. Isn't that the case? Inside the consciousness space, the dog-shaped system scratched its head in confusion. But wasn't it precisely because the original host saw the male and female leads embracing, actually just the female lead tripping, and the male lead instinctively catching her, that she became distracted and accidentally got into the fatal car accident? This incident caused the biggest misunderstanding between the leads in years. Only after the female lead left heartbroken did the male lead finally realize his feelings, beginning the classic chasing wife through hell trope. Setting aside the lead's story, the facts prove that even after all these years apart, the original host still loved him. The system believed that while the original host never explicitly stated her regrets, they undoubtedly stemmed from this sudden departure that caused her to permanently lose her loved one. Packing the original host's meager belongings by herself, and Ning listened to her system's words but dismissed them entirely. Stay? What could she, a freshly graduated college student with no connections or experience, possibly accomplish by staying? Be the male lead's emotional crutch when he's exhausted. Endure Madame Jai's condescending gaze as she casually exposed her most painful memories like dinner conversation. Or perform in countless dramatic scenes with various female leads and supporting characters. In truth, and Ning found this mission particularly challenging because even at the moment of death, the original host herself had been utterly confused. Her love for her ex-boyfriend made her return from abroad despite having established a moderately successful career there. Yet after returning, everyone, acquaintances, strangers, even people who'd merely heard rumors, believed she was at fault. That she'd heartlessly abandoned her boyfriend, who was struggling yet persevering for her sake. That she betrayed rare genuine affection and discarded a man who loved her so deeply. That she'd transformed Jai Z from that gentle senior into a completely different person over the years. Cold, sharp-tongued, unapproachable. Even her closest college friend thought she'd gone too far. How could you not cherish someone like CEO Jai? Anning, you couldn't possibly be the gold digger they say you are, right? Just because CEO Jai had that accident back then, you left without hesitation. Without any regard for your feelings. No one cared about the Jai family's disdainful looks back then. Or how during every visit Madame Jai would affectionately embrace the female lead while casually reminiscing about their childhood memories together. As the girlfriend, she'd always felt like an outsider. In her past life, under such circumstances, even the original host began doubting herself, wondering if her decision had been wrong, especially seeing how drastically he'd changed. Guilt, self-blame, unanimous condemnation from those around her, and lingering love became daily sources of unbearable pain. But in reality, Judging causes from outcomes is utterly meaningless. And Ning believed the original host had made the best choice for herself at that time. System, truth is, even given 10,000 chances, the original host would still choose to leave, rather than stay and let this relationship fester in endless doubt and anxiety. Recalling the original host experiences, society wasn't school. On campus, they'd been the perfect golden couple. But afterwards, whether it was the privileged childhood friend female lead or the devoted supporting female character, in everyone's eyes, including the Jai families, they were all far more suitable matches than her. Packing the last piece of clothing into her suitcase, and Ning didn't hesitate as she typed into her phone's messaging app. In the conversation thread labeled "My Beloved AZ," mimicking the original host's usual tone. "I'm sorry, but I'm leaving. The reasons, we both know them well enough." Having prepared everything in advance, all necessary procedures were complete, saving Ning additional trouble. Only when boarding her flight did the familiar ringtone suddenly erupt incessantly. By then, 2 hours had passed since her message. Clearly, he'd been extremely busy during this period. Powering off her phone directly, following the flight attendant's gentle instructions, Ning boarded the plane to America without looking back. So quickly that by the time she'd landed and checked into a nearby hotel, the system in her consciousness still hadn't processed everything. Until, wait, host, were you just looking up computer science programs and AI? As if realizing something, the system stuttered in alarm before timidly adding, wasn't the original host's major finance? Yes, what's the problem? Still reviewing materials without turning around, and Ning's tone remained unchanged. Computer science fundamentals are mathematics, and it's my original expertise. No matter how you look at it, this is currently the most suitable path for me, isn't it? I suppose so. After a long pause, the system finally responded weakly. In the blink of an eye, it was already in Ning's 4th year studying at MIT. Truth be told, life abroad wasn't as colorful as one might imagine. Waking up before dawn to study newspapers, researching new journals, verifying experimental data, endless reports and studies, programming code that seemed to stretch into infinity, attending various conferences with her advisor. During this period, Ning's busy schedule even left the system watching beside her, utterly astonished. Was this really the same host who had always prioritized comfort and sought early retirement in every life? Only after typing the final page of her thesis and closing her laptop did Ning finally exhale lightly and collapse back onto her specially arranged Hasten's bed. Yet less than 2 minutes later, her phone buzzed with the expected text from her mentor, Professor Decker. And Ning's drowsiness instantly evaporated halfway. The message remained as enthusiastic yet concise as always, typical of an engineering professor, essentially informing her that there was an international conference on intelligent terminals and AI applications in 3 days. And since senior brother Truman suddenly had prior commitments, she needed to prepare early. Professor Decker, and Ning's advisor for the past 4 years, was one of MIT's tenured professors in computer science, holding worldwide prestige in artificial intelligence and intelligent bionics. When Ning first arrived in the US 3 years ago, she hadn't rushed to submit her application. Instead, she spent several months in the library devouring every available computer science book and familiarizing herself with leading scholars' research directions. Just before her visa was about to expire, she successfully caught the professor's attention with a self-developed mini-program and a forward-thinking thesis. Of course, as the old professor later admitted, the world was never short of brilliant minds, and MIT certainly wasn't lacking in them. What truly impressed him was Ning's masterful command of data algorithms in her thesis and the remarkably mature thinking system she displayed. To be honest, you don't seem like a newcomer to academia. You're more like an accomplished scholar who's been deeply immersed in the digital field for years, Professor Decker once remarked with a smile. If you weren't already my student, that unreasonable tyrant John next door would have snatched you up long ago. Ning's. Though it was just a casual joke from the professor, and Ning couldn't help but feel a momentary pang of nervousness. After all, one should never underestimate the perceptiveness of world-class scholars. Fortunately, mathematics was ultimately a field where talent spoke for itself. The professor merely made that passing remark and never brought it up again. Even so, Ning became much more cautious in her subsequent research. Thanks to this unexpected message, Ning's plans for a well-deserved nap were completely ruined, forcing her to swiftly rise from her cozy bed. Gathering information, organizing materials, preparing potential speeches. By the time she finished all this, most of the night had slipped away unnoticed. After everything was done, Ning didn't forget to take one of the specially prepared black hair pills and a health-boosting pill with a gulp of spirit spring water. Yet the next morning, as she gazed at the raven-haired, red-lipped beauty in the mirror, she still felt her complexion look somewhat dull, with faint dark circles under her eyes. Indeed, all-nighters were the ultimate weapon against beauty. Thinking of her senior's steadily receding hairlines over the years, Ning shuddered involuntarily and promptly decided that after obtaining her PhD next year, she absolutely had to take a short break first. As usual, she stayed in the lab until evening. After bidding farewell to a few seniors, she finally noticed the familiar black Bentley parked outside the research institute, its roof blanketed under thick snow, clearly having waited for quite some time. President Fu. The American winter was rather chilly. Instinctively tightening her thick cashmere scarf, Ning suddenly found a black long-handled umbrella appearing above her head. Without refusing the gesture, she smoothly took her seat in the back. After taking a sip of the hot cocoa handed to her, she finally asked curiously as the car slowly drove off campus. President Fu coming here so late, did something go wrong with last time's operating system? Her strictly businesslike tone made Fu Sheng, who had been about to exchange pleasantries, choke momentarily. After a pause, he replied half-jokingly, half-sighing, "Miss N, your words truly wound me. After all these years of acquaintance, I'd hoped we'd at least progressed into the realm of friendship, if not close friends." The man appeared to be around 27 or 28, dressed in a dark gray turtleneck sweater. His deliberately polished attire accentuated his refined, scholarly demeanor. Especially now, with the shrewdness and sharpness of business stripped away, the faint sigh in his deep-set eyes and his slightly hoarse voice only added to the mature charm he exuded. To this, Ning merely smiled without responding. A shadow flickered through Fu Sheng's gaze, but he quickly changed the subject. "Miss N, or should I say Dr. Susun, have you considered where you'll work after graduation? Given your current achievements, returning to China afterward might prove rather difficult, especially with her smart system Xiao Ba, which not only possessed powerful intelligent analysis and data simulation capabilities, but even exhibited a degree of learning ability. Even in today's landscape where AI has made significant progress, this was no small breakthrough. This technology could undoubtedly play a massive role in gaming, automotive, and various high-tech fields. As far as he knew, not only were major U.S. investors keenly interested, but even military circles weren't immune to its appeal. Were it not for Professor Decker's influence in academia. Fu Sheng glanced up at the rearview mirror, taking in the snow-skinned, bright-eyed woman whose very demeanor exuded cool detachment. Merely sitting there, she was undeniably captivating. Pity the king pined while the goddess remained unmoved. Truth be told, after all these years of slow-burning pursuit with zero progress, Fu Sheng had even begun questioning his own charm at one point. Recalling previous investigation results, Fu Sheng frowned slightly, a shadow crossing his handsome features. "Miss N, though this may be presumptuous, as someone who's been through it, I must advise that people should always look forward." Nings, what is well? "Yeah, I can tell you've been through it." Pretending not to notice the probing and invitation in his words, and Ning offered no explanation, merely curving her eyes slightly as she nodded gently. "Don't worry, President Fu. I already have plans for what comes next." Then what does Miss Ning mean by this? If I said I want to establish my own independent laboratory after returning to China, I wonder if Mr. Fu would be willing to be the investor. Dispensing with unnecessary pleasantries, and Ning chose to get straight to the point. Hearing this, Fu Sheng was clearly surprised at first, but this surprise quickly turned into immense delight. Almost unable to contain his eagerness, he quickly responded, "Of course I'm willing. In fact, having Miss Su's favor is an honor for me, even if it requires you to invest considerable money and effort throughout. Yet all I can offer in return is 10% equity and priority rights to future patents. And even these usage rights wouldn't be free of charge." Holding the still warm cocoa in her hands, and Ning continued speaking with a smile. Understanding her implication, Fu Sheng in the driver's seat didn't get angry. Instead, he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "But even so, given Miss Ning's capabilities, I believe I won't be at a disadvantage, will I?" In fact, to some extent, Fu Sheng already felt flattered by this opportunity. While establishing a research facility meeting her requirements from scratch would indeed require substantial funding, the truth was others might lack money. But this woman before him, just her patents from the past 2 years alone, represented a considerable fortune. No one understood this better than him as her close collaborator. Even currently, 2 of the most profitable software programs in his Fu Corporation technologies originated from her. However, considering her usually lazy disposition outside research, Fu Sheng quickly understood her reasoning. His eyes unconsciously filled with amusement as he immediately assured, "Rest assured, Miss Su. Apart from all laboratory equipment, I'll naturally take care of all external communications and management affairs. To this, Ning merely nodded calmly. As he said, being an excellent businessman, this man clearly wouldn't suffer losses. Nor would Ning feel guilty. Fame and fortune, in fact, the benefits brought by reputation could be just as substantial as material gains. But Ning, are you really certain about this? While Fu Corporation has some foundation, certain equipment isn't easily obtainable. Fu Sheng hesitated. The research environment and experimental conditions will hardly compare to here. This was true, and Ning naturally understood. After all, what could compare to the most professional laboratories at the world's top universities? Especially since Ning's advisor Decker was a true authority in computer science, with annual government support and abundant technical resources. Truthfully, if possible, she wouldn't want to switch locations so soon. As Fu Sheng said, the experimental conditions and academic environment in America had suited her quite well so far. But thinking of the frequent disturbances recently, honestly, she felt if she stayed much longer, even basic personal safety might become questionable, despite having multiple firearms stored in her space. And Ning clearly knew the valuable assets she possessed weren't limited to just this intelligent system, nor would Xiao Ba be the only one in the future. If she didn't make her escape soon, in a couple years she might truly be unable to leave. Considering the terrifying security environment and what could only be called culinary darkness here, and Ning couldn't help shaking her head. A few years were tolerable, but a lifetime? No thanks. Establishing a private laboratory wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Although Jing University had contacted her about returning, seniority-based systems existed everywhere. Obtaining an independent laboratory there could take who knows how long. Moreover, thinking of the energetic dog still bouncing around in her consciousness. Both now and in the future, she needed a more private research environment. As for the equipment issues, considering this man's background, and Ning lightly tapped her fingers, her usually cool eyes revealing a hint of amusement. Actually, I currently possess another technology. I just wonder if your Fu Corporation can handle it. May I ask? Fu Sheng was about to inquire when he saw the email she sent. Even for someone as worldly as CEO Fu, his pupils couldn't help but constrict at that moment. Several months later, watching the slowly descending business helicopter and the clearly Special Forces-style bodyguards before her, and Ning showed no surprise, cooperatively handing her suitcase to one of them. Thank you, comrade. Professor Su, you're too polite. Perhaps vaguely aware of something, the two young comrades remained exceptionally cautious throughout the journey. Only the accompanying bright-eyed young woman proved exceptionally lively and talkative. Her constant chatter successfully helped Ning sort through much of last night's data coding. By landing time, they'd even exchanged contact information. Only then did Ning learn this young woman was named Han Miao, a name suggesting water-like softness but reality. Watching the girl effortlessly lift a massive package weighing dozens of kilograms with one hand, while maintaining a brisk pace. Ning, what kind of new super strength supplement was this? Ning nearly lost control of her facial expression. This package contained books and materials she'd mailed days ago, easily 30 kilograms. Perhaps noticing her bewilderment, the girl flashed a bright smile, her sun-kissed face revealing a row of white teeth. Her otherwise delicate, pretty features now exuded a straightforward honesty. Sister Anning, don't worry, just a few dozen kilograms, no problem at all. Our families had legendary strength for generations. From grandfather to father, none lack strength. You should see my brother, now that's real power. Actually, my brother was supposed to come today, but that guy. Mid-sentence, she seemed to remember something and scratched her head sheepishly. Sister Anning, don't misunderstand, it's not that he didn't want to come. Handing over the chocolate she carried with her successfully interrupted the young girl's incessant chatter. Why he didn't come over had nothing to do with her anyway. At most, she just thought the man lacked professionalism. Having no interest in wasting time on such trivial gossip, Ning quickly returned to her room after resting and busied herself with her laptop. Despite her tendency to gossip, Han Miao was actually quite professional. She thoroughly checked every corner of the room again to ensure safety before quietly staying inside. She even made sure to move around softly. Ning currently lived in a high-end apartment she had booked earlier, which offered excellent privacy. For safety reasons, Fu Sheng had purchased the entire top floor long ago and renovated it to its current state. It had everything, a music hall, gym, swimming pool, all available. Now with two young girls and an auntie responsible for household chores, the place still felt quite spacious. Knowing Ning's work nature, the two usually made a point not to disturb her. With a carrot dangling ahead and the military support, and Ning's laboratory was constructed remarkably fast. By the second month after her return, all the lab equipment was already in place. The whole process took less than a year, and Ning herself didn't drop the ball either. 6 months later, at Fu Corporation's new product launch, a short video lasting just a few minutes quickly went viral. What, girls, what did I just see? Are special effects this realistic nowadays? It's gotta be special effects, right? In the video, a man with a crooked mouth and eyes, originally bedridden due to paralysis, was playing a video game. Well, not by himself, but through mechanical arms attached to his hands. Some wanted to call it staged, but watching the young man in the video, eyes red with excitement one moment and frustration the next, he looked every bit like a hardcore gamer. Let's just say his acting was pretty convincing. But the video didn't stop there. There were disabled individuals using mechanical prosthetics to trim flowers, jog, and walk, their movements almost indistinguishable from those of able-bodied people. Another was leisurely lying in a chair while two small mechanical hands tapped away on a keyboard, typing for them. The crowd. Sharp-eyed netizens also noticed that all these people shared one common feature. An unknown metal helmet on their heads, mind control legendary style. Gotta say, the video creators pretty creative, hahaha. True, and props for the special effects. Agreed, +1 for the effects. They look super realistic so far. If only these were real. Guys, what if everything above is actually real? Right, did you all even check who posted the video? It's Fu Corporation. Would a major group's decision-makers joke around like this? Plus, this was shown at their new product launch. With all those board members making appearances, there's no way this is a prank. But hell, has technology advanced this much in just a few years? Some netizens couldn't believe it. If this is real, I want to know which genius pulled this off. Seriously, if the video's legit, full dive VR might not just be a dream anymore. VR's still a stretch, but just what's shown here is insane. Especially for people with disabilities, this is a game changer. If y'all thinking too small, this isn't just for disabilities. Imagine military use, soldiers controlling mechanical arms from miles away, guns already aimed at enemies' heads. How's that for a surprise? Or drones. Remote mind control this precise and responsive, absolutely next level. Wait, what? Where'd my comment go? Who's the jealous jerk reporting stuff? In any case, Fu Corporation's name exploded overnight. Within half a day, the flood of consultation and order calls nearly overwhelmed the front desk. While the internet buzzed with excitement, and Ning relaxed comfortably in the rooftop swimming pool, admiring the city's nightscape through specially installed one-way glass. Meanwhile, Han Miao sat on a nearby lounge chair, constantly refreshing her phone while giggling non-stop. Between laughs, she kept shooting admiring glances at Ning, who was resting with her eyes closed. She might as well have shouted, "Big sis, you're the best." Even so, when Ning got up, Han Miao promptly scrambled from her chair, eagerly handing her a towel while helping dry her long black hair, all while showering her with praise. Wow, Anning, you're amazing. How do you even think of this stuff? You're so smart, unlike me. You have no idea, Anning. Forget complex programming, just math alone is my mortal enemy. Remembering her struggles with numbers, the girl nearly shed imaginary tears. Being smart must be nice. Smart, and Ning smiled without responding. Truthfully, the original host, despite her harsh upbringing, had managed to get into a prestigious university, proof of her sharp mind. But today's achievements couldn't be summed up by intelligence alone. At first glance, the technology seemed groundbreaking, but in reality, as early as the last century, scientists had experimented with inserting electrodes into brains to control prosthetics via electrochemical signals. By the early 21st century, using neuromuscular signals to operate prosthetics wasn't even rare. But due to missing nerve endings in residual limbs and other factors, overall responsiveness remained limited. In recent years, scientists had combined this tech with AI, using it to interpret signals and simulate reactions for smoother prosthetic use. Even now, the technology is still evolving. Ning's true innovation lay in analyzing brainwaves without actual electrode implants, and developing more sophisticated algorithms for the AI in the prosthetic arms to accurately interpret signals from the helmets and respond swiftly. So beneath the seemingly miraculous tech was just one small step forward. Without her accumulated expertise across lifetimes in medicine and mathematics, even this step would have been incredibly difficult. But isn't that the charm of modern science? Even a tiny advancement can create ripples across countless aspects of life. Lying on her familiar bed, Ning closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of leisure. As it turned out, leisure time was always fleeting. With the release of the new technology by Fu Corporation Technologies and the overwhelmingly positive feedback from users, and Ning's credentials as the developer quickly landed on the desks of major corporations in the capital and even high-ranking officials. Even online, traces of Dr. Su's reputation began to surface. It had to be said that the curiosity and capabilities of netizens were not just for show. Moreover, Ning had already established a considerable reputation in the industry during her time working under her advisor, Professor Decker. However, as the saying goes, laymen watch for excitement while experts discern the craft. The new technology Fu Corporation had heavily invested in was nothing short of a golden goose. Naturally, they wouldn't let others take a share of the profits before reaping substantial rewards themselves, especially when there were clear indications of military involvement behind the scenes. But was this technology's true value limited to just that? Obviously not. Beyond the brainwave-extracting helmet, what truly made high-tech industries salivate was the underlying AI technology. Anyone with insight could see that the ability to accurately and swiftly analyze brainwave data and execute commands indicated an exceptionally precise and high-speed processing system. This technology could significantly impact fields like smartphones, computers, and even automobiles. The high-tech industry was ruthlessly competitive. Sometimes, falling just one step behind meant facing obsolescence or replacement. Moreover, considering her age, only 26, and already achieving this much, who could predict what heights she might reach in the future? Calling her potential limitless wouldn't be an exaggeration. Why wouldn't anyone want to befriend such talent? For these reasons, despite Fu Sheng's best efforts to manage the situation, invitations and visiting cards from all directions soon piled up around Ning. However, Ning had never been fond of such social engagements. She didn't need these connections to chase greater benefits. Money, to her, was just a means to live comfortably. Beyond a certain point, it was merely numbers. Why sacrifice precious leisure time to engage in empty pleasantries with strangers? Exhausting, wasn't it? Without hesitation, she handed over the patent management rights to Fu Sheng and continued lounging on her rocking chair, basking in the sun. Pity, sipping the slightly chilled fruit wine, and Ning lamented that she wouldn't be able to travel anytime soon. In fact, due to the technology's fame, even the apartments below hers had 2 new occupants, people eagerly seeking opportunities to meet her. The crowd desperately looking for chances to connect. Fu Sheng, who had been so busy lately that his usually well-maintained hair had started thinning. Yep, still the same girl he knew. Remembering that this was her way of showing trust, the overworked CEO instantly perked up. However, glancing at the meeting request from the Jai group handed to him by his assistant, Fu Sheng's expression darkened momentarily. Jai Zi, muttering the name that somehow sounded pretentious and irritating, Fu Sheng couldn't resist the petty urge to schedule him last. As for how long Jai Zi would have to wait. Well, with dozens, if not hundreds, of people lined up to see him, CEO Fu was far too busy these days. Honestly, and Ning wasn't particularly surprised when she saw the familiar face again. What did surprise her was that Madame Jai, someone who valued propriety above all and had always maintained an image of grace and elegance, especially in front of the original host, would disregard decorum and wait outside her residential complex in the freezing cold, allowing the wind and snow to dampen her luxurious fur coat. Madame Jai. Not intending to humiliate her, and Ning gestured for the driver to open the car door promptly. It was the same private room as before, yet in less than 5 years, their positions had completely reversed. Now it was Ning sitting there composedly while Madame Jai fidgeted with unease. Truth be told, when Madame Jai first saw her again after 5 years, she barely recognized her, even doubting her own eyes for a moment. What had Su Ning been like before? Just a naive girl. No matter how well she pretended, Madame Jai had seen right through her. Pretty and ambitious, desperately clawing her way up yet clinging to misplaced pride and absurd self-respect. To Madame Jai, it had all been laughably contradictory. Only her son could have genuinely believed this girl was some pure, untainted angel. Before coming, Madame Jai had already prepared her approach. In her view, no matter how intelligent or educated someone from humble beginnings was, certain ingrained traits couldn't be erased. The first thing people did after sudden success was to trample those who had once looked down on them, to relish the sight of their former superiors bowing before them, compensating for past humiliations. And Su Ning. From what she knew, the girl might not be ruthless enough for extreme vengeance. If she could let her vent her grievances and factor in Jai Zi's past affection, the past could be water under the bridge. But now, facing this woman, Madame Jai wasn't so sure anymore. Staring into those ice-cold eyes, she saw no gloating, no condescending arrogance, just calm detachment. Yet under that gaze, Madame Jai felt utterly exposed, as if stripped bare under sunlight. Every plan, every thought she had seemed nothing more than a farcical performance in Ning's eyes, transparent and pitiful. Clutching her handbag tightly, Madame Jai wondered, could 5 years truly change someone so drastically? Or had the trauma from back then, especially the revelation about her parents, been too much to bear, altering her personality entirely? If that were the case, her face paled further at the thought, but she forced herself to speak. I know, what I did back then was excessive, but the Jai group was in crisis, I had no choice. Hate me, resent me, I accept that. Direct it all at me, but AZ never once wronged you. Looking at the noblewoman before her, who instinctively adopted such a submissive posture, and Ning found it amusing but not particularly surprising. She took a sip of freshly poured tea. See, there was never such a thing as unintentional harm. Those who hurt you always knew exactly how sharp the blade they wielded against you was. Just like Madame Jai in the original host's memories, she had always excelled at using the most casual demeanor, perfectly measured aloofness and arrogance to pierce the already shattered self-esteem of the original host until it bled profusely. She had made the original host doubt not only her impending future but even herself on multiple occasions. There were no outright mockeries or sarcastic remarks, yet her actions cut deeper than any of those ever could. From beginning to end, in Ning's view, this woman had maintained an excellent grasp of the original host's psychological state. And Ning even suspected that Madame Jai had thoroughly investigated the original host's family background right from their first meeting. The reason she hadn't immediately used it as leverage was simply because she was waiting for the perfect moment to strike with precision. The amusing part was that now, precisely because she understood so clearly the damage she had inflicted on the original host, Madame Jai felt anxious and unsettled. Hence this unprecedented apology visit even before Ning had expressed any stance. Madame Jai. With a crisp sound, Ning set down her teacup casually, her clear eyes calm and unreadable as she looked at the woman before her. Actually, this visit of yours today isn't really necessary, is it? The truth is, you've always understood my character perfectly. It's true that I dislike you and detest your past actions. But it's also true that I'm unlikely to go out of my way to do anything about it. Besides, Ning stirred her spoon idly, her tone still casual. If not for your generous sponsorship of 5 million back then, how could a backgroundless, connectionless girl like me have survived those years abroad comfortably? Mentioning the money didn't even make Ning's eyebrow twitch, let alone show any guilt or discomfort. Neither the original host nor she felt there was anything wrong with accepting that money. Only those who have experienced it know how difficult it is to leave one's homeland, especially for a foreign country. Here, the original host had familiar friends, especially schoolmates and professors, many of whom were elites in various fields. Whether starting a business or finding a decent job, the beginning would be thousands of times easier than being completely alone in a foreign land. Knowing the hardships she would face, the original host had taken that money despite her bleeding heart, and Ning actually admired that decision. Frankly, if anyone called this gold digging, Ning would only say, good for her. Meanwhile, Madame Jai's expression stiffened momentarily. That 5 million had actually been returned untouched to her account 4 years ago. At that time, she hadn't thought much of it. She didn't admire the other party's integrity, but rather found such pride laughable. How laughably naive, how laughably stupid. A young, beautiful woman alone in a foreign country without money. Suffering would be the least of her problems. Now it seemed this woman before her had already achieved success in her field back then, hence the confidence to return every cent. 1 year, she had only needed 1 year. Thinking of this, Madame Jai unconsciously clenched her hands, her well-maintained nails digging into her palms unnoticed. In fact, ever since Fu Corporation's product launch, this young doctor's background and history had been thoroughly investigated by various parties domestically, especially her time in America. A former finance student who, through just half a year of self-study, could independently design software programs and earn recognition from world-renowned professors. Within a year, she became one of that old professor's most prized students, obtaining her master's degree the following year and frequently accompanying her advisor to major international conferences. In less than 3 years, she had made her mark in academia. Calling her a genius in her field wouldn't be an exaggeration. More importantly was her collaboration with Fu Corporation over these years. Evidence showed Dr. Su wasn't just academically brilliant, but also remarkably forward-thinking in practical applications. It wasn't hard for interested parties to discover that Fu Corporation Technology's rapid development since 4 years ago, gradually establishing itself in America's high-tech sector, coincided with when the two met. At 26, an age that could still be considered junior in academia, to have achieved so much, her future value was truly incalculable. Few wouldn't want to befriend such top-tier talent. Did she regret it? Naturally. Thinking back to her earlier mockeries and assumptions, Madame Jai felt uncharacteristically embarrassed. But more important than that was the person before her now. Both knew that 5 million represented not just the money, but also that sealed chapter of the past. Looking at Anning's calm expression, Madame Jai recalled how the formerly proud young girl had instantly paled when first confronted, her fragility evident despite her efforts to appear strong. But now, Madame Jai understood. The only reason someone could mention the past so calmly was because it no longer affected them. Then, Madame Jai subconsciously clenched her fists. Never had she been more acutely aware that the person before her was no longer the Su Anning of yesterday. Not just in status but in character. If she could cast aside such dark, painful history, how much weight would youthful affections hold in her eyes now? This was what unsettled Madame Jai most. As for Ning saying she bore no ill will, Madame Jai believed her, simply because there was no need. At her current level, making trouble for Madame Jai or even the Jai family would be all too easy. The current her probably wasn't even worth deceiving in Ning's eyes. But Madame Jai also knew some things couldn't be resolved just by the other party magnanimously letting it go. People were inherently pragmatic. Not to mention whether other competitors who learned of this would take advantage. Just considering how among all the companies, Fu Sheng had deliberately placed the Jai family last in line, wasn't that statement enough? If they failed to secure the rights to this patent system this time while others succeeded, worse yet, given Ning's capabilities, this situation might recur multiple times in future. Taking a deep breath, Madame Jai finally spoke. Miss Su, regarding my past offenses, I'm willing to provide any compensation you desire. But this processing system, the Jai family genuinely needs it. Could you possibly? Could you? Her plea was abruptly interrupted by a sweet, cheerful voice. Auntie, it really is you, I just. Hey, isn't this Sister Sue? Sister Sue, it's so good to have you back. Noticing the unease in the other person's eyes, and Ning didn't say much and had no intention of prolonging the interaction. She merely nodded slightly in their direction. Madame Jai, regarding what you mentioned before, I've already entrusted the patent agency rights entirely to President Fu. Strictly business, as I said before, I won't play any tricks. Likewise, your Jai family won't receive any special treatment either. After speaking, and Ning didn't bother observing their reactions. She simply picked up her bag and prepared to leave. Just as she reached the door, a familiar voice suddenly called out, Sister Sue, actually all these years, Brother Az has never forgotten about you. And, up until now, whether it's me or Sister he's never accepted anyone. In Brother Az's heart, the only person he's been thinking about all these years is you, Sister Sue. Meng Tian's voice trembled noticeably as she spoke, yet she mustered the courage to say it anyway. And Ning didn't pause her steps or even turn back, merely chuckling lightly. Is that so? Unfortunately, that has nothing to do with me anymore. And don't you call him Brother Az. Just like always from beginning till now. Without another glance at Meng Tian's stunned expression or Madame Jai's increasingly unpleasant expression, and Ning strode away in her new high heels without looking back. Truthfully, if not for the original host's lingering confusion and obsessions, and Ning wouldn't have wasted any time on either of them. In her opinion, emotional entanglements were the most troublesome and meaningless things. Whether it's real sweetness or fake, what does it have to do with her? Though it's strange how someone could barge into this private room, could this place be her family's business? Silently adding this establishment to her blacklist, and doing some shopping at the mall, and Ning finally returned to her apartment with Han Miao and armfuls of shopping bags. After this brief relaxation, and Ning's life quickly returned to its usual busy pace. And Ning's advisor, Professor Decker, was an extremely tolerant elder. Although he regretted that his most promising student ultimately chose to leave, the aged professor understood her decision to return to China. The desire to contribute to one's homeland should never be questioned. Moreover, their academic exchanges continued uninterrupted. Perhaps out of respect for the old professor, or maybe because Ning's current achievements weren't worth targeting yet, regardless, no dangers appeared around her during this period. This allowed Ning to proceed with increasing ease. In June, approaching graduation season, Ning unexpectedly received an invitation from Qing University to give a public lecture. Actually, she'd already received a faculty invitation from this university earlier. But after some consideration, she declined the permanent position, only agreeing to occasional visits. Unlike her previous life, her time in this life was far too precious to spend elsewhere. However, Looking down at the student wearing a gray-blue hoodie and casual pants with neat short hair, the very picture of an aloof university heartthrob except for the untamed arrogance in his eyes. And Ning wordlessly accepted the water bottle from Han Miao, while outright refusing the drink offered by the student. And the drink was milk and Ning's. Sorry, but I generally don't accept drinks from strangers, and Ning said coolly, her distant demeanor successfully deterring other approaching students. Is that so? Completely unfazed by her coldness, the young man cheerfully pulled out throat lozenges from his pocket, revealing a row of perfectly white teeth when he smiled. Admittedly, his smile was quite sunny. But what did that have to do with her? Ignoring his attentiveness, and Ning gathered her lecture notes and headed for the door with the young man quickly following. There was no denying his striking looks, phoenix eyes, high nose bridge, well-defined features. When not smiling, he looked like the archetypal aloof campus heartthrob, but when smiling, well, for some reason it reminded her of a husky, and Ning shook her head to dismiss the strange thought. A college student. At this thought, and Ning's movements paused slightly. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, the young man casually pocketed the lozenges and caught up in long strides, explaining with a smile, Professor Su, don't misunderstand. Let me introduce myself, I'm Jai Yang, 22, a finance major from last year's class. Worried this obvious academic might misunderstand, he added, actually could have graduated last year. But my old man decided to stir up trouble right before graduation, so I had to lay low for half a year. Just came back to finish my degree. Oh, and I was actually here to find a junior earlier. For someone who seemed so carefree, he was surprisingly perceptive. And Ning ignored him and continued walking. Fortunately, despite his forwardness, Jai Yang knew his boundaries. When a Ning clearly refused his company, he immediately stopped following, and Ning didn't look back. This kind of approach was far too cliched. While the young man was attractive, he wasn't nearly tempting enough to sway her. Moreover, beneath his seemingly unrestrained demeanor, his every movement betrayed proper upbringing. Even the limited edition watch on his wrist wasn't something money could easily buy. This kind of background spelled nothing but trouble. It was just a minor episode that Ning quickly forgot about, not giving it much thought. The truth proved that achieving success in any field was no easy task. Without her previous life's near-photographic memory, Ning had to invest exponentially more time and energy into her work. There were even mornings when she woke up with lines of code swirling in her mind. If the system had initially been surprised, now it was downright shocked. Host, aren't you pushing yourself too hard? No choice given how terrible my memory is this time around. And Ning replied meaningfully, glancing at the secretly guilty system. She swiftly pulled out the latest journal from her bookshelf. Instead of worrying about me, focus on monitoring our surroundings. After all, our personal safety depends entirely on you now, system. Didn't you say earlier that many had failed this mission before? If we succeed, wouldn't that prove your capabilities? All right, I get it. Inside her consciousness space, the teacup poodle system sighed wearily. Even as code, it needed downtime. But remembering the female lead who barged into their private room last time, though coincidental, such situations might recur. Not to mention those researchers who died under accidental circumstances that Ning had investigated earlier. Thinking of its 3 previous 5-star ratings, the system perked up. Just 2 more to go, it couldn't afford to fail now. Actually, host, if you just join a military research institute or similar, the protection level would increase dramatically. Many places have already sent you invitations, better equipment, top experts in various fields. Flipping through her journal without looking up, Ning countered, then why are you so keen on entrusting our safety to others? The logic felt off yet strangely convincing. Resigned, the canine system resumed its diligent surveillance, even failing to notice when Ning switched books. Over the next half-year, as intelligent control technology saw deeper applications, Ning frequently attended domestic academic conferences as its developer and even visited several military research institutes as a special advisor. Being a top-tier scientist, a stunning beauty, and holding multiple patents, any single attribute would attract swarms of suitors. The approaches were endless, including from the prestigious Su family of the capital, who sent none other than the family patriarch, and Ning's biological grandfather. She ignored them all. The old Su patriarch's expression remained vividly etched in Ning's memory. Having brought the Su family to its current status, both he and Ning's uncle were undoubtedly shrewd. They didn't lead with emotional appeals but laid out practical benefits bluntly. Young people often naively believe their genius alone guarantees smooth sailing. They forget the world overflows with talent. Countless have fallen midway for various reasons. People form groups precisely because standing alone makes one vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. A single tree cannot make a forest. this has held true since ancient times. Had you been born a Su, with the family backing you, your current benefits and treatment could multiply several times over. Was there truth in this? Certainly. Would a Ning believe it? Absolutely not. What difference existed between the Su family and Fu Corporation when both relationships were transactional? The meaningless blood ties. At least she and Fu Sheng shared years of productive collaboration. Moreover, the Su family had relentlessly suppressed their own son. How much colder could they get? As for whether outright rejection might provoke retaliation, amusingly no. While they'd oppressed Ning's father mercilessly years ago, they suddenly understood the wisdom of leaving room for reconciliation with this granddaughter. Instead of retaliation, they repeatedly sent younger family members to approach her. Unfortunately, as a tech recluse, Ning only left her lab for work or occasional gourmet outings, hardly any outdoor activities. Unless someone was extraordinarily persistent, chance encounters were nearly impossible. Like now spotting Jia Yang jogging in just a tracksuit during winter. Emerging from her lab, Ning instinctively tightened her down jacket. Such physical endurance was enviable. Seeing Ning leaving the research building at this hour, Jia Yang immediately knew she'd pulled another all-nighter. Wait here, get in the car first. He dashed to his nearby vehicle and returned with a food container, handing it through the window. Don't worry, I cooked everything myself this morning, completely safe and healthy. After learning about Ning's identity and achievements, he'd stopped bringing outside food. Ning finally laughed at his attire. Morning jog, a jog that involved driving here and circling the area. Well. Jia Yang scratched his head sheepishly but couldn't help smiling when he saw her amused expression. No matter how many times he saw her, he'd always think, damn, she's gorgeous. Like a fairy from childhood paintings, every strand of hair perfect. Perhaps because Ning seemed unusually approachable today, even inviting him into her car for the first time in months, Jia Yang felt flustered. He scrambled in, carefully keeping his distance to avoid chilling her with his cold clothes. So, Ning, have you considered giving me a chance? After recovering from his daze, Jia Yang seized the opportunity. Look, I can handle both social and domestic affairs, definitely worth it. Plus I'm young, my old man doesn't interfere, family's well off with decent business, no burdens. Unlike certain old men climbing the ladder desperately. And I fell for you at first sight. Old men? And Ning rolled her eyes at the obvious dig, and love at first sight. Wasn't it more like lust at first sight? Jia Yang, what is well? Can it be attraction to appearance that deepened into soul connection? The first part was acceptable, but the latter, and Ning inwardly scoffed, she didn't buy it for a second. What if I said I'll never marry, never have children, never make any commitments? After that day, Jia Yang never appeared again. Ning's life continued as usual, showing no signs of being affected. However, the system that had been secretly observing the situation couldn't help but ask, Host, aren't you sad at all? I feel like you did have some feelings for him. Why did its host seem somewhat happy instead? Indeed, I quite liked his appearance. Ning nodded in acknowledgement, but it was merely appreciation. It wouldn't affect her future life, nor cause any significant emotional loss. The system was confused and muttered quietly. That guy isn't resolute at all, he must not have truly cared about you. No need to say that, typing the final line of code, Ning remained calm. Precisely because he didn't agree, whether it was due to resisting temptation or other reasons. It shows he might have some genuine feelings or backbone. It's just that this sincerity couldn't compare to the dignity of someone who had been a prodigy since childhood. Isn't that normal? Without experiencing hardships or so-called life-and-death separations, even if they had, how could emotions compare to a man's dignity? To live without status or recognition, seen as an unworthy dependent who could be discarded at any moment due to the woman's achievements and attitude, what self-respecting person would accept that? This is reality, not some melodramatic love story. On the contrary, if he had agreed, it would have proven that his motives were far from pure. Emotions might not surpass dignity, but benefits could make even a prodigy bow his head. It was a false premise from the start. Arg, this is so complicated, human thoughts are. But host, you're pushing yourself too hard this lifetime. The people in your current position are indeed difficult to deal with. Actually, there's nothing wrong with benefits. Didn't you live well because of them in your previous life? The dog system still didn't understand. Yes, and as you said, that was the previous life. While speaking, Ning's fingers flew across the keyboard with dazzling code. Back then, I was at a disadvantage, so I had to seize the core benefits. But this time, since I can live well on my own, why would I unnecessarily complicate things? Having ulterior motives isn't the main issue. It's that his identity is troublesome. Continuing entanglement would bring no benefits. Earlier, Ning had considered finding someone attractive and easy to manipulate for fun, but later found it uninteresting. Hadn't she seen enough handsome men in her past 3 worlds? Being with someone incompetent and solely focused on climbing up would feel like a loss to her. In her aesthetic standards, overly weak men, no matter how good-looking, were unappealing. Host, don't be like this. Maybe someone will truly love you. Maybe Ning didn't take it seriously. But my time is precious, why waste energy on such matters? Besides, system, do you think what I said earlier was false? The dog looked bewildered. Ning stated plainly, anyway, in this life I will never marry or have children. First, it's unnecessary and she didn't want to endure the hardship. Second, a person's focus is hard to split. Even with decades of single-minded dedication, she might not achieve her goals. Adding family ties would make it impossible. Being too busy with work to care for family would be unfair to the child. Even as a top scientist, this wouldn't change. A child's emotional void in childhood wouldn't be filled by her status. Since she couldn't provide enough love, it was better not to have one at all. Fine. As a traditional system, it still couldn't comprehend its host's perspective. Similarly puzzled was Han Miao. Seeing them talk earlier, she thought Sister Anning's attitude had softened, but it ended so quickly. But for such an accomplished scientist like Sister Anning not wanting to marry, well, it made sense. In fact, almost everyone found it normal. After all, she was a scientist, one with numerous achievements at a young age. Isn't it normal for such talents to focus on their careers? In the following years, Ning devoted herself entirely to research. By her late 20s, she successfully improved the brainwave information transmission helmet. Using reverse transmission, she awakened a patient diagnosed as vegetative. This breakthrough instantly shocked the medical community and made the name Sue Anning widely renowned. Although it was later proven not universally effective, it didn't diminish Dr. Sue's contribution, one worthy of medical history. Meanwhile, the AI Xiaoba, after 2 generations of upgrades, became even more powerful in functionality and autonomy. The intelligent robots modified from it allowed Fu Corporation to dominate the domestic market for a long time. And Ning finally met Jai Zi again several years later when he was already 35. It was almost laughable, despite being in the same city, whether due to her reclusive nature or his deliberate avoidance, they hadn't crossed paths all these years. To her surprise, he was now accompanied by an unfamiliar woman. As for childhood friend Meng Tian, the system mentioned she had married someone else years ago. As for the female antagonist, as the sole heiress of the He family, she had taken over the business long ago and now stood firmly on her own. The 2 middle-aged adults stood silently at their alma mater's gate until Ning finally spoke, nodding calmly. CEO Jai. Jai Zi, however, pressed his thin lips together, his deep eyes carrying unreadable emotions. After a moment he said, Professor Su, may I take up some of your time? And Ning nodded slightly. During the school anniversary, the campus was bustling with people. On the tree-lined path, couples walked hand in hand, laughing and playing. Jai Zi's gaze faltered momentarily, his usual stern expression softening. After you left, I spent a long time thinking, even resenting, why you couldn't trust me a little more. Just a little more would have been enough. Trust that I wouldn't yield, trust that I would strive to overcome obstacles for your happiness. But seeing you now, I realize there are things I could never have given you. Like equalities. Like basic respect. He couldn't even stand up to his own mother. Remembering the words exchanged during their argument years ago, Jai Zi closed his eyes briefly before saying hoarsely, I'm sorry. I apologize. I was too naive back then. One had to admit Jai Zi's tone sounded genuinely sincere at this moment. But in reality, Ning inwardly scoffed. These words were being heard by her, Shen Anning, only her. And what about the original host from the previous life? Almost no one had been willing to consider things from her perspective, not even a little bit. Including this deeply loving boyfriend before her now, the love might have been real. But beneath the differences in status and identity, that subconscious disregard and neglect had undeniably existed. Ignoring the seemingly pained look in his eyes, Ning thought, naive, ha. When it came to personal interests, no one was truly naive. If Madame Jai's previous attitude had been directed at her current self, would anyone still consider it justified? This world was always pragmatic, no matter the era. So what was wrong with prioritizing oneself and putting yourself first above all else? And Ning admitted she was exactly this kind of selfish person. Nor did she think the original host had done anything wrong in her previous life. Was her mistake not forcing herself to give her boyfriend a warm farewell despite having her dignity trampled and her body and mind wounded? Even though this boyfriend was the biological son of the very person who had hurt her. Gently pressing a hand to her still heaving chest, Ning silently declared, You did nothing wrong. Loving yourself more is never wrong. No one had the right to lecture or discipline her about this. Watching Jai Zi's retreating figure, and Ning suddenly felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, inside her consciousness, the system abruptly remembered something. Wait, I just recalled we still don't know what the original host's lingering regret was. What if it's about this guy? Wouldn't that mean this world was doomed from the start, accepting a thermos from security, and Ning felt utterly speechless. Do you really think that's possible? Unless it's about not loving someone who would want another person using their body to romance the person they liked. Was it insane? WLs, you have a point there. Could this be why so many task takers had failed in this world? Ignoring the dog system's little musings, and Ning returned to bury herself in lab equipment and code as usual. Over the next several years, AI applications became increasingly widespread. The multifunctional robot Xiao bot integrating nursing, therapy, and entertainment functions developed by Ning's hands gained worldwide popularity. The constantly upgraded AI systems became highly sought after by countless people. Yet despite this, apart from holding a guest professor position at Qing University, Ning never joined any research institute. All external affairs were still handled by Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng was indeed capable, at the very least, and Ning had never been troubled by external nonsense these past years. But watching Fu Corporation's meteoric rise, countless people both inside and outside their circles envied Fu Sheng's incredible luck in casually stumbling upon such a golden goose. To this, Fu Sheng would only smile faintly. Was he proud? Naturally. What man lacked ambition, who didn't want career success, respect, and to elevate their family's standing? Yet regrets weren't absent either. Fu Sheng glanced sideways at Ning reviewing reports nearby. Dressed in a plain white lab coat with her thick black hair casually pinned up, she remained stunningly beautiful even approaching 40. Such peerless intelligence and beauty, who wouldn't be moved? He'd certainly made attempts earlier. But as their intertwined interests grew increasingly significant, he'd become unwilling, even afraid, to indulge his feelings anymore. Truthfully, their years of collaboration had been extremely harmonious. Whether as friends or business partners, they occupied perfectly comfortable positions in each other's lives. But romance? That introduced far too many variables. He didn't dare gamble. The stakes were too high. Thinking this, Fu Sheng couldn't help a bitter smile. No wonder she'd never considered him a romantic prospect from the start, hadn't even spared him a chance. Yet how could someone as extraordinary as her ever be forgettable? Still, perhaps the present situation wasn't so bad. Watching the beauty bent over calculations nearby, even the most passionate feelings would eventually fade or grow stale. At least all these years, the person standing closest to her, spending the most time with her, had always been him, hadn't it? If Fu Corporation was soaring, the neighboring Jai Group's situation had deteriorated considerably. Without Ning's indication, Fu Sheng naturally wouldn't deliberately suppress the Jai family, at most applying minor delays. Yet even so, the surrounding disdain, subtle exclusion from social circles, complaints from company directors and family members, plus her son's cold indifference had become bitter pills for Madame Jai to swallow. The most terrifying thing was never obtained something, but rather having had an opportunity for greatness within reach, only to discard it like worthless trash. Money-grubbing and blind. She couldn't recognize a gold mountain even when it was right in front of her, even managed to lose it. To such comments, Madame Jai could only sneer. Easy for them to say. They all call me shallow and snobbish, but would any of them be happy if their own children took up with some penniless nobody? Unfortunately, just as no one had cared about the original host's circumstances before, no one cared about Madame Jai's reasons now either. What awaited her remained mockery and ostracization, and Ning merely heard about this in passing before dismissing it. Ultimately, it was simply the victor writing history while the defeated became bandits. Hadn't the original host suffered the same fate in her previous life? And Ning never married in this lifetime. As her scientific achievements accumulated and her academic standing grew more prominent, layered security measures eventually made even her hobby of traveling to seek out good food inconvenient. It could be said this was the most arduous and monotonous of all her lifetimes. Some research projects might take 8 or 9 years without yielding results. Mountains of foreign documents required her to learn multiple new languages for accurate comprehension. Yet no matter how difficult, Ning gritted her teeth and persevered. Even at 60 years old, she finally made full immersion holography shake the entire world. The name Shen Anning resounded in hearts across the globe. Naturally, equally exhausted was a certain system. Good heavens, what kind of life was this? Watching its host still tinkering in the lab, the system could only resign itself to near 24/7 monitoring duties. In the early days when security was lacking, round-the-clock surveillance had been necessary. Later, as its host grew increasingly accomplished and valued, protective measures intensified accordingly. Logically, the system should have been able to relax. Yet instead, its host's risk factors multiplied exponentially. The threats became increasingly hard to prevent, especially after the holography breakthrough. And so, under its host's daily psychological pressure, the system could only dry its tears and carry on. Like now wearing the expression of a world-weary dog, the system blankly continued monitoring, completely missing its host's nearby movements. Until suddenly, it felt its data form being uncontrollably pulled outward. System. Wait, host, didn't you say you weren't using the intelligence-enhancing pill? The intelligence-enhancing pill. Looking at the system's dog face filled with astonishment on the screen, and Ning thought to herself. It seemed her previous probing was correct. When she first mentioned it, the system's immediate defensive reaction was telling. There must have been other task takers who tried similar approaches before, and most likely succeeded. By the same logic, with such precedents, while the system itself might be foolish, those people above it certainly weren't. Wouldn't they have taken precautions? Indeed, her decision to endure sleepless nights rather than use the intelligence-enhancing pill cheat was correct. Had she used it or carelessly left traces, the system undoubtedly had countermeasures prepared. Glancing at the system trapped in the special equipment, now looking utterly panicked, and Ning lowered her head and rapidly typed a series of codes. The empty laboratory was eerily quiet. Only the clatter of keyboard and the system's muffled whimpers from the equipment broke the silence. To be honest, with unknown countermeasures and limited cards in her hand, she hadn't originally planned to confront it so soon. She usually ignored the system's foolish remarks. It couldn't influence her decisions anyway. Moreover, for an intelligent creature residing in one's consciousness space, wasn't stupidity actually preferable? Stupid was best. But unfortunately, and Ning couldn't help but lower her eyes, the blame lay with her own system being too dumb, accidentally revealing that it might upgrade after 2 more worlds. Upgrade. The requirement being successful completion of 5 tasks. Not to boast, but achieving this required considerable intelligence. So what was the real purpose of this upgrade? Wasn't it clearly designed to guard against task takers like them? Moreover, and Ning's intuition told her this might be her only opportunity for a long time. Opportunities were fleeting. She couldn't entrust her fate to others. After finishing the code sequence, and Ning finally spoke. Relax, no electromagnetic waves you emit from this device will work. Don't attempt any special methods. You should know I can wipe all your programs instantly with just one move. Woof woofs. You liar villains. On the screen, the system suddenly burst into loud sobs. All these years I've worked hard monitoring for you, protecting against external threats, and you take advantage. Wait, you've been exaggerating dangers to distract me while secretly plotting against me during my protection duties. Miraculously, the system had finally shown a spark of intelligence. How pitiful, how could its host be so cruel? Initially, the defenses were indeed insufficient, and real dangers emerged later, didn't they? And Ning remained expressionless, neither confirming nor denying. So what if it was a trap? The system had jumped in willingly, driven by its upgrade obsession. Who told it to foolishly reveal its weak point? The system. Enough chit-chat. Now I ask you answer. Seeing her host's cold expression, the system instinctively quieted its sobs. What criteria does your quick transmigration bureau use to select task takers? What's special about us? Is it related to time travel ability? System. How did the host know so it was true? And Ning stared fixedly at the dog avatar until it reluctantly nodded. Meaning not everyone, perhaps not even higher species, can traverse time. That's why you need us. Though phrased as a question, her tone was certain. From the beginning, and Ning had wondered about the selection criteria. The earliest records showed both intelligent and foolish candidates. If anyone could time travel, wouldn't selecting only high IQ individuals make missions easier? Even better, why not let original hosts complete their own wishes? Now it made sense. There were no free lunches. Considering the records of failed task takers being erased, such time-sensitive individuals might be uncommon but not rare enough to prevent acceptable losses. Now tell me about your quick transmigration bureau. And Ning's tone uncharacteristically softened. Besides point deductions leading to erasure, are there other punishable offenses? Also, task takers inevitably acquire numerous skills across worlds. With such abilities, seeking greater control or higher authority would be natural. To prevent this, your bureau must have countermeasures, memory wipes, or direct termination. Seeing the clueless expression on the dog system's face, and Ning sighed. Truly a low-level system knowing nothing. What about your superiors, human, electronic, or other species? Kind of like me, the system grumbled. Ah, electronic life forms then, not simple, and Ning thought. Higher intelligences must exist above them. Is withholding original timeline information your rule? Yes, this I know. Eager to redeem itself after the host's earlier disdain, the system perked up. Because some wishmakers complained it's unfair that task takers know everything, saying they could do better with such advantages, made them feel their merit points were wasted. Those, fair enough, and Ning massaged her temples. She asked several more questions. As expected, the monitoring values showed the system wasn't lying, it simply knew too little. Noticing her host hadn't inquired about golden fingers or cheats, the system grew curious. Host, don't you want more powerful golden fingers? My colleague said her host constantly complains theirs are too weak. Yet except for tricking its newbie package, its host had never mentioned such desires. And Ning responded with unusual calm. If such powerful cheats existed, making missions trivial, what value would I have to you? Just a disposable pawn. At that point her life would truly hang by a thread. Not that it was much better now, but nothing in life was free. And Ning firmly believed that free things often carried the heaviest price tags. Only by having value could one earn a seat at the table or even survival rights. Seeing her host's eerily composed delivery, the system felt uneasy for once, peering through the screen. Host, were you really upset that I didn't fully obey you before? Was that why it was being treated this way? Trapped in the cramped device, the system felt genuinely saddened by its host's actions after all their time together. To its surprise, and Ning just chuckled. Why would I be upset? We're merely collaborators. Why should I demand your complete loyalty outside mission requirements? Expecting others to love, care for, or prioritize you was the most meaningless endeavor. Most times, value and interests provided more reliable bonds than emotions. Prove your worth and importance follows naturally. Like in this world, as her research achievements grew, security and treatment improved exponentially compared to her early return years. In truth, most people recognized one's value and acted accordingly. While there had been early attempts to manipulate the orphaned heiress, later no intervention was needed, higher powers intervened, and those hands retreated. Did truly pure, untainted places exist? Perhaps, but never for an orphan bearing valuable assets without backing. This truth remained constant across eras. Glancing at the thoroughly trapped dog on screen, and Ning smiled. Initial shortcomings could prove useful, it all depended on application. But doesn't this make you sad if no one truly cares for you? Ning, even now it clung to romantic notions. Case closed, this system had ingested at least 800 pounds of romance novels. No problem, because I'll always love myself best. But now, before the stunned system's eyes, and Ning cheerfully implanted final code into its core programming. Don't worry, before there was none, but now there's you. Henceforth, you won't disobey or harm me in any way. My interests come first. How's that for consideration? System, 30 minutes later. Oh, one last question. What was your contingency plan? Though filled with grievances, the system clearly couldn't disobey its host's commands now. The moment it was released, it pitifully pulled out a palm-sized array disk from its system space. The instant and Ning saw the patterns on it, her pupils constricted. And she wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but staring at this array too long gave her a soul-binding sensation. She felt relieved again that she'd managed to divert the system's attention earlier, preventing it from noticing her covert operations. Otherwise, is this cultivation? Holding the exquisite little array disk, and Ning finally asked. The system instinctively nodded and began explaining in detail. Yes. Since this dimension inherently lacks spiritual energy, even with spirit stones, the energy would quickly dissipate. So activating this here requires an enormous amount of spirit stones. But it's extremely powerful. Once activated, it can bind your soul here permanently. And this. Before Ning could react, the system pulled out a black controller from its pocket. This one stabilizes my data form, though keeping it activated constantly consumes massive energy. Tusk, quite the complete set of equipment. And Ning mused silently, the system might be dumb, but those behind it certainly weren't. Sniffling, if not for its host's cunning and well-hidden maneuvers, it would have kept this activated from the start. But one thing truly puzzled the system. Why, host, didn't you lack the intelligence-enhancing pill this lifetime? After storing both items in her space, Ning finally graciously explained. The intelligence-enhancing pill only works on the physical body and lasts just one lifetime. But did you really think all genius scientists rely solely on innate intelligence? Ning scoffed internally. Even if it only lasted one lifetime, That lifetime's learning experience alone was enough for her to develop the most efficient study methods and thought patterns tailored for herself. Learning itself is an ability that requires training. Moreover, she gave the system a meaningful look. Do you think I spent every moment of my previous lives studying mathematics just for fun? Actually, Anning sighed lightly, it was all for you. She'd been waiting for this day for so long. Nothing was coincidental, everything was meticulously planned since the first moment she realized there existed something that could control and threaten her. So system, aren't you touched? The system. By the way, how does your future upgrade process work? Would it inspect or alter your core data? Ignoring the terrified system, Anning continued questioning. No. Systems like me are too numerous in the Quick Transmigration Bureau for individual upgrades. From what I've heard, we just need to collect specific chips. The system answered timidly, good, and Ning nodded. She'd been prepared to avoid any inspections at all costs before securing countermeasures, even if it meant failing missions. Better to eliminate dangers in their infancy than risk exposure. But this also suggested the Quick Transmigration Bureau had limited overseers. Recalling the system mentioning its superior was also a data entity, and Ning pondered thoughtfully. Still, for safety. System, after getting that chip, let me examine it first, okay? The system. With the system threat neutralized, and Ning finally relaxed in the following days. Her daily rest increased significantly, even finding leisure for tea ceremonies and flower appreciation. Her newfound tranquility prompted occasional visits from Fu Sheng, now the nation's richest man, to tease. Well, after decades, our great scientist Su finally learned life is meant to be enjoyed. Ning simply smiled faintly. No one found this strange. Professor Su was nearly 70 now. Maintaining frontline scientific work at that age was impressive enough, especially in complex programming. Most importantly, though retired, her scientific contributions never slowed. Her latest breakthrough upgraded the holographic system's usability and safety while introducing evolving AI into holographic games, far surpassing traditional NPCs in complexity and gameplay, earning global gamers' worship of Professor Su the Greatest. Her increased rest concerned national leaders enough to send wellness delegations, with top medical teams on standby. Yet at 76, Ning peacefully passed away in her sleep. Her will donated her immense wealth to orphan charities and entrusted funeral arrangements to Fu Sheng, insisting on immediate cremation. Even if not her original body, she refused letting it end up on some dissection table someday. Her concerns proved valid. The night before cremation, foreign agents attempted stealing her corpse amidst public mourning. Thankfully, security thwarted the theft. But the incident sparked global outrage against illegal experimentation when exposed. Sue Anning's holographic technology had made her household name worldwide, and her uncountable wealth had funded charities helping tens of thousands of orphans, many now industry leaders. Their efforts ensured her funeral procession stretched beyond sight with endless flowers, while the theft conspirators faced severe crackdowns. But Ning saw none of this. Back in the system space, the 5-star rating came as no surprise. The original host wasn't hard to please, having endured lifelong scorn and rumors. She only craved understanding and respect beyond material comforts. And Ning's experiences had resolved her confusion and released her final guilt and obsession over her ex-boyfriend. Closing the mission panel, the system eagerly approached before she could speak. Host, great news. The next world is one you're very familiar with. Familiar, seeing the system's eager dog-like expression, and Ning suddenly felt foreboding. The next second, feeling the familiar flowerpot-shaped shoes beneath her feet and the all-too-familiar Manchu gown on her body, and Ning couldn't help but freeze speechlessly for a moment. If one were to ask which era was the most troublesome, the Qing Dynasty would undoubtedly rank near the top. Not only were its rules and etiquette cumbersome, but under such highly centralized imperial power, everyone had to lower themselves by a notch. Fortunately, this body was clearly that of someone who lived in luxury. The clothing and jewelry adorning it were obviously of immense value at first glance. Well, this was good. In her previous life, she had worked herself to the bone for that damned system almost her entire lifetime. In this life, she absolutely refused to exert herself any further, whether physically or mentally. Supported by the little maid beside her as she boarded the carriage, and Ning quickly began absorbing this body's memories. Dongo and Ning, daughter of Dongo Kishi, a commander-in-chief of the first rank. Moreover, she was the late-life daughter born to her mother, Aizen Jioro. She had 3 full elder brothers ahead of her. One could say she was truly a top-tier noblewoman born with a golden spoon in her mouth, showered with affection since childhood. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she could ask for the moon if she wanted a star. Logically speaking, even in feudal society, such a noblewoman's life shouldn't have been too difficult. Unfortunately, she had married an unlucky husband who dragged down both wife and daughter, stubbornly risking his life for his sworn brothers and bringing ruin upon the entire household. Jioro Yintang, the ninth prince under Emperor Kangxi's reign. To be honest, Ning was quite familiar with Yintang. During her first transmigration, when she was still a prince's side consort, she had seen this man quite often. After all, if one were to count, this lord visited her residence no less than once every few days, if not every 2 or 3 days, making his visits far more frequent than his returns to his own mansion. Later, many of the Western curios and foreign books in her possession came from him. What's more, due to his friendship with her son, this lord had even kindly translated everything from beginning to end before gifting them, afraid that this country bumpkin, with little worldly experience, wouldn't understand. Whenever Minjiu needed anything, this lord would rush over faster than anyone else, offering manpower, resources, or money without the slightest hesitation or delay. To put it simply, as a companion, this lord was truly loyal, the epitome of an exemplary sworn brother, the kind who would stab himself twice for his brothers without hesitation. But as his wife and daughter, judging by young Miss Dongo's future memories, one could only say they had the worst luck imaginable. Unlike in that lifetime, where Minjiu's existence meant Yintang's relationship with the eighth prince, while good was far from being true best friends, let alone expending effort and wealth to gamble the entire family's future on supporting the eighth prince's succession. Here, because Minjiu was on good terms with the crown prince, Yintang could at least maintain superficial courtesy. Even if he disliked Yanreng for being favored by the emperor and acting high and mighty, he never deliberately opposed him. Among the brothers vying for succession, he could be considered relatively untainted. Later, after Yanreng ascended the throne, he even granted Yintang a decent noble title. But the lifetime this young lady experienced was far more tragic, the kind of tragedy where the entire family met bad ends due to the succession struggle, just like in official history. Especially for this body, as the primary wife, she and her husband were essentially one entity, sharing both honor and disgrace. As a failed contender for the throne and the emperor's greatest political enemy, not to mention facing the narrow-minded Emperor Yangzheng, not only did she suffer a bleak later life and bring ruin to her family and brother's prospects, what pained the original owner most was her daughter. In the fourth year of Yangzheng's reign, just after Yintang was stripped of his imperial yellow sash, removed from the imperial clan register, and given the humiliating name Sesh, the original owner's only daughter coincidentally died of serious illness at her marital home. She had just turned 20. The Zhao family claimed it was due to melancholy-induced illness. Originally, marrying an imperial clan daughter to a Han army banner family was already a step down. The original owner had specifically chosen this match because she saw her unreliable husband for what he was, hoping that if disaster struck, her daughter's Jioro bloodline might spare her life. But the original owner had clearly underestimated human malice and her husband's talent for courting death. He successfully destroyed both his daughter's status as an imperial clan member and her very life. This daughter was the original owner's only child, the apple of her eye. Within a month of the girl's death, the original owner succumbed to grief and passed away. What a mess. After sorting through the original owner's memories, even someone as even-tempered as Ning nearly couldn't resist the urge to go kick someone. Simply put, it was too infuriating. What the original owner hated most wasn't even her unlucky husband backing the wrong side. It was that even when disaster loomed, he remained stubbornly unrepentant, charging down the path to ruin without leaving even a single escape route for their daughter. This time, the original owner's wishes were clear. The most important was naturally her daughter, to live a peaceful, fortunate life free from suffering. Secondly, not to implicate her family. And finally, because most of her and her daughter's suffering in that lifetime stemmed from her husband's touching brotherly bond with the eighth prince, she hoped that in this life, the two would at least become complete strangers beyond basic courtesy. In Ning's opinion, this last wish was still too merciful. If it were her, having been screwed over like this, to be honest, she wouldn't let either of those two off easily. But looking at her clearly maidenly attire, Ning couldn't help sighing. If she remembered correctly, today happened to be the final day of the imperial selection. Barring surprises, the imperial edict of betrothal would arrive the next day. The system had once said that the timing of a task-taker's arrival was often related to the original owner's obsession. And Ning had thought the original's greatest obsession would be the day her daughter was born. But now, through the carriage curtain, seeing the affectionate face of Madame Dongo waiting at the entrance, and Ning suddenly understood. Only a child one personally gives birth to can receive a birth mother's complete love. The original owner did not want to bring her daughter into this world. She was afraid. Afraid that Anning, her successor, wouldn't treat her flesh and blood fairly. Afraid she couldn't give the girl true love. Just like the original owner herself, did she truly not resent her unlucky husband? How could that be? But for her daughter's sake, no matter how much she resented him, apart from breaking that brotherly bond, she wouldn't make any wish that might harm him. In her consciousness, the system was still sighing. The other tasks are manageable, but the last one is too difficult. Those two have an unusually close relationship and with the ninth prince's personality. The system clearly recalled their first arrival in this world, its entire dog face now scrunched up as it kept sighing. Host, after you marry him, you'll be kept busy. Busy, and Ning couldn't help raising an eyebrow. The system meant she'd be busy subtly sowing discord after marriage. How ridiculous. Not only were imperial family members extremely perceptive, they were experts at scheming and sowing discord. Trying to play mind games with them, even someone as confident as a Ning wouldn't attempt it. Why use one's own weakness against another's strength? If not scheming, then how does the host plan to handle it? System, do you know what your host likes most? Leaning against the carriage, Ning's gaze suddenly darkened. After a moment, she smiled under the system's nearly frightened gaze. Of course, solving problems at their root. System, my dear daughter, how have things been in the palace these days? Has anyone dared to mistreat you? And how has Imperial Consort been treating you? Almost as soon as Ning stepped down from the carriage, she found herself tightly embraced by an elegant noblewoman who carefully examined her from head to toe. Seeing that Ning appeared normal aside from some fatigue, Madame Dongo finally relaxed slightly. Holding her daughter's hand, she led the large entourage into the mansion. As a proper noblewoman of the Aizen Gioro clan, Madame Dongo carried herself with inherent confidence and spoke about palace matters without much reservation. Even Dongo Kishi, who had been waiting in the main hall, set down his teacup and spoke gruffly. That's right, my dear. Don't worry, even if it's someone from the palace, our family isn't some helpless commoners who can be bullied. So what if they're imperial princes? We don't need anything from them. Even if you do marry into their family someday, you don't have to lower yourself or endure humiliation. What nonsense are you spouting? Madame Aizen shot him a glare as his words grew increasingly inappropriate. Some thoughts were better kept to oneself. The look successfully silenced the towering Dongo Kishi, who could only sulkily gulp his tea. The finest Baluachun tea was wasted as he drank it like cheap liquor. Watching her parents bicker from the safety of her mother's arms, and Ning couldn't help but smile faintly before adopting her original host's tone. Father, mother, don't worry. During my time in the palace, Imperial Consort has been very kind to me. This wasn't a lie. Regardless of the reason, Imperial Consort had indeed been courteous to her original host recently. Seeing their daughter's relaxed expression, the couple finally set their worries aside. Dongo Kishi's temper wasn't without cause. While imperial selections were nominally decided on the spot, for noblewomen of their status, it was merely a formality. Their fates were predetermined as long as they were healthy and presentable. Ning's current body was no exception. Emperor Kangxi had already hinted at the arrangement months prior. Having a daughter marry an imperial prince, was Dongo Kishi pleased? Hell no. Just look at how the previous princess consorts lived, each household packed with side consorts, concubines, and endless streams of illegitimate children. There was even the disgraceful matter of elder illegitimate sons. Take the eldest princess consort, for example. Though said to be dearly loved by the eldest prince, was her life any better? What kind of husband, no matter how ignorant, would think bearing children year after year was good for his wife? Dongo Kishi's earlier rant might well have been aimed at the eldest princess consort's family. Though her father held the prestigious position of Minister of Personnel, their branch had only produced one competent official in generations, Kelkun, making them appear weak. Worst of all, their spinelessness invited contempt. Their daughter was bullied relentlessly in the palace, yet they dared not speak up, instead groveling for favor. Dongo Kishi found this utterly despicable. With his daughter's status, she would never suffer mistreatment in any other household, except the imperial family. No wonder he was fuming. For others, becoming a princess consort might be the highest honor, but for the Dongo family, it was at best a decorative flourish, hardly worth their precious daughter's suffering. To be blunt, it wasn't worth it. Moreover, the ninth prince showed little promise and didn't seem particularly favored by the emperor. Truth be told, ever since receiving the news, the couple had been less than thrilled about this marriage. After more lengthy conversation and considering their daughter's journey, Madame Aizen didn't delay too long. She soon had servants prepare bathwater. Pampered by her maids, Ning enjoyed a thorough wash and massage before comfortably settling into bed. As expected, the imperial decree arrived the next day. Having anticipated this, the Dongo family received it with proper reverence and feigned celebration. That night, however, the parents returned to Anning's chambers for another long talk, rambling about their family's glorious history and current standing. The message was clear. Even if marrying into royalty, they wouldn't cower before some powerless prince. Their dear daughter need never swallow her pride. Nestled in Madame Gioro's ample embrace, Anning grew increasingly understanding of her original host's resentment while looking forward to her own comfortable future. With such status, raised in luxury and doting affection, had her husband been reliable or her circumstances less unfortunate, her life wouldn't have turned so bleak. Worse still, it affected her family, hindering her relatives' careers. The original host had even been relieved that her parents passed away beforehand, sparing them constant worry. In the following days, Anning maintained her original host's habits, reading, painting, occasionally riding with friends or shopping. Life remained splendid. Strangely enough, while Dongo men were mostly rough-mannered and their wives forthright, Dongo women were exceptionally cultured. Distant relatives included the renowned imperial noble consort Dongo, though their branches had diverged. Closer examples included her cousin third princess consort and even her original host, all belonging to the rare scholarly Manchu elite. Satisfied with her nearly finished painting, Anning set down her brush. Maids promptly cleared the supplies and served refreshments. Days passed uneventfully. Just when the system thought its host had truly changed, content to lounge and occasionally venture out without even attempting chance encounters, sudden news came from the palace. The 8th and 9th princes had fallen gravely ill. System. The Dongo residence was unusually tense this day. Unlike others who only heard vague rumors, as a noblewoman from the imperial clan, Madame Gioro had her own connections in the palace. Currently fuming, she gulped down several cups of tea before clutching her daughter in both anger and heartache on the couch. That good-for-nothing Gioro Yintang, with the wedding date approaching, why must he run outside? And of all places, he had to go to the 8th prince's residence. Now look what happened. I always knew he was no good. And this 8th prince too. Visiting unsavory places is one thing, but not being careful and bringing back contagious things. Madam, seeing his wife becoming increasingly unrestrained, Dongo Keishi hurriedly interrupted. The 8th prince was handling official duties. Distributing disaster relief is a major matter, so it's reasonable for him to personally oversee. Such words shouldn't be overheard by others. Especially now with 2 princes in the palace, particularly the 9th prince being unwell. Though usually reckless, Dongo Keishi had enough sense to reach his current position. But Madame Gioro was in no mood for reason. Looking at her increasingly beautiful daughter, she felt her heart ache even more. She sneered coldly. With the recent floods wreaking havoc, the outskirts of the capital are already chaotic enough. For a royal prince to go there personally, just the arrangements for his coming and going would keep the subordinates busy enough. What are all those officials at the relief treasury just freeloaders that a royal prince must personally handle this? Whether it's deliberately winning hearts is something he knows best. As she spoke, Madame Gioro slammed her teacup onto the table angrily. Did they think she didn't know the prince's little schemes? In her opinion, this 8th prince had grand ambitions. He'd only been in charge for a short while, yet his reputation for being humble and approachable had already reached her father's ears. If the 9th prince continued following him, who knew what trouble might arise later? She could tolerate other things, but dragging her precious daughter into this was unacceptable. Though it is strange, the disease was brought back by the 8th prince, yet he recovered quickly while the 9th prince remains unconscious with high fever for so long without news. Amid her anger, Madame Gioro couldn't help but express puzzlement. What's strange about that? People differ, Dongo Keishi said dismissively. From what I hear, the 8th prince has excelled in horsemanship and archery since childhood. I saw it myself on the battlefield last time. Despite his young age, his skills rivaled those of older princes. At a tender age, he could test fierce northern steeds for his majesty. The 9th prince, on the other hand, once suffered a severe illness that nearly took his life. How could he compare? Indeed, being valued by imperial clansmen and ministers alike, and trusted by the emperor, the 8th prince clearly had real capabilities. Being humble and approachable only counts when one has status and ability. Thus, even while blaming him inwardly, Dongo Keishi couldn't help but voice some admiration. Nestled in her mother's arms, Anning nodded secretly to herself. This was good. If everyone thought this way, all the better. In truth, Dongo Keishi's view was shared by most in the Forbidden City, including the palace. Even the imperial physicians running around in circles thought similarly. Wait, Physician Zhang, what did you just say? You said little nine. Little nine would in the future. But little Nine hasn't even married yet. Yikon Palace. Upon hearing this terrible news, the usually radiant and graceful imperial consort Yi, ne Gyuwaljia, nearly collapsed and had to be supported by palace maids to avoid an undignified fall. Beside her, Emperor Kangxi also frowned, his authoritative gaze fixed on the messenger. Is there no other way? Trembling as he knelt, Chief Physician Zhang nearly buried his head in the ground. Your Majesty, spare us. It's our inadequate medical skills. Given the ninth prince's current condition, even if he wakes regarding descendants in the future, it would likely be difficult. At these words, Imperial Consort Yi staggered again. Having spent years in the Deep Palace, Gyuwaljia knew well how conservative imperial physicians were. When they said difficult, it practically meant hopeless. Her little Nine was still so young, without a single heir. What would become of him? Your Majesty, what will become of our little Nine in the future? Collapsing onto the couch, Gyuwaljia wept heartrendingly. A beauty's tears were a sight to behold, especially from this usually bright and understanding favored consort. Thinking of his ninth son lying sick in bed, despite disliking the boy's temper, seeing his son in such misfortune made Emperor Kangxi sigh and pull his beloved consort into his arms. Don't worry, I'll ensure little Nine is well taken care of in the future. The physicians bowed even lower. Truth be told, Chief Physician Zhang had considered concealing the truth for self-preservation. But if no good news came from the ninth prince's household later, the blame would still fall on them. Especially since the prince was at marriageable age. Since it couldn't be hidden long, better to reveal it early. With the eighth prince as scapegoat, their punishment might be lighter. Indeed, learning her son might remain heirless while lying sick in bed, while the culprit, the eighth prince, remained perfectly healthy next door. Imperial consort Yi nearly exploded with rage. Rarely losing control, she not only berated the visiting eighth prince and his wife, but also forbade them from approaching the eastern three palaces. As a long-term favored consort, Gyuwaljia held some sway with Kangxi. Knowing the circumstances, the emperor wasn't without anger toward the eighth prince either. As the saying goes, there are always two sides to a story. If he previously thought the eighth prince was dutiful, now it seemed the prince might have been seeking fame and currying favor with greater ambitions. Thinking thus, Kangxi tolerated his consort's minor transgressions. For her part, despite her fury, Gyuwaljia knew when to stop. The eighth prince was still the emperor's son, not someone concubines could bully. Witnessing this, the 10th prince quietly distanced himself from his 8th brother. No one in the royal family was foolish. Seeing imperial consort Yi's state, everyone knew the 9th prince's condition must be dire. Though the 8th prince had treated him well these years compared to his 9th brother, apologies, but there was simply no comparison. The oblivious 8th prince watching all this. With physicians keeping secrets, the 8th prince remained clueless. Day after day, he sent fine medicines and tonics, hoping his 9th brother would wake soon and rekindle their fraternal bond. While the palace was still in chaos, and Ning lounged lazily on the soft couch by the window, reading a newly published storybook while occasionally nibbling on dried peaches handed to her by her maid Chun Exing. Recently, due to the 9th prince's incident, not only had his elder brothers and their wives visited, but even her cousin the 3rd princess consort, who had just given birth last month, made a special trip back. However, judging by her cousin's expression, it was clear the situation in the palace wasn't optimistic. And Ning wasn't surprised. After living through several worlds, if there was one skill she had mastered, it was medicine. As for the imperial physician's capabilities, never mind the original body's memories, she had already gained a general understanding during her first transmigration. Naturally, her methods hit the mark every time. Meanwhile, within her consciousness space, the system was utterly bewildered. Wait, host, when exactly did you make your move? It hadn't noticed anything. Moreover, during this period, apart from occasional outings, its host hadn't even asked it to gather information or arrange any coincidental encounters. How had she succeeded, and right under its nose too? The system simply couldn't comprehend. Taking a sip of the chilled drink offered to her, and Ning sighed contentedly before explaining cheerfully. Why bother arranging coincidental meetings? In truth, as long as you confirm where someone will appear during a specific time period, that's enough. Thanks to the strict Qing Palace rules, even though this body had been summoned twice by imperial consort Yi before, she'd never once laid eyes on her future husband. The same went for the 9th prince regarding his fiancée. Tell me, what young man wouldn't be curious about an unseen fiancée, his future primary wife, especially when this particular lord wasn't one to follow rules. That he would sneak out of the palace for a chance encounter was entirely predictable. All she needed to do was frequent a particular antique shop during that period. Waiting for the rabbit, who was truly the rabbit here remained to be seen. As for how the 8th prince got caught, Blame it on how, whether in this life or the previous one, this lord was excessively devoted to his eighth brother. So much so that through the original body's memories, and Ning didn't even need to investigate to quickly identify his preferences. Imagine waiting idly for his fiancée to appear when he suddenly discovers an antique jade piece that would perfectly suit his eighth brother. Wouldn't he purchase it? Naturally he would. And this eighth prince, according to the original memories, had always been considerate. To show closeness to his ninth brother, he would definitely wear any recent gifts frequently. The jade pendant itself wasn't problematic, but combined with his favorite summer incense, Storax, well, and Ning mused that the effect was probably similar to what she'd used on that scumbag Liu in her second-to-last life. Temporarily weakened immunity wouldn't normally be an issue for someone with his constitution and cautious nature. Unfortunately, the virus from the epidemic-stricken suburbs was no joke. Moreover, based on original memories, while that suburban epidemic hadn't been particularly lethal in the previous life, it had been quite contagious. Combined effects, of course something would happen. As for the ninth prince, same principle, she just added a little extra something special compared to the previous target. Setting down her storybook, and Ning stretched lazily. One had to admit the royal family's strict rules made sense. Having your preferences exposed increased dangers exponentially. The system, wait host, it suddenly realized something. Since you've already taken action, why specifically spare the eighth prince? Wouldn't it be better to make him childless too? Without heirs, all ambitions would come to nothing. What satisfying revenge that would be, indirectly avenging the original host's past life. And Ning, she was utterly speechless. Setting aside whether destroying the eighth prince's fertility through that suburban epidemic would raise suspicions given his usual robust health. Just compare the outcome to his previous life. System, are you sure this wouldn't actually be helping him? In Ning's view, the eighth prince's greatest misfortune in his past life stemmed from his ambitions. Without that hope, wholeheartedly pursuing the virtuous prince route might actually bring him fame and fortune. She'd have to be insane to do that. Recalling how that man had doomed his wife and daughter in the previous life, and Ning's gaze darkened slightly as she suddenly asked with interest. System, if one day you suffered the loss of something extremely important due to a close friend's actions, even enduring lifelong discrimination because of it, while the culprit remained completely unaffected. Most crucially, that culprit would keep appearing before you constantly. Though all your misery originated from them, they could remain utterly unscathed. System, would you feel happy about that? The system, oh, you'd have to be a damn ghost to feel happy about that. Indeed, and Ning thought, only ghosts could be happy about that. Even among the closest brothers, self-interest ultimately prevails. Moreover, people resent unequal distribution more than scarcity itself. Things like heirs, when you have them you might not cherish them, but without them, especially in these circumstances. Recalling the original host experiences, a cold smile touched in Ning's lips. The knife always hurts most when cutting your own flesh. What did it matter making wives and daughters pay for such touching brotherly affection? His dear brother should enjoy the fruits himself. Slowly swallowing a cherry, and Ning finally murmured. In countless days and nights to come, the agony of having no heirs, the discriminating gazes of those around him, the endless gossip, all will surely ferment this moving brotherly bond into something even more mellow. The system, it silently averted its gaze, not daring to look further. Yet remembering its host's earlier words, the dog-like system hesitated before curiosity drove it to activate the palace surveillance feed. Just then, the ninth prince was regaining consciousness. His complexion remained poor. Aside from the toll of severe illness, his formerly handsome face now carried an inexplicable gloom. Clearly, though unconscious, he hadn't been completely unaware during this period. Certain words must have reached his ears, especially with his mother's constant bedside chatter. Wonderful, His Highness has awakened. This servant will immediately inform His Majesty and her ladyship. A young eunuch scurried out. With the ninth prince's awakening, the quiet palace chambers instantly grew lively. Ignoring the servant's overjoyed expressions, the usually defiant prince sat quietly against the headboard, lowered eyes unreadable. After a long silence, he hoarsely asked the remaining attendant, "By the way, during my illness, how has eighth brother been?" After a pause, he added, "Number problems, right?" His usual personal attendant, Zio Zia Zai, had already rushed out to spread the news, leaving behind a baby-faced young eunuch. Remembering his master's usual regard for that bale, little He Zai immediately smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Your Highness. The eighth lord recovered days ago. In fact, he recently received much praise from His Majesty for handling official business exceptionally well. Only the system's real-time monitoring, and Ning knew exactly what expression ninth prince wore that day. However, judging by the occasional rumors from the palace since then, against all expectations, the once inseparable 8th and 9th princes had genuinely grown distant. To be precise, 9th prince had teamed up with his close ally 10th prince to deliberately distance themselves from their 8th brother. Their encounters now carried an air of formality. 8th prince, who had just snapped out of his thoughts and was about to reconnect with his 2 younger brothers. The other princes secretly enjoying the drama. Could 9th brother's health have taken a turn after that incident? After yet another failed attempt at reconciliation, watching his 2 younger brothers' unflinching retreat, Yin Si pondered deeply. 9th brother's condition must have worsened. And significantly so. As the saying goes, besides friends, enemies know you best. Having been at odds since childhood, Yin Zhen was nearly as familiar with this troublesome younger brother's temperament as his own. He too had reached similar conclusions. In truth, the Forbidden City housed no shortage of perceptive individuals, though most only suspected a brush with death might have shortened his lifespan. In this era, a shortened lifespan was no small matter. Thus, 9th Prince's subsequent estrangement from 8th Prince seemed only natural to everyone. Truth be told, though 9th Prince had always been temperamental, this misfortune was truly undeserved, a stroke of spectacularly bad luck. Even 5th Prince, his full brother, and the other elder brothers couldn't help but sympathize. Even the Crown Prince specially gifted an exquisite 8 immortals painting for his birthday, and considering the unfortunate younger brother's impending marriage, added a pair of white and green jade carvings symbolizing familial harmony. Following the Crown Prince's lead, the other brothers were unusually generous. This birthday, 9th Prince received more gifts than several previous years combined. 3rd Prince, having just welcomed another plump son, even cheerfully clapped his shoulder. Ha ha ha, by next year our 9th brother might be of age to become a father too. Yin Tang. In short, while the birthday boy remained unsmiling, everyone else seemed thoroughly pleased. Except for one person. 8th Prince, hoping to mend relations on this auspicious occasion, barely got 2 words in before watching 9th Prince's icy retreat, again, with 10th Prince trailing like a persistent shadow. 8th Prince. Watching through the system and Ning. Tahaha, regardless of palace dramas, and Ning's daily life continued undisturbed. With 9th Prince's incomplete recovery, the wedding was naturally postponed. But misfortunes never come singly. Before new arrangements could be made, and Ning's grandfather passed away. Per Qing customs, weddings were forbidden for 3 years following a parent's death. As a granddaughter, and Ning observed 1 year of mourning. Thus, their wedding faced yet another resplendent delay. At the Dongo residence, observing her increasingly elegant daughter, Madame Azen felt physical heartache, immediately venting to Dongo Kishi. What are we to do? In a few years our girl will be over 18, same as 9th Prince. By then, By then, he'd likely have several concubine-born children. Consider the Crown Princess, become stepmother to multiple children immediately after marriage. What an injustice. Even Madame Azen privately thought her father-in-law's timing couldn't have been worse. The real culprit, however, was 9th Prince himself. Without that severe illness, wedding preparations would have concluded long before this misfortune. Still, Madame Azen found solace. 9th Prince remained an unranked prince. Had the emperor capriciously assigned a high-status side consort before her daughter's marriage, the suffering would have been unimaginable. Leaning softly against her mother, and Ning remained utterly composed compared to her parents' worries. Truthfully, even if he gained a title later, such a scenario was impossible. What sane emperor would assign noble daughters to a nearly infertile son? Currently, 9th Prince's household boasted only bondservants and a few insignificant concubines without respectable backgrounds. Last lifetime at least had the moderately well-born Wanyan clan, Tusk, eliminate the root cause and life presents no hard mode. Wait, the system suddenly realized. Last lifetime the original host's grandfather died around now too, right? But they'd already married. Since you knew about the mourning period, why not avoid it? Why avoid it? Isn't this ideal? Nibbling cloud slice pastry, and Ning was unfazed. Though mourning brought hardships, it beat being a scapegoat. Moreover, 9th Prince's extended illness had been carefully calculated. System, if I married now but 9th Prince's household remained childless, who'd ultimately bear the blame? Wouldn't it be 9th Prince, the imperial physician already diagnosed? Could they really blame the host? They wouldn't be that shameless, right? The system looked incredulous. Oh, but they would, and Ning internally rolled her eyes. Royalty prioritized face above all, expecting integrity was naive. Besides, people rarely admit their own deficiencies. Consider 8th Prince's household last lifetime, despite wives and concubines, years passed without offspring. Yet public scrutiny fell solely on 8th Princess consort, whom Emperor Kangxi repeatedly denounced as jealous. Even now, whether Emperor Kangxi, Consort Yi, or Ninth Prince himself knew the truth, would they defend an unrelated daughter-in-law? Unthinkable, and Ning scoffed silently. This blame belonged squarely where it should, she'd shoulder none of it. Indeed, 3 years later, with still no infant cries from Ninth Prince's household, rampant speculation transformed Madame Azen anxiety into relief. The night before the wedding, she hugged her daughter tightly. Thank goodness our girl didn't marry earlier, who knows what slander she'd have endured. Her father-in-law's passing had been perfectly timed. Our daughter truly has. Madame Azen nearly praised her daughter's fortune, but Ninth Prince's situation gave her pause. Finally, she weakly consoled herself. Childbirth walks the line between life and death. At least our girl is spared some suffering. As for Ninth Prince Sai Asterisk, Kangxi's 40th year, under the expectant gazes of Madame Azen and her father Minister Dong, and Ning was smoothly assisted into the bridal sedan chair by a group of attendants. Given the current situation at the Ninth Prince's residence, perhaps those in higher positions felt guilty or didn't want to disappoint the old Manchu nobility. From the very beginning of the wedding arrangements, and Ning's ceremony had been exceptionally grand in scale. Not to mention the various precious jewels and accessories, just the sable fur linings alone numbered exactly 188 sets, all made from the highest quality purple sable. Moreover, before the wedding, Emperor Kangxi had generously bestowed a noble title upon his unlucky son. Though it was only a Gushan Bizi, it certainly sounded better than a mere prince. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that after years of misfortune, the son had finally stirred a sliver of pity in his old father's heart. However, glancing at the array of lustrous pearls by her side, and Ning thought to herself that Imperial Consort Yi in the palace must have put in considerable effort regarding these items. After completing the complex wedding rituals, and Ning was finally assisted by attendants to the bridal chamber. When Yin Tang arrived, it was already quite late. Under the dim lamplight, his eyes fell upon an exceptionally beautiful woman with delicate features. Unlike the shy brides of the past, the moment the bridal veil was lifted, though extremely faint, Yin Tang was certain he clearly heard his princess consort exhale in relief. Yin Tang. Indeed, before Yin Tang could even react, and without his bride sparing more than a glance at her new husband, she swiftly raised her hands to remove the phoenix crown adorned with numerous gold, jade, and gemstones that weighed several jin. After completing this series of actions, Ning finally looked up at her nominal husband before her. Your Highness, seeing as it's already late, might this humble wife go freshen up first? As for the groom himself, Ning didn't ask a single question. With so many attendants around, did they expect the princess consort to personally serve him? Watching helplessly as his princess consort, supported by maids, walked headlong into the bathing chamber without looking back, even instructing the maids to have the kitchen send over some easily digestible food before leaving. Preferably shrimp wontons, absolutely no minced garlic or cilantro, with pine nut lily pastries that were slightly sweet, and golden thread jujube paste if available. The woman before him had smiling eyes and an extremely gentle, pleasant voice. Yet sitting alone in the empty bridal chamber, Yin Tang was practically laughing in anger. Finally, the timid eunuch Xiao Zizi, hearing the commotion, approached nervously. Your Highness, the 10th Prince is still making a scene outside, perhaps you. His response was his master's departing back as Yin Tang strode away. Soaking in the bathtub, letting maids undo her elaborate hairstyle, and Ning only gave passing attention to the earlier incident. With such a favorable start in this life, why should she lower herself to please others? As her father had said earlier, she wasn't asking for anything from him. With her family background, whether he liked her or not wouldn't affect her position as the primary wife. After bathing and changing into comfortable clothes, it was already nearly 2 hours later when Ning returned. Seeing her nominal husband supported by attendants, clearly reeking of alcohol, Ning subconsciously frowned and shifted slightly away from him. What does my princess consort look down upon her husband? It must be said that before gaining weight, this man was somewhat handsome. Unlike the typical rugged Manchu men, his features were somewhat feminine. Especially now with his slightly upturned phoenix eyes, the alcohol lending a misty allure to his beautiful gaze as he stared unblinkingly at the woman before him. Ning's expression remained unchanged as she lightly draped a warm apricot-colored outer garment over herself. Under the dim yellow lamplight, her jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her already exquisite features appearing even more gentle and refined. Yet her words told a different story. Your Highness misunderstands. I simply see no need for pretense. My temperament will become apparent with time together. Besides, maintaining pretenses for a lifetime would be rather tedious, wouldn't you agree? Whether he believed her or not, the drunken groom wordlessly turned and went to the adjacent bathing chamber on their wedding night. In a foul mood, his nighttime actions were inevitably rough, but Ning didn't indulge his temper. At the slightest discomfort, she showed no restraint. After nearly being kicked off the bed for the third time, Yin Tang was practically laughing in frustration. Never in his life had Ninth Prince suffered such indignity. This was supposed to be his wedding night. Was this the gentle, proper wife his mother had promised? Gentle, aside from her face, where exactly did this Dong woman show the slightest hint of gentleness? After a night of chaos, Ning woke at 7:45 the next morning. Since they needed to pay respects at the palace, the couple rose unusually early. Washing down a pre-prepared health pill with spirit spring water, most of the previous night's discomforts vanished almost immediately. Yin Tang, having fully experienced his wife's temperament the previous night, immediately summoned attendants upon waking, not expecting any assistance from his princess consort with dressing or grooming. Indeed, Ning showed no intention of helping from start to finish. The newlywed couple ate breakfast in silence, then changed into formal attire with attendants' help. It must be said that a beauty remains a beauty. Even in elaborate palace attire, she was exceptionally lovely, especially now casually leaning against the daybed reading, exuding an indescribable elegance. Forget it, why should a grown man like him quarrel with his wife? Considering last night's events, Yin Tang unusually offered assistance when disembarking the carriage, only to see his wife step down lightly without the slightest sign of discomfort. Ninth Prince. What shocked Yin Tang even more came afterward. Normally, even princess consorts couldn't ride palanquins in the palace without special permission. Yet the Forbidden City's palace corridors seemed endlessly long. Watching his wife walk the entire distance without even breathing heavily, compared to his pale, nearly collapsing sisters-in-law, Empress Dowager Yi, anxiously waiting in the hall, was similarly astonished. Seeing her new daughter-in-law's rosy complexion and effortless movements showing no signs of discomfort, all of Guo Liuliu's prepared comforting words stuck in her throat. Forcing herself to properly receive the couple, she carefully explained taboos regarding the Empress Dowager while admonishing her son to treat his wife well. Only when the couple's figures completely disappeared from view did Imperial Consort Yi collapse weakly onto her attendant. My poor little ninths. In fact, the Empress Dowager in Shaoqing Palace reacted similarly to Imperial Consort Yi. Stealing a glance at her nominal grandson nearby, the old Empress Dowager, who had always disliked the Dongo clan, showed an uncharacteristically warm attitude toward this granddaughter-in-law. From start to finish, her tone remained full of concern. When the couple left, the gifts bestowed upon Ning were nearly the most lavish ever given to any imperial princess consort, with the sole exceptions being the crown princess and the fifth princess consort. Imperial Consort Yi was even more demonstrative. Before their departure, she grasped her unlucky son's hand tightly. This princess consort of yours is clearly exceptional. Don't you dare act foolishly again. You must treat her with care and live properly together. Finally turning a doting gaze toward Ning. Anning, if this reckless boy ever misbehaves or wrongs you, just come to the palace. Your mother-in-law will surely stand up for you. Ah, such a beautiful princess consort. Why did she have to marry little Ninth, the fifth princess consort nearby? Regardless of sincerity, Ning naturally nodded happily. This visit not only lacked any anticipated difficulties, but saw the palace's most influential figures being exceptionally generous and friendly. Only her nominal husband's dark expression throughout suggested someone might think Ning had desecrated his ancestral graves. The moment their carriage stopped, he stormed off angrily without a trace, remaining absent for several days until the customary post-wedding home visit. But did Ning care? Certainly not. In truth, as an imperial princess consort, the principal wife no less, her life couldn't be more comfortable. The manor had no high-ranking concubines, only extremely docile ones. No in-laws to serve above her, no troublesome stepchildren below to worry about. The vast busy manor required minimal management. With layered rules established, daily household affairs took less than 15 minutes. Even sleeping until midday drew no criticism from the household. Even without her predecessor's daughter, and Ning wouldn't have bothered changing this marriage arrangement. Why? She enjoyed respectable status without needing to grovel, faced no vexing mother-in-law daily, possessed a grand residence and ample assets for enjoyment, and currently maintained decent looks. These alone were rare privileges in this era. As for the rest, in this place forget it, sipping fruit nectar handed by a maid, Ning lounged leisurely on a small boat amidst expansive lotus ponds. With deft brushstrokes, she soon completed an exquisite summer lotus harvest painting: azure skies, white clouds, gentle breezes, lotus leaves, fishing boats, and occasionally leaping koi carps. What tranquility, Yin Tang arriving to witness this scene. So all this time, only he'd been stewing in anger. As if this weren't enough, the tactless 10th prince whispered behind him. Damn, this is ninth sister-in-law. So beautiful even celestial maidens couldn't compare, especially now she looked many times lovelier than during their palace meeting. So enviable. Ninth brother's truly blessed. Ninth sister-in-law clearly resembles an extraordinarily gentle celestial maiden. She must pamper you daily, right? The 10th prince murmured enviously, Yin Tang. Days passed uneventfully. Apart from her nominal husband's occasional inexplicable rages and subsequent returns for more frustration, Anning's life remained blissfully peaceful. Given her husband's openly speculated physical issues, fellow princess consorts treated her exceptionally kindly. Even the usually domineering 8th princess consort, suspecting the truth alongside her husband, behaved rather sheepishly toward Anning as a perceived victim. After 2 years without pregnancy news from 9th Prince's manor, mirroring the 8th Prince's situation several streets away, they became the odd ones out. Even the last married 14th Prince had recently hosted a celebratory full-month banquet. Among all brothers, these two stood most conspicuously apart. But unlike the previous life, with 9th Prince's precedent, even though Yin Si dearly loved his princess consort and rarely visited concubines, infertility suspicions now fell mostly upon the 8th Prince himself. Some even speculated privately that years ago's epidemic might have affected more than just the unfortunate 9th Prince. Perhaps the 8th Prince's robust childhood health masked symptoms or detection. This theory gained surprising traction. Even Emperor Kangxi harbored such suspicions, once summoning the 8th Prince to Qing Palace for a full medical examination by assembled imperial physicians. That day saw every notable white-bearded imperial doctor present, heads bowed low. Yin Si. The verdict was naturally clean, but such humiliation would wound any man of this era profoundly. Though Emperor Kangxi ordered secrecy to preserve his son's dignity, for a long time afterward, Yin Si sensed peculiar glances everywhere. Now the 8th Prince finally understood why years of effort yielded no reconciliation with 9th Prince. Even 10th Prince, such dignity-stripping matters would haunt any man forever. Considering recent misfortunes, the 8th Prince wearily massaged his temples, but the gravest concern wasn't these, it was his imperial father's perception. Once the emperor deemed him inadequate, certain ambitions would. After lengthy contemplation, the 8th Prince knocked heavily on his princess consort's door. Whatever transpired between them from that day forward, the 8th Prince's manor reeked of medicinal herbs. Breaking from his usual devotion, Yin Si now spent most nights with concubines, especially robust ones. And Ning only noticed something amiss when, during gatherings, the heavily made-up 8th Princess consort Guo Liuliu still couldn't conceal her haggardness. Did the 8th Prince's methods work? Somewhat. After a year's concerted efforts, his manor finally announced 2 concubines' simultaneous pregnancies. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the still barren 9th Prince's residence. Meanwhile, Ning lounged idly on her daybed reviewing annual accounts. Hearing the news, she glanced at her nominal husband in feigned surprise. Oh, tilde, no wonder 8th sister-in-law seemed so happy lately. With this timing, we'll need extra festival gifts by year's end. Truthfully, Ning was genuinely astonished. Children originally born in the 47th year had arrived years early. But considering recent 8th Prince maneuvers, well, not entirely surprising. Making a light checkmark in her ledger, Ning sighed, tusk, the downside of vast properties, such financial drains, especially with only outflows, no income. Before she finished speaking, her husband's expression had already darkened completely. Only after he disappeared did Ning click her tongue, tusk, the legendary moving brotherly affection indeed. In truth, what truly shattered her nominal husband was yet to come. By mid-November, after the 8th Prince's residence welcomed both a son and daughter in succession, all previous rumors about the 8th Prince instantly vanished without a trace. During the full-month celebration, Ning coldly observed the 8th Prince at the center of attention, cradling the swaddled infant with unconcealed pride radiating from his face, surrounded by an endless stream of congratulations from imperial relatives and brothers. What a magnificently lively scene indeed. Not far away, Yin Tang silently downed cup after cup of wine as if insatiable. Even the usually oblivious 10th Prince noticed something amiss with his behavior. Yet amidst the drunken merriment, the simple-minded 10th Prince kept slapping his 9th brother's shoulder while blabbering, "9th brother, don't worry. When I have more sons in the future, I'll send one to your residence. You can pick whichever you want. It's really no big deal." His answer came in the form of a ruthless slap from his 9th brother. Scram. Catching snippets of this exchange, Ning After hours of festivities, just as Anning prepared to leave, she noticed the eighth princess consort, who had been socializing among noblewomen moments ago, approaching unexpectedly. Unlike her earlier sociable demeanor, Guo Liuliu now wore rare traces of exhaustion between her brows. Would ninth sister-in-law accompany me for a stroll? Though uncertain of her intentions, Anning nodded slightly, making sure to remain within public view throughout. Contrary to expectations, Guo Liuliu seemed to genuinely seek relaxation, maintaining silence the entire time. Following her lead, Anning likewise refrained from speaking. The two sisters-in-law, who had never been close, walked together briefly. Only upon parting did Guo Liuliu finally speak with forced cheer. Sister-in-law's fur-trimmed sleeves today are truly exquisite. I heard Minister Dong scaled several mountains to hunt that snow fox. How wonderful! Observing the still aloof ninth sister-in-law before her, Guo Liuliu felt her already hollow heart grow emptier. Perhaps due to similar circumstances, Guo Liuliu had previously compared herself to this sister-in-law. She'd always believed herself more fortunate, even childless. At least her husband stood united with her, offering both respect and love. Despite earlier scandals, he'd never taken concubines, always upholding her dignity as primary consort. Yet reality had now slapped her hard across the face. When rumors blamed her for their childlessness, her lord had comforted her, claiming the right time hadn't come, that they'd eventually have a legitimate heir of noble status. She'd believed him, deeply moved, privately grateful for such a considerate husband. But now, when those rumors targeted the eighth prince himself, he'd swiftly made the most advantageous choice. Walking quietly through the gardens, Guo Liuliu longed to ask, what about her? What of her reputation, damaged by years of rumors and the emperor's displeasure? Yet some questions could never be voiced. She knew too well that piercing this facade would permanently destroy something precious. Gazing at the composed ninth sister-in-law, envy unexpectedly surfaced. How wonderful, if only she too had parents who doted on her like ninth sister-in-law did. Perhaps then. Royal consorts mastered emotional concealment. Whether sorrow or other feelings, they lasted but moments. By the time Guo Liuliu returned to the banquet, she'd reassumed her role as the gracious, socially adept hostess, just as tender toward her lord as ever. Yet Anning clearly noticed the unique fervor once present in the eighth princess consort's eyes, for her husband had vanished completely. It seemed women of this era ultimately chose rationality. Out of curiosity, Anning had previously taken the eighth princess consort's pulse during a chance encounter. While conception would indeed be difficult, the kind easily overlooked, it wasn't entirely impossible. Provided the other party had no major issues. Yet after a full year of efforts with numerous beauties and expensive medicines, only 2 pregnancies resulted. Clearly, the eighth prince didn't meet this criterion. In Anning's view, the fertility issue lay equally with both spouses. The eighth princess consort had borne unfair blame all along. Princess consort, you were speaking with eighth sister-in-law earlier. Since when were you two acquainted? During their return journey, Yin Tang kept grumbling. In the cramped carriage, Anning pushed the wine-scented man away irritably. What, must I report all my social interactions to you? Ignoring his darkening expression, she idly played with the chessboard. Whatever conflicts you men have outside, don't drag us sisters-in-law into them. Besides, weren't you and eighth brother inseparable before? Yin Tang, why did that statement sound increasingly unpleasant? Frustrated yet unable to vent at his wife, Yin Tang abruptly sat opposite her at the chess table. Recognizing his practiced movements, Anning raised a meaningful brow. Oh. Does my lord wish to play a game with me? His reply came with affected nonchalance. Since you're my princess consort, I'll generously grant you a 3-stone handicap. Oh, if he felt so confident, very well. Then this humble wife won't stand on ceremony. Anning smiled sweetly. 15 minutes later, surveying the devastating defeat, his positions thoroughly annihilated from every angle, after triple-checking the board, Yin Tang's face turned thunderous. Across from him, Anning remained cheerfully amused, chin propped on hand as she toyed with a white jade piece before finally meeting his gaze. How about this? Since you're my lord, I'll grant you a 3-stone handicap next game. Unnecessary. Through gritted teeth, Yin Tang forced out these words under his wife's delightfully provoking gaze. Perhaps stimulated by that day's events, for several months until the end of the year, the ninth prince was so preoccupied that he even neglected his outside business ventures. Aside from his obligatory attendance at the Ministry of Works, he spent his days constantly studying various chess manuals. Truly, this lord's temper was quite impressive. After a brief moment of surprise, Anning didn't pay it much mind. The daily schedule for Qing Dynasty princes was terrifyingly rigorous. They had to attend morning study sessions at the Imperial Study before dawn, learning in Manchu, Han, and Mongolian languages, plus horsemanship, archery, martial arts, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and even natural sciences. Their total annual vacation amounted to a pitiful 6 days. Even on New Year's Eve, they had to miserably continue their studies. To make matters worse, their imperial father was an absolute tiger dad who frequently tested his sons. Falling short meant being scolded until one's head spun. Under such an education system, these princes naturally became exceptional individuals. Take her current husband, for example. He was fluent in 7 or 8 languages, with excellent skills in calligraphy, painting, and chess. How could someone like him not be proud and arrogant? And Ning listened to such comments with half an ear. Whether he immersed himself in chess or other pursuits mattered little. With the great upheaval of the 47th year approaching in just a few years, the situation was already growing tense. Staying quietly at home was better than causing trouble outside. In this lifetime, perhaps because they had no children and didn't need vast sums to support his dear 8th brother, her husband's business activities remained small-scale hobbies rather than crossing lines that might invite censure from imperial censors. Even the Kangxi emperor showed more leniency toward this uninvolved, unlucky son. Wasn't this perfectly fine? Biting into freshly baked crab roe pastries, and Ning comfortably reclined on her daybed, letting her maids carefully apply freshly extracted rose essence to her hands. As the new year began, aside from occasional palace visits to see her mother-in-law, and Ning's comfortable life remained unchanged. In contrast, imperial consort Yi couldn't help sighing whenever she saw her daughter-in-law, who always appeared full of vitality and in excellent health. If she had held some hope earlier, after all, difficult didn't mean completely impossible. These past few years had brought Guo Liuliu to utter despair. If even her robust daughter-in-law couldn't conceive, then her 9th son. Remembering how happy consort Liang had looked at yesterday's festival banquet made imperial consort Yi's expression darken further. Fortunately, her 9th son had come to his senses in recent years and stopped associating with that jinx. Otherwise, HMPH, thinking this didn't prevent her from affectionately chatting with her daughter-in-law. Without needing any orders, palace attendants automatically served tea and snacks, all prepared according to Ning's preferences. Seeing this preferential treatment, the 5th princess consort nearby couldn't hide her jealousy. Both childless compared to her sister-in-law's carefree life, for a moment she secretly wished misfortune had befallen her own husband instead. The 43rd year of Kangxi's reign arrived quietly. If there was any major event this year, in June, an unexpected high fever took the life of 8-year-old Honghui at the 4th Bale's residence. When Honghui first fell ill, and Ning and other sisters-in-law had visited, perhaps because his parents were too young and closely related at his birth, the child had never been particularly healthy. That he survived this long was entirely due to the 4th princess consort's constant care. Watching the small figure on the sickbed gradually lose all signs of life, Ula Nara cried heartrendingly while the 4th prince barely contained his grief beside her. Clearly, losing his hoped-for eldest son struck hard at the 4th Bale, who already had few children. Yet within 2 months, the palace sent 2 new concubines, citing his lack of heirs. Throughout the funeral, only the 4th princess consort suffered true heartbreak. Right after burying her only son, she had to brace herself to accommodate the 2 new ladies bestowed by the palace. Within months, the usually dignified and gentle 4th princess consort became several times more haggard, her kippah hanging loosely on her frame. Seeing this, even sisters-in-law who often quarreled couldn't help but sympathize. On the return journey, Ning leaned lazily against the carriage wall, silent for a long time, even abandoning her favorite warm jade chess pieces. She couldn't be bothered with her husband's attempts at conversation. After numerous failed attempts to engage her, Yin Tang finally lost patience. Dongo clan, be reasonable. If you're angry about 4th brother's disgraceful behavior, why take it out on me? Clicking his tongue, he twirled his teacup, his normally arrogant eyes filled with disdain. Only someone as spineless as 4th brother would accept this. If it were me, whether sent by palace ladies or even the emperor himself, I'd kick them out. Only a fool would believe such nonsense. And Ning couldn't help rolling her eyes before lowering them again. Truthfully, watching a sweet child who often softly called her auntie pass away did sadden her. But given 10,000 chances, she knew she still wouldn't intervene. With so many imperial physicians and attendants around during Honghui's critical illness, and with the 4th princess consort's meticulous care ensuring everything was checked, even with confidence in her medical skills, and Ning would never risk herself for an unrelated person. As for using supposedly inherited or fortuitously obtained miraculous medicines, human greed was endless. One act of kindness would invite endless expectations. Have one pill, and people assume you have countless more. Unless Honghui and future children never faced life-threatening situations, this would eventually become a disaster. All to befriend a future Empress Dowager. Gratitude was the least valuable thing to those in power. Most importantly, why should she? Remembering her original self's helpless daughter in her previous life, and Ning felt cold. Hadn't that girl been sweet? Knowing her family's precarious situation, the teenager had smiled at all these elders to avoid causing trouble. Had even one person extended a helping hand then? Perhaps because the time for her own daughter's arrival drew near, and Ning found her emotions unusually disturbed. Host, are you really decided on this? In this era, having only a daughter will make life difficult for both you and the child. When the girl marries, she won't even have brothers to support her. Is this really okay? The system hesitated. Truthfully, it still thought twins would be better. After swallowing the exchanged pill, and Ning remained unmoved by her dog system's words, you know perfectly well how unfriendly this era is toward daughters. Given that, why would I give her a brother's? Just so she can scramble for scraps that fall from her brother's feet. With such favorable circumstances now, isn't being unique better? Why give that up? Twins sound nice in theory, but in reality, and Ning smiled wryly to herself. In this era, fraternal twins might seem extremely auspicious, but whether in terms of attention or actual future resources, the daughter wouldn't receive even 1/10 of what her brother gets. Even during important ceremonies like the third-day bath, first birthday, or annual birthdays, the focus would never be on her. To those in power, her very existence would merely serve to highlight her brother's importance. Given such universally accepted, vastly unequal treatment, what are the chances of raising a child with healthy self-esteem? Before bringing a child into this world, shouldn't you consider what you can actually offer them? Frankly, if not for her accumulated experience through multiple lifetimes and the system Mala's backup, and Ning would rather fail her mission than bring a daughter into this terrible era. The act of childbirth alone was terrifying enough. Glancing at her worried canine system, and Ning said dismissively, top-tier talent and beauty, undivided parental attention and education, being the sole recipient of her parents' affection. Who wouldn't want these? Isn't this far better than giving her a brother and constantly telling her he's your support? At the very least, in this household, her daughter would never have to compromise for anyone or any benefit. And no matter how much time passes, even after marriage, her parents' home would always remain her true home, not some strange woman's residence. How tragic would it be to become a mere guest in the place where you grew up? Others might accept this, but her child absolutely would not. But host, aren't you worried they might adopt a son from another branch of the family later? Wouldn't you end up living at others' mercy then? The system ventured timidly, taking a sip of warm milk tea, and Ning truly wasn't concerned about this. After years of observation, she understood her nominal husband's temperament perfectly. Adopting someone else's son, impossible, not even a nephew would do. That simply wasn't something Aizen Jioro Yintang would ever consider. At worst, after his death, the imperial family might assign someone to inherit the title and estate for political reasons. But by then, she'd likely be gone anyway. Her husband neither indulged in women nor overworked himself. In fact, to prove himself to his princess consort, he religiously spent over an hour practicing martial arts every single morning. Having taken his pulse before, and Ning estimated he'd easily live into his late 60s barring accidents. By then, their daughter would be a grandmother herself. Why worry so far ahead? Speaking of which, system, instead of fretting about that, shouldn't you confirm whether the pregnancy timing being different means we'll get the same soul as last time? Lo that's. Don't worry, host, our quick transmigration bureau handles these cases often. As long as the parents remain the same and the timing isn't drastically off, the reincarnating soul won't change. Good. Having received confirmation, Ning nodded and closed her eyes to rest. The system. Host, do you have some obsession with only children or something? It muttered. This time Ning didn't respond. 2 months later. At dawn, Yintang returned from his usual martial practice to find his princess consort conspicuously absent. Not just from breakfast, but entirely missing. Glancing at the brightening sky, the ninth prince clicked his tongue but said nothing, having grown accustomed to his wife's habits. After a light snack, he headed to the front courtyard, yet by nearly noon, Ning still hadn't stirred. Worse, her normally rosy complexion had turned alarmingly pale. Her maids, led by the panicked Chun Xing, hastily summoned the house physician. In all these years, their mistress had never even caught a minor cold. This sudden illness terrified them. When the news reached Yintang in the front courtyard, he couldn't believe it, his wife. Sick. Before his eunuch Zio Zizi could react, the prince was already striding toward the main residence, where the flustered physician was being practically dragged in by a frantic Chun Xing. After an agonizingly long pulse reading that left the old doctor sweating profusely, yet unable to diagnose anything, Yintang, noting his wife's frightening pallor, grew uncharacteristically impatient. He immediately ordered Zio Zizi to fetch an imperial physician while glaring at the trembling doctor. As imperial nobility holding power of life and death over his household, his mere gaze made the physician break into fresh sweat. Finally, the old man stammered, "Your Highness." The pulse suggests pregnancy, but it's strangely faint and intermittent. Pregnant? Yintang's initial joy vanished at the word faint. Remembering his robust wife, who'd once kicked him hard enough to bruise, he snapped. "Faint, you incompetent fool, you know her constitution, how could she suddenly weaken? Especially while pregnant, unless something sinister was afoot in the household." Just as Yintang began mentally accusing his forgotten concubines of foul play, he caught the physician's oddly complicated expression. Ninth Prince. Wait, pregnant, child, realization dawned and his face changed dramatically. The arrival of several imperial physicians soon confirmed the old doctor's diagnosis. Your Highness is indeed 2 months pregnant, but the fetus's pulse is extremely weak, posing constant risk of miscarriage. Since the princess consort shares blood with the child, she's naturally affected as well. In truth, had the princess consort not possessed such robust health, whether this child could have survived until now would have been uncertain. As for why the fetus remained so weak, recalling their earlier diagnosis of the prince, the elderly physicians bowed their heads even lower. After a long silence, the lead physician finally spoke timidly. "Reporting to Your Highness, we found no traces of miscarriage-inducing substances in the princess consort's pulse." The other physicians hastily nodded in agreement. Ninth Prince. Under the fearful gazes of the servants, the prince's face cycled through shades of green, white, and black before he finally gritted his teeth. "Use whatever means necessary. My wife and child must be unharmed. Otherwise, you all." The physicians exchanged glances filled with unspoken misery. When Anning awoke at dusk, she rubbed her dizzy head. Before she could rise, a dark figure rushed to her bedside. "Your Highness, you must take care. Don't you know you're carrying precious cargo now? We can't act recklessly as before." Bombarded by this endless lecture upon waking, and feeling the overly cautious hands supporting her, Anning remained speechless for a moment before weakly massaging her temples. With her husband's help, she sat up. "Wait, my lord, what did you just say? Precious cargo, you mean me?" Seeing his wife's expression of utter disbelief, Yin Tang's face darkened again, as if choking on unshed blood. Suppressing his frustration, the prince gently helped her lean against the headboard and meticulously tucked in the blankets. Only then did he summon servants to bring the constantly warmed porridge from the kitchen, personally feeding her spoonfuls. "My dear, my ancestor, if not for yourself, then for the child's sake, please eat more." Despite his desperation, Anning only managed a few bites before lying back down, perfectly portraying poor appetite. In subsequent days, the mansion's chefs employed every culinary trick imaginable to improve her appetite, from capital delicacies to regional snacks. As long as deemed safe, all were presented to Anning. Even the head chef from Beijing's famed Eight Immortals restaurant was lured over with exorbitant pay. These efforts slightly improved Anning's appetite, yet the fetus remained dangerously unstable, perpetually at risk of miscarriage. The poor gynecology-specialized imperial physicians nearly tore their hair out from stress. At the palace, imperial consort Yi grew so anxious upon receiving news that she couldn't sleep, nearly weeping as she clutched her matron's sleeve. "Nanny, why must my little ninth suffer so, after all these years without news when finally blessed? How could this happen?" Zai. They say the physicians dare not prescribe medicine, only using premium ingredients for gradual nourishment. Imperial consort Yi understood. While partly due to avoiding responsibility, such extreme caution indicated the child's precarious state. Seeing her youngest son's dark-circled eyes recently, Guo Liuliu's hatred for the true culprit intensified, nearly shredding her handkerchief. That heartless 8th prince, that cursed disaster. Why couldn't it have been him instead? My poor little ninths. Between curses, she ordered her storeroom emptied of valuables for delivery to her son's mansion. Guo Liuliu knew this might be her son's only chance for offspring. Given her daughter-in-law's typically strong constitution and her son's prime age, if even this pregnancy proved so difficult to maintain. Shaking her head violently, imperial consort Yi refused to consider the implications. Emperor Kangxi mirrored her actions. As a father who highly valued progeny, he understood about 70 to 80% of 9th Prince's household situation. All previously bestowed concubines came from families with excellent fertility and robust health. Yet after all these years without even a pregnancy rumor, this unlucky son had clearly suffered fundamental damage. Combined with the physician's reports, Kangxi knew chances for future offspring were nearly non-existent. As for suspicions about this pregnancy's legitimacy, like others, the emperor harbored none. Unlike ordinary households, royal princess consorts traveled with dozens of attendants. Princely mansions employed eunuchs except for front courtyard guards. Ninth prince's household maintained even stricter protocols. Moreover, Emperor Kangxi had met Donggo's daughter before. Her radiant complexion evidenced excellent health. In all these years, she'd scarcely required imperial physicians. Even routine checkups amazed doctors, who declared such robust pulses rare in their careers. Consider also Donggo Kishi, over 60 yet still vigorous enough to mount horses and draw heavy bows. Kangxi had once discreetly inquired about their family's health secrets, only to find Donggo's sons lacked similar constitutions, leaving the emperor to attribute it to exceptional individual physique. That such a healthy woman like Donggo's daughter took years to conceive was one matter, but for the pregnancy itself to become so precarious. This clearly indicated his ninth son's physical condition was. With another wave of his hand, Emperor Kangxi dispatched countless treasures to Ninth Prince's mansion. Given the emperor's attitude and Ninth Prince's long-awaited good news, likely his only descendant, the other princes also gave generously. Even the usually antagonistic fourth prince didn't hesitate, especially eighth prince as the apparent culprit who showered his younger brother's household with priceless gifts. But did ninth prince feel touched by these gestures? Not a damn bit, comparing eighth prince's son Hongweng already running around last month to his own pale, miscarriage-threatened wife. Ninth prince's smoldering fury found no outlet until Xiao Zizi rushed in urgently. Your Highness. Disaster, the princess consort refuses to eat again. Before anyone could react, the prince had already vanished from the room. For over several months, the ninth prince's residence had been in a state of high tension. Everyone nervously survived the dangerous first trimester, but according to the imperial physicians, the situation still hadn't improved much. The slightest mishap could still lead to miscarriage. Even after 5 months, the mother herself might be in danger. In just these few months, not only had Anning's face visibly paled, but even Yin Zhen himself had grown increasingly haggard, with dark circles under his eyes that couldn't be concealed. The occasional visiting princes and princess consorts were all shocked by what they saw. The 10th prince, always outspoken, immediately voiced his concern before all his brothers. Ninth brother, take a closer look. Could there be something wrong in your residence? Our sister-in-law used to be so healthy before. She could ride dozens of laps on horseback without even breathing hard. How could pregnancy reduce her to this state? Remembering what he'd just seen, 5 months pregnant yet barely showing, her face deathly pale with visibly poor vitality. The 10th prince couldn't help but think back to his own son who had recently perished in harem conflicts. His grief made him overanalyze things. In his view, pregnancy was a woman's matter. If the mother was healthy, the child should be fine too. Unfortunately, his words had barely left his mouth when the 5th prince harshly kicked him. The other brothers exchanged subtle glances. They all knew something about this sister-in-law. How could they not? A beauty always stood out, especially one whose grace and charm surpassed all others, carrying an air reminiscent of ink-wash paintings. The 3rd prince had once privately complained to his wife that such a gem was wasted on a scoundrel like the 9th prince. Last year at the Mulan hunting grounds, they'd all witnessed, just as the 10th prince said, her riding over a dozen laps across the vast fields. Not only could most pampered princess consorts not manage it, even some of the men would struggle. Take the 4th prince, after just a few laps his face had turned red. Yet this seemingly delicate sister-in-law had completed it effortlessly. Not to mention how dark the 4th prince's face became upon hearing this later. That single incident had made the 9th princess consort's physical prowess famous among the brothers. But seeing her now, what a pity. The brothers exchanged increasingly awkward glances, noticing how their 9th brother's face had darkened ominously nearby. Among them, the usually sociable 8th prince could only awkwardly raise his wine cup in discomfort. While the front courtyard was mired in awkwardness, the atmosphere among the princess consorts was much better. Over the years, though Anning avoided managing affairs, she'd maintained good relations with her sisters-in-law. Now led by her cousin, several experienced mothers shared pregnancy tips. Only the 4th princess consort, seeing how different her sister-in-law looked now, had a sudden realization. Since Honghui's passing half a year ago, the 4th princess consort had been consumed by regret. Regretting not taking better care of her son, regretting overworking during pregnancy and failing to give him a strong constitution. But seeing the ninth princess consort now, Nara suddenly understood. Perhaps Honghui's weak health hadn't been her fault at all. Remembering the early deaths of Hongpan and Hongyun, along with Lady Song's two daughters who died young. If men could influence offspring so greatly, then perhaps the problem lay with her husband. The fourth princess consort unconsciously clenched her handkerchief. Normally, as someone who strictly followed rules and sought perfection in all things, Nara would never entertain such thoughts about her husband. But this concerned her only son. Lost in these thoughts, she remained silent throughout the carriage ride home, even avoiding her husband's offered hand when alighting. Yin Zhen. After this minor incident, and Ning's bedridden days continued as usual. Due to the difficult pregnancy, she hadn't left the residence since conception. All food was triple-checked to prevent any potential harm. As for the concubines, before Ning could act, Yin Zhen had already placed them under strict confinement. Before 7 months had passed, Madame Aizen Gioro arrived with bundles of supplies. Seeing her daughter, she immediately burst into tears. "My poor child, just a pregnancy, how could it? This is worse than that son-in-law of ours." Ahem, and Ning hurriedly coughed as her mother's words grew increasingly inappropriate. Truthfully, after months of the imperial physician's efforts and hair loss, and Ning's condition had improved significantly, with the fetus no longer showing constant signs of premature birth. Of course, to avoid jinxing it, the old physicians dared not take credit, only saying the princess consort's strong constitution allowed the fetus to develop better with longer gestation. Based on recent pulse readings, this wasn't entirely false either. With her mother by her side, and Ning's days improved further, even her previously poor appetite recovering somewhat. Feeding his wife bite-sized pear pastries with a delicate silver fork, Yin Zhen finally relaxed slightly, seeing her rare good appetite. But human nature always wants more. Hearing everyone predict a little prince, and Ning shot her husband a sidelong glance without humoring him. "I think this one feels more like a sweet little princess. Don't say that, my wife, no, my ancestor. If not for holding the jade plate, he might have jumped 3 feet high." Seeing her expression, he forced himself to speak gently. "Wife, it's not that I wouldn't cherish our daughter, but our family truly has a title to inherit. Too bad you'll never have that precious heir in this lifetime." Glancing at his slightly darkened expression, and Ning secretly snorted, then accepted the apricot preserve he cautiously offered with an ingratiating smile. July was the rainy season of the year. The day Ning went into labor happened to be such a gloomy, wet day. In the middle of the night, as soon as Ning couldn't help but let out a soft moan, Yin Tang beside her reflexively opened his eyes. After lighting the lamp, what greeted him was his princess consort's pale face covered with cold sweat. At this sight, even if the ninth prince had been half asleep earlier, he was now completely wide awake. Scrambling out of bed without even bothering to put on clothes, Yin Tang urgently ordered Chun Xing, Xiao Zizi and others waiting outside to summon the imperial physicians, while he himself hovered anxiously nearby, unsure what to do. Ning on the bed nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. "What are you standing there for? Can't you see I'm about to give birth?" Give birth." As if only now realizing, the man suddenly slapped his own forehead. "Right, it's time." While speaking, he had already hurriedly carried his princess consort into the delivery room that had been prepared long ago. Due to the risk of premature birth with this pregnancy, several midwives selected by the Imperial Household Department had been stationed at the residence since May. Fearing any mishap, these midwives had been thoroughly vetted by Imperial Consort Yi and the ninth prince himself. Although there was initial chaos, the delivery room was soon running in an orderly manner. Yet despite all preparations, the labor remained difficult. Several hours passed with no signs of cervical dilation. Were it not for the genuine pain and cold sweat on the princess consort's face, the midwives might have thought it wasn't time yet. What should we do now?" As time ticked by with no improvement, the midwives' hands trembled uncontrollably, especially with the ninth prince constantly coming to inquire from outside. The look in his eyes was terrifying enough that they had no doubt any mishap would cost them their lives. Even the imperial consort in the palace had specially sent people over. Under the ninth prince's repeated urging, several senior imperial physicians took turns checking the pulse from behind the screen, only to conclude, "Your Highness, perhaps the earlier measures to delay premature birth and protect the child were overdone. This delivery." The lead physician sighed heavily, feeling his hair had turned whiter in this short time. After a long pause, he lowered his head and murmured, "The only solution now is strong labor-inducing medicine, otherwise the princess consort and child might. Hearing this, the ninth prince's heart turned cold outside the delivery room. He stood frozen for a long moment before finding his voice. Listen well, if anything happens to either my consort or child, none of you will leave here alive today." Inside, Madame Gioro held her daughter's hand, weeping uncontrollably, not even sparing a glance for her son-in-law at these words. Were she not needed by her daughter's side, she would have rushed out to slap the man. Blame your poor choice of brothers, blame your own carelessness. Her poor daughter, why must fate be so cruel? Fortunately, the imperial physicians had some skill. After administering medicine, movements were finally heard in the delivery room hours later. By dawn, accompanied by an infant's cry, Yin Tang, who had been standing anxiously outside all night, nearly collapsed from weak legs. Even when the midwives hesitantly mentioned it was a little princess, he had no mind to dwell on it. Carefully cradling the pink-blue swaddling clothes, he gazed tearfully at the tiny girl inside who couldn't even open her eyes yet. "And then my consorts," the physician's hesitant voice answered. "The child stayed long in the womb and though somewhat weak will be fine with proper care, but the princess consort. What about hers?" Under the terrifying gaze, the old physician could only report truthfully. "Though her ladyship has good constitution, this ordeal has damaged her foundation. She must be carefully nursed in winters hereafter and above all, must avoid cold." At these words, darkness nearly overcame Yin Tang again. When Anning reopened her eyes at dusk, her mother, Madame Gioro, hastily brought over pigeon soup that had been simmering, personally feeding her daughter before having the newborn brought in. Newborns aren't much to look at generally, but to the grandmother's eyes, every feature was perfect. Except for the phoenix eyes clearly inherited from the son-in-law, which the grandmother somewhat disliked, everything else was lovely and pleasing. Especially considering her son-in-law's health condition, this child would likely be her daughter's only offspring. Gently playing with the little one, Madame Gioro comforted her daughter. "Don't worry, dear. Given the ninth prince's situation, having a princess at all is heaven's blessing. Even the palace has no grounds for complaint. Oh, while you slept, the palace sent gifts. I checked personally their premium ginseng and blood swallows' nests. At least imperial consort, you knew her place as mother-in-law. Had she acted like the eldest princess consort before, the Dongo family wouldn't have taken it lying down. Don't worry, mother, you know I never take losses." That was true. While stroking her daughter's noticeably paler hands, Madame Gioro's heart ached again. Had her daughter married someone less unfortunate, she'd have toddlers running around by now. HMPH, so it's a princess. If that son-in-law had any sense, he wouldn't dare show dissatisfaction. Indeed, despite earlier hopes for a little prince, the ninth prince now doted on the babbling infant more than anyone. As the child grew increasingly beautiful, fair and plump after the first month with smiley eyes that melted hearts, Anning gave her the nickname Little Moon. Being the hard-won child after years of struggle, and likely the only offspring among his brothers, the little princess received lavish gifts during her full moon celebration. Within half a day, Little Moon's treasure trove was overflowing. Even the 10th prince, self-proclaimed closest brother to the 9th prince, not only spent extravagantly on a rare warm jade carved by master artisans into a lucky pendant, but also swept through major treasure pavilions for shiny trinkets his niece loved. His own princess consort once jabbed, "I never saw you go to such lengths for our own children." The 10th prince shrugged, "That's different, I'll never lack sons nor daughters later, but 9th brother only has this one seedling." 10th princess consort. Holding the little one who was gnawing on a toy tiger, and Ning simply listened without comment. Logically speaking, given how close the 10th prince was to her husband in their past life, he must have helped when disaster struck the household. After all, the male members, though imprisoned for life under the new emperor's displeasure, still lived safely past 50. But unfortunately, and Ning thought, this protection never extended to daughters. Even a legitimate daughter mattered less than an illegitimate son in everyone's eyes. Just as Yang Zhang showered favors on the 13th prince and his heir Hong Zio, yet didn't hesitate to send the prince's legitimate daughter to Mongolia for marriage, knowing full well 2 of the 13th prince's sisters had died there. Perhaps to him, protecting the family heir was consolation enough for his beloved 13th brother. Gazing at the babbling little one in her arms, and Ning's heart softened. "Don't worry, this time in our home you'll never be second choice or the one sacrificed." When Ning finished her postpartum confinement, it was already mid-September. She had spent a full 2 months resting before the imperial physician allowed her to leave bed. Even so, anyone could tell that compared to before, when she had looked perpetually full of vigor and in robust health, 9th princess consort now was truly a shadow of her former self. Especially at this moment, wrapped in a thick cloak, her face as pure as snow, her gentle smile carried an added fragile air. The other princess consorts couldn't help but sigh quietly upon seeing her. Poor 9th princess consort was just incredibly unlucky. At this point, even the fifth princess consort no longer secretly envied her. Compared to their own sisters-in-law, she felt her life was still somewhat bearable. Especially during the New Year festivities, when all the princes and princess consorts, including those of the Zong family, gathered one after another, the seat meant for ninth princess consort remained conspicuously empty. After some discreet inquiries, everyone learned that ninth princess consort was unwell and had gone to recuperate with her daughter at a hot spring villa in the outskirts before the new year. Recuperating to the point of not even attending the annual banquet, that had to be a serious illness. During the feast, the princess consorts exchanged subtle glances. It seemed the health of ninth princess consort was truly worrying. Sai, even Kangxi, who valued rules above all else, hadn't said anything about it. As for appointing a side consort with a decent status to manage the household affairs for his son, even the emperor wouldn't be that reckless. Even if he personally wished to do so, he would have to see if any good family's daughter was willing to step into that fire pit. With a Ning as a warning, the ninth prince's residence had become, in the eyes of many noblewomen and even bondservant women with some family background, no different from a den of dragons and tigers. It was very likely that she would never have children in her lifetime. If by chance she did, that would be a matter of life and death. One might ask if any of them had the physical constitution of the previous ninth princess consort. Even more so did they have her family background, which commanded all the imperial physicians to personally attend to her, piling on expensive medicines and tonics just to keep her alive. Not only would they not have such treatment, but for the sake of the child in their womb, their own fragile lives wouldn't be worth a thing. It was feared that the day they became pregnant would be only a few months before their own death. Glory and wealth were meaningless without life to enjoy them. Moreover, if it were the crown prince, it might be worth fighting for, but the ninth prince was just a mere prince. Forget it. Alas. Seeing her lonely son before her, in Yikun Palace, Guo Liuliu couldn't help but sigh, cursing the eighth prince 1,000 times in her heart. Especially today, to show the emperor that her own children were not so miserable, the eighth prince had brought both his son and daughter with him. Compared to her own lonely ninth. But fortunately, thinking of the beautiful granddaughter she had seen recently, Guo Liuliu's heart lightened somewhat. She then seriously took her son's hand. Ninth, your princess consort hasn't had it easy, especially now with the eldest princess. Even if she's not your son, she's the only bit of your own blood under your knees. It was very likely to be the only bloodline she would have in her lifetime. Though unspoken, both mother and son knew this well. When little Moon was just born, imperial consort Yi had entertained other thoughts. Though difficult, what if? But who would have thought, shortly after those thoughts, palace maids started feeling unwell one after another. The Qing palace was unlike others. Palace maids were mostly bannermen and could not be arbitrarily beaten or scolded, let alone injured. Even if imperial consort Yi was angry, she couldn't cause too much trouble. Besides, it would be bad if such news spread. Moreover, imperial consort Yi knew her son's character well. He had been pampered since childhood and took the imperial male dignity very seriously. How could he willingly be close to those with ulterior motives, not even for his son? Looking at the consorts appointed over the years, except for the first 2 years, most had been neglected in the back palace. Cursing the eighth prince once again in her heart, imperial consort Yi earnestly held her youngest son's hand. Your mother also has the cordyceps blood swallow the emperor gave a few days ago. Take it back with you. Though the eldest princess is well cared for, the imperial physician said the fetus still lacks some things. You, as the father, must pay more attention. And your princess consort is unwell now. You must be more considerate, don't be as reckless as before. In short, imperial consort Yi worried endlessly for her always troubled youngest son. When Yin Tang arrived with his entourage, and Ning was comfortably lying in the newly built hot spring pool. The ninth prince's residence did not lack money, and the expenses naturally ensured maximum comfort. Except for occasionally pretending to be weak, and Ning had been living a blissful life with her precious daughter at the villa. Sipping a plum drink quietly handed over by her maid, and Ning secretly gave herself a thumbs up for her decision. This was far better than trudging through the freezing cold and kneeling repeatedly. Moreover, nestled in the warm hot spring water, she thought how wonderful it was not to have to pretend to be healthy. During this period, due to illness, and Ning reluctantly gave up her earlier hobbies of horse riding and hunting, turning instead to flower gathering and spending most of her time on painting and calligraphy. At this moment, there was already a whole small box full of portraits of little Moon in her study. The small family returned to the capital in March of the following year, when the weather had thoroughly warmed. The little one, about 8 or 9 months old, was at the clever and adorable stage. Especially little Moon, whose delicate and adorable features made her a perfect little sweetheart. Although sometimes the baby had a bit of a temper, neither her father nor imperial consort Yi thought much of it, even secretly praising. Our Manchu lady has to have such spirit. Exactly as the father's daughter, whatever she wants, she'll get as long as he has it. Still, on the day of the Zhuozhou ceremony, seeing the little one fiercely gathering all the shiny little toys before her, and Ning couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. But don't be fooled by her size, the little one was extremely clever. Seeing her mother's face turn sour, she staggered over, holding out a green jade brush. Cool. Paint. The little girl wore a small Xiong red jacket and a wool knit hat, her big black eyes sparkling remarkably, and her delicate fairy-like features instantly drew everyone's attention. Especially now, with her small face tilted back, her smart and adorable look made people's hearts warm a little more. On the desk, besides a few toys added by uncles, the crown prince had even tossed his jade finger ring onto the pile. For a moment, it caught everyone's attention and caused some to secretly speculate that the crown prince was trying to curry favor with his brothers. But thinking of the ninth prince's usual detached character, the brothers quickly dismissed this guess. Only Ning fought the twitch in the corner of her mouth. Knowing him well, she suspected there was nothing else going on now. No other reason but that he was occasionally struck by his obsession with appearances. After Little Moon's first birthday celebration, her formal name was officially decided. Yu Ludai, meaning jade bird in Manchu, symbolized both the precious purity of jade and the lively freedom of a bird. The little girl truly lived up to this name. Though exceptionally active for her tender age, she was an extraordinarily bright child. Perhaps influenced by her mother, she developed an eye for beauty from infancy. The leaping koi in the pond, the emerald lotus-covered lakes in summer, the fiery red maple leaves in autumn, the first red plum blossoms braving winter's icy grip. Were it not for her still limited brush control, her dedicated art room would contain far more than just a collection of tiny handprint paintings. She'd even somehow heard about the magnificent sunrise views from Western Mountain, and one day stubbornly insisted her father take her to see it. How could Yin Tang, now fully transformed into the ultimate doting father, possibly refuse his precious daughter? He ended up carrying her all the way to the summit, so anxious about her safety that he dragged several imperial physicians along from the imperial hospital. The entire trip was spent worrying over his daughter, yet upon their return, Yu Ludai remained as energetic as ever, happily skipping about. Her poor father, however, returned with visible dark circles under his eyes. No sooner had they returned than Yin Tang was summoned to the palace and thoroughly scolded by his mother. Imperial consort Yi's tirade essentially accused him of irresponsibility. After years of careful nurturing to strengthen the eldest princess's delicate constitution, how dare he take such risks by bringing her up a mountain? Back at Yikun Palace, the thoroughly chastised Yin Tang buried his face in his hands. How could he explain that the moment those big pleading eyes had looked up at him, his body seemed to move on its own before his brain could process the request? Not that he didn't regret it afterward, but a real man keeps his word, especially promises made to his daughter. How could he possibly go back on them? Standing stiffly in the chamber, Yin Tang remained silent for a long while. As the saying goes, no one understands a son like his mother. Imperial consort, Yi needed only one look at her unlucky son's expression to grasp the situation completely. Yu Liu couldn't help sighing inwardly. Yu Ludai was truly exceptional, not just in looks but with that extraordinary aura about her. Not yet 3 years old, she already displayed more wit than 5th Prince's 5 or 6-year-olds, coupled with an irresistibly sweet tongue. Even the emperor, normally reserved with his daughters and granddaughters, had been charmed into gifting several treasured paintings from his private collection during his last visit. Though it seemed a casual gesture quickly forgotten, this alone astonished imperial consort Yi. With such cleverness as the only daughter in the family, no wonder her youngest son, Yin Tang. After the incident, the little girl behaved angelically for quite some time. Seeing her father's gloomy expression for several days, apparently scolded relentlessly by grandmother in the palace, how pitiful, she toned down her antics. "Mother," she suddenly asked one day while snuggling with Ning on the lambswool-covered daybed, "why does father, grandmother, and everyone think I'm not healthy?" She felt perfectly fine, certainly better than second uncle, the crown prince's third daughter, who always had to drink those horribly bitter medicines. That cousin had secretly confided that the imperial hospital's white-bearded old man prescribed the most disgusting remedies ever. The system was equally puzzled about this. The mid-tier health-guaranteed pill from the system store should have ensured perfect health from birth. Yet every imperial physician unanimously declared the eldest princess somewhat delicate, requiring careful nurturing. Only in recent months, seeing her run and jump without issue, had they slightly modified their diagnosis while still insisting on continued cautious care. This had thoroughly frightened Ninth Prince into treating his daughter as more precious than his own eyeballs. The system initially suspected its host of tampering, but after extensive covert observation found no evidence. And Ning gently stroked her daughter's fur-capped head. You Ludai, have you heard the saying, fear breeds irrationality? Your father and others simply worry too much just like mother does, so you must take extra good care of yourself. As for those imperial physicians, and Ning chuckled lightly, take their words with a grain of salt. Haven't you noticed they say similar things about your third cousin and many others? Oh, that's true. The little girl thoughtfully nuzzled against her mother before blinking her large eyes with sudden realization. So mother means things many people say aren't necessarily correct. Exactly, our Yu Ludai is so clever. I see. She'd actually known this already, but her mother's daily praise still made her beam with joy, her already radiant face glowing even brighter. The system, Why was it the only clueless one here, holding her daughter's small hand, and Ning remained silent? The situation made perfect sense, simple human nature. For imperial physicians, especially Qing Dynasty imperial physicians, playing it safe was paramount in such a high-risk profession. This was an era of shockingly high infant mortality rates. After that earlier life-threatening episode, any child born under difficult circumstances would be diagnosed as delicate regardless of actual condition. If the child thrived, the physicians could claim credit. If misfortune struck, their prior warnings would mitigate blame, especially with Ninth Prince's own health issues as precedent. No intervention from her was necessary. Most importantly, caressing her daughter's soft cheek, and Ning would never risk fake pulse diagnoses or similar methods on her child. Children's constitutions were fragile enough without adding medicinal toxins unless absolutely necessary, no matter how confident she might be. Oblivious to her mother's complex considerations, Yu Ludai continued her happy days, dressing prettily to go boating with mother and posing for portraits, begging father to see beautiful lion dogs and talkative parrots, occasionally creating her own masterpieces, or visiting that somewhat silly 10th uncle who always angered father, but recently earned partial forgiveness by gifting a lovely pony. He might qualify as one of Yu Ludai's best uncles now. Her only sorrow, sighing while propping her chin, she wished third sister from second uncle's household could come out to play more often. On New Year's Eve, and Ning stayed cozy at home listening to her husband, and especially her daughter's excited accounts of palace banquet novelties. Outside, fireworks painted the night sky with brilliant colors. Yet peaceful days never last. Early in the 47th year of Kangxi's reign, before New Year celebrations concluded, urgent news broke from Qing Palace. The crown prince's life hung by a thread. What did you say? Upon receiving the news, Yin Tang, who had been dining with his princess consort and daughter, was utterly stunned. He hastily gave Ning and their daughter a few instructions before rushing to his study. Only Yu Ludai remained at the table, staring blankly at where her father had disappeared in a flash. And Ning, however, remained composed, seemingly uninterested in the recent news. She even took the opportunity to remove the crab leg the little girl had sneakily transferred to her own bowl. This successfully earned her daughter's pouting protest. Mother. Unfortunately, even faced with her daughter's pitiful gaze, the merciless Demon King and Ning remained unmoved. Crab meat was extremely cooling. Did she think her gluttonous little girl's earlier sneaky bites had gone unnoticed? At the same time, wait, you slave, what did you just say? Who had an accident? The crown prince. In the study, Yin Tang's face stiffened with disbelief. That was the crown prince, since childhood elevated above all his brothers and court officials, the emperor's favorite. Though in recent years he'd somewhat fallen from grace. As someone who'd grown up on the neglected side of their father's favoritism, Yin Tang understood better than anyone. They might all be sons, but even combined, their importance couldn't match the crown prince's, and such a person had encountered trouble. In the palace no less. Indeed, the reporting eunuch wiped his face hastily, his travel-worn features clearly panicked. Reporting to your highness, this slave doesn't know the details either. I only know all imperial physicians were summoned by his majesty to Qing Palace. When I left, the entire Forbidden City was already under strict lockdown. Had I not left early on official business, I wouldn't have made it out at all. Also, her ladyship specifically instructed this slave to warn your highness that his majesty is currently in a towering rage, so your highness must take extreme care. Understood. Struggling to digest this news, Yin Tang waved his hand solemnly before speaking gravely after a pause. To be safe, you should return immediately. Tell me, did anyone notice you coming here? Rest assured, your highness. Given the gravity, I changed clothes after leaving the palace and even disguised my face before coming. He lifted his face to reveal a small round visage smeared black, with only almond-shaped eyes visible. Anticipating trouble, the eunuch had taken great precautions during his journey, even changing his outfit completely. Only then did Yin Tang nod. While planting spies in the palace was routine for noble households, at this critical juncture any slip-up could have disastrous consequences. In truth, Yin Tang still underestimated the situation's severity. When summoned to the palace, he was met with an emperor barely containing his wrath. Having ruled for decades, Kangxi had long mastered concealing his emotions. Yet today, his murderous rage was laid bare for all to see. The entire Qing palace was terrifyingly silent. The assembled princes stood in line, none daring to speak as their father's piercing gaze swept over them like a blade. Even as their legs trembled from standing, none dared move under the emperor's scathing verbal lashing. Only then did Yin Tang learn the crown prince hadn't fallen ill, but been poisoned. Even Yin Tang couldn't suppress a shudder. No wonder the emperor was so enraged. The crown prince's residence had layers of security, even his meals followed the emperor's three-bite rule with food tasters. Given the emperor's meticulous control, anything entering Qing Palace would undergo rigorous inspection. Yet someone had succeeded. Putting himself in those shoes, what if the target hadn't been the crown prince, but still, who could have accomplished this? But now that wasn't the pressing issue. Feeling the emperor's increasingly murderous gaze, Yin Tang shivered, especially seeing how it focused on the first, third, fourth, and even eighth princes. For once, Yin Tang felt grateful. Everyone knew he only had a precious daughter these years, doing nothing beyond minimal Ministry of Works duties. As for his fifth brother, facial scars from the Galdan campaign and poor Chinese had long excluded him from succession struggles. However this played out, it wouldn't involve their Yikun Palace faction. As for the 10th prince, that blockhead wouldn't even cross the emperor's mind. Thinking this, Yin Tang relaxed slightly. The situation unfolded accordingly. After imperial physicians risked their heads working non-stop for 2 days, they finally pulled the crown prince back from death's door. But with his recovery came devastating news. The poison had damaged his foundation. Henceforth he'd need constant medicinal care, avoiding any exertion, chill, or stress, otherwise living past 50 would be impossible. This. Ninth prince's residence. In the study, the 10th prince's jaw practically hit the floor. So the crown prince is. Though he didn't voice useless, both understood. The once brilliant crown prince had become a fragile porcelain figure, only fit for display now. Exchanging glances, Yin Tang's expression grew complicated. I heard it was a slow-acting poison, likely administered years ago. Only recent overexertion and cooling foods triggered it early. Had it taken full effect in 2 to 3 years, he'd have simply died from exhaustion. Leaving no traces behind, this is too ruthless. And too masterful. The 10th prince marveled at how a nation's crown prince could be so thoroughly ensnared. No wonder the emperor had been so furious lately. While they fared better, their elder brothers faced house arrests and confiscated authority, especially the first prince's faction. Ninth brother, who do you think did this? The 10th prince asked uneasily. Who else but one of us? But using such methods against family. After years of peaceful domestic life, this left Yin Tang deeply unsettled. Enough, Yin Tang glared sternly at his naive brother. However fiercely they fight, it's none of our concern, don't get involved. Don't worry, ninth brothers, you know me, I'm not one for meddling. Meanwhile, Qing Palace. Your Highness, it's time for medicine. At Lady Guajia's cautious reminder, Yinreng slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at his pale hands, his thoughts remained inscrutable. My lord. Give me the medicine. Contrary to expectations, after this catastrophe, the awakened crown prince showed no rage, only unexpected calm. He swallowed the usually detested bitter medicine sip by sip without flinching. When Lady Guajia mentioned the emperor's constant vigil until leaving for court, he merely nodded acknowledgement. This attitude left her thoroughly perplexed. Only after everyone withdrew did Yinreng finally look up, staring blankly at the python-patterned ribbon symbolizing his status. Asked whether becoming a physician-certified cripple overnight, seeing lifelong ambitions destroyed made him angry, perhaps. But none could imagine, for a crown prince, becoming useless brought overwhelming relief. Yinreng mused this might be heaven's intervention stopping him before taking irreversible steps. Though the perpetrator remained unknown, his phoenix eyes flashed with sudden sharpness. This apparent dead end might yet become Qing Palace's path to survival. As the new year began, the entire Forbidden City was on edge due to the Crown Prince incident. Emperor Kangxi completely abandoned his usual benevolent image, showing no mercy toward his sons and wielding his blade ruthlessly against the imperial household department. Yet after several days, there was still no progress regarding the Crown Prince's poisoning case. Instead, the investigation uncovered. Holding a thick ledger filled with records of ill-gotten gains, Yin Tang couldn't help but laugh in anger. Who would have thought, all these years I prided myself on being financially astute, only to discover my family's wealth doesn't even compare to these lowly bondservants. To be fair, the ninth prince was exaggerating somewhat. While the bondservant's influence was significant at this time, it hadn't yet reached its later rampant levels. Still, this discovery was enough to infuriate Yin Tang. Despite his reputation for idleness, years of imperial education had instilled in him a sense of ownership over the Qing dynasty's legacy. Discovering his family's coffers had been plundered naturally provoked his wrath. Moreover, flipping through the account books revealed that while his own household hadn't been looted as severely as some of his brothers, the embezzled amounts were still substantial. So they've been digging under my walls too. With a cold laugh, Yin Tang couldn't wait another moment. He immediately gathered the account books and boarded his carriage for the palace. Upon hearing the system's real-time report, Anning simply nodded and continued guiding her daughter's small hand to complete the final strokes of their nearly finished children playing with carp painting. This outcome didn't surprise her in the least. Given her nominal husband's financial acumen, it was only a matter of time before he discovered the truth. Besides, the imperial household department had merely been a secondary target this time. Achieving this effect was already satisfactory. Host, if you don't want Yang Zheng to ascend the throne, why not deal with him directly? Why take such a roundabout approach? And with the crown prince in his current state, wouldn't it make little difference whether he's deposed or not? Little difference. And Ning thought the difference was enormous. A crown prince who hadn't completely broken with his imperial father could still play a tremendously useful role. However, not bad system. You're actually making progress. And Ning expressed genuine surprise. She hadn't expected it to deduce her intentions so quickly. In her consciousness, the dog-shaped system rolled its eyes disdainfully. This didn't require any deduction. Given its host's vindictive nature, unless the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, she would always seek retaliation when possible. What it didn't understand was why she didn't take the simpler route if she wanted to prevent Yang Zheng's ascension. Wouldn't dealing directly with the fourth prince be easier than scheming against the crown prince? Better yet, why not follow Zhang Jiaxi's approach from the first life, eliminate Kangxi in one move, and let the crown prince succeed directly? Then the fourth prince wouldn't even be a factor. Hearing this, and Ning. So much for thinking the system had changed its ways. Pulling her chattering little one into her arms, and Ning sighed helplessly. Setting aside how cautious Emperor Kangxi is with habits and preferences he rarely reveals, making attempts on him exponentially more difficult except by close associates. What's my relationship with the crown prince anyway? Why go to such lengths for his succession? Kangxi was at least the nominal father of her husband and grandfather of Yu Ludai. Even if he didn't particularly favor his granddaughter, having him around for another dozen years would bring more practical benefits than any uncle on the throne. Admittedly, due to her daughter's appearance, Yinreng did show some fondness for the child, always sending generous gifts. But in the eyes of those in power, such affection was too insubstantial, and Ning doubted it could translate into any tangible benefits. Truthfully, her motivation for intervening to prevent Yang Zheng's succession stemmed only partly from past grievances. Her primary goal was eliminating future threats for herself and her daughter. There was no helping it. Their future Yang Zheng emperor was someone who loved or hated everything associated with those he favored or despised. Given his long-standing feud with her nominal husband, it was entirely possible this resentment might transfer to her daughter. Hadn't the previous life demonstrated this? Even a ruler's mild displeasure could spell disaster for those beneath them. For men, the consequences might merely mean a mediocre existence, but at least their lives would be safe. For daughters, though, and Ning looked down at the drowsy child in her arms, she wouldn't risk even a 1 in 10,000 chance of harm. As for improving relations between the ninth prince and the fourth prince, this thought had never crossed in Ning's mind. While political enemies had contributed to their antagonism in the previous life, their fundamentally incompatible personalities played no small part. Moreover, the Yang Zheng emperor truly held grudges, the kind meticulously recorded and remembered for decades. Just consider how he never forgot the childhood incident of the ninth prince cutting his dog's fur, or Kangxi's early criticism of him being moody and unpredictable, a remark for which the poor ninth prince also bore some responsibility. This enmity had been deeply rooted from the very beginning. If this man ascended the throne, what hope would their household have? As for the system's suggestion of dealing directly with Yin Zhen himself, there was simply no need yet. If they eliminated him, what if the 14th prince or worse, the 8th prince ended up benefiting? That would be too frustrating to contemplate. I see. But host, are you certain the crown prince's faction can recover and ultimately prevail? The system asked curiously. Actually, I'm not certain at all. The system, ignoring its surprise, and Ning stated matter-of-factly, succession struggles are inherently unpredictable. Until the very end, no one knows the outcome. With my current limited capabilities, all I can do is introduce another strong competitor into the mix, nothing more. If all else failed, she always had contingency plans. One shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket after all. That said, personally, she considered this plan quite feasible. Because, gazing at the heavy snowfall outside the window, and Ning sighed inwardly, whether the crown prince or that successor from the first life, both were truly intelligent men. Events unfolded exactly as Ning predicted. Just as Emperor Kangxi prepared to unleash his wrath upon the imperial household department. One day during court assembly, Yinreng, his face visibly pale from recent illness, suddenly dropped a bombshell before all the assembled nobles and officials. The crown prince submitted his resignation, not just any resignation but stepping down from his position as crown prince, second only to the emperor himself. Everyone was utterly shocked. How unprecedented. This was the heir apparent, the guaranteed successor who would inherit the throne upon the emperor's passing, barring unforeseen circumstances. While not entirely unprecedented in history, such an event was exceedingly rare. Yet as the ministers observed the crown prince's visibly pale complexion and noticeably thinner frame, they exchanged glances. The rumors must have been true. His Highness's health was likely. Ah, these imperial princes. Their methods were truly underhanded and remarkably effective. No wonder the emperor had been in such a foul mood recently. And those princes forced into house confinement for reflection, in hindsight they deserved it. Whatever the ministers speculated, within Qing Palace, Emperor Kangxi watched his son Bao Cheng stubbornly kneeling before him, frail yet determined to resign. All previous suspicions evaporated. At this moment, Kangxi felt only overwhelming heartache. Yes, he admitted he had been harsh and distrustful toward this son. But truthfully, he had never truly considered deposing Bao Cheng before this. Among all his children, only Bao Cheng had received his genuine devotion and care. Kangxi had always believed this vast empire would one day belong to his beloved Bao Cheng. But too many sycophants surrounded Bao Cheng, constantly poisoning their father-son bond and inciting rebellious acts. That was why Kangxi had sought to prune those influences. Yet never had he imagined. Facing this treasured son now, the lofty Emperor Kangxi felt genuine regret for perhaps the first time. Yinreng responded to his father's consolation with detached calm, his pale features expressionless as he met the emperor's gaze. Imperial father, you know this is inevitable. All imperial physicians concur in their diagnosis. There's no possibility of error. Since this unworthy body cannot bear the responsibility, it's better to relinquish the position early and retain some dignity before the new heir. Bao Cheng. Leaning over the imperial desk, Kangxi's voice was hoarse with emotion. Are you blaming your fathers? Different positions require different actions. What blame is there? Meeting his father's pained gaze steadily, Yinreng's tone remained placid, carrying only a faint sigh before he averted his eyes. Had our roles been reversed, I might not have handled things better than you, imperial father. As for this incident, the mastermind's methods were superb, attacking when least expected. My defeat isn't unjust. Winner takes all, loser bears the consequences. Yinreng wasn't one to deny his loss. At mention of the mastermind, Kangxi's expression darkened. Beyond the devastation of losing his heir, what truly chilled the emperor was that despite turning the imperial household department upside down, not a single clue had been found. The thought that such dangerous operators lurked within the palace, even among his rebellious sons, was intolerable to the control-obsessed emperor. Yinreng only chuckled inwardly, unsurprised. No one knew what truly passed between father and son that day in Qing Palace. But when the crown prince submitted his third resignation, Kangxi finally acquiesced through gritted teeth. Strangely, shedding the crown prince title seemed to dissolve all previous estrangement between them. Facing this grievously wounded son, the aging Kangxi demonstrated what true favoritism meant. While other princes languished under house arrest or endured constant scoldings, the emperor showered Bao Cheng with double a prince's stipend and commissioned an extravagant princely mansion outside the palace. Fearing his son might lack comfort, Kangxi personally reviewed architectural plans while priceless treasures and rare medicines flooded into Qing Palace. Within days, the emperor's private treasury was nearly halved. After weeks of exhausting work, red-eyed ninth prince, other princes inexplicably bearing the brunt of their father's wrath. Yet despite their grievances, ambitious princes soon regained their spirits. After all, what did it matter if second brother or younger brother remained favored? A broken man was broken. The mountain crushing them for years had finally crumbled. With the crown prince position vacant, wasn't this their golden opportunity? From the eldest prince down, all sharpened their ambitions. Only Yinjin felt uneasy. Due to the Uya clan's deep-rooted influence in the imperial household department and being a prime suspect, the perceptive fourth Bail clearly recognized the suspicion and wariness in his father's gaze. As a former quasi-supporter of the crown prince with frequent access, his opportunity for treachery exceeded his brother's. What a mess. Enduring yet another round of veiled interrogation, Yinjin rubbed his temples wearily upon leaving Qing Palace. At this point, fourth Bail wanted the culprit found more than anyone. Otherwise, under constant suspicion, even innocence would appear guilty. With no lades, his father's distrust would only grow sharper. But worse was yet to come. One evening, without warning, ranks of imperial guards swiftly surrounded numerous bondservant families. That day, the seemingly mellowed Kangxi displayed unprecedented ruthlessness. The Uya clan and other bondservant families, especially those connected to the imperial household department, were decimated overnight through executions and dismissals, eliminating over half the established families. Some dared criticize the emperor's harshness, but when confronted with chests of silver and accidentally damaged treasures, all fell silent. The confiscated wealth totaled millions of taels, an astronomical sum considering the national treasury's current reserves. 10th Prince erupted in fury. "Ha, no wonder my household funds keep vanishing. We've been nurturing these fat rats." Yintang, did this idiot truly not know why funds kept disappearing? Still, our ninth sister-in-law is impressive. She barely let those thieves get anything. Obviously, the strict systems his princess consort implemented upon entering the household were admittedly brilliant. At least she never seemed stressed managing household affairs these years. Remembering his unbroken losing streak at chess, Yintang's face darkened again. But 10th brother's tone felt off. Kicking the other's rear, Yintang snapped, "Enough nonsense. Focus on our next steps instead. Can't you see how unstable things have become since the crown prince's incident?" 10th Prince. What did political instability have to do with them? In fact, there really was a bit of a connection. Holding the freshly minted princely title, the 10th prince was momentarily stunned but quickly accepted it with joy. After seeing off the palace eunuchs who had come to deliver the imperial edict, Yin Yi didn't forget to inquire about his ninth brother's situation. The young eunuch smiled obsequiously. "Reporting to your highness, this servant has already learned that besides your highness, the 9th prince, 12th prince, and 13th prince have also been promoted this time. Aside from the 9th prince being granted the title of Bail, the others were all conferred as Gushan Bizi. Oh tilde just Bezi. Tisk, the emperor is as stingy as ever. And those elder brothers who were unjustly criticized for so long didn't even get any compensation. But it's no big deal as long as my 9th brother got promoted." At this thought, the 10th prince immediately cheered up, repeatedly ordering his servants to open the storeroom. Didn't the treasure pavilion just deliver a batch of night pearls recently? He needed to pick the biggest and brightest one for his little niece. Almost simultaneously, at the 9th prince's residence, holding the still-warm imperial edict of promotion, Yin Tang was also momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. It seemed that after this incident, the emperor had grown extremely wary of the elder princes. Otherwise, given the emperor's temperament, he would never have done something so humiliating. The 3rd and 4th princes have been in court for so many years, yet they're still only Bail. The 14th prince fared even worse, probably thoroughly implicated by the Uya clan and his elder brother, the 4th prince. "Tusk, but what does that have to do with me?" Picking up his sweet, soft little daughter, the 9th prince snorted lightly and quickly put the matter out of his mind. Meanwhile, Anning once again marveled at the emperor's ruthless tactics that destroyed both body and soul. After this incident, the 14th prince would likely hate the 4th prince to death. Whatever fragile brotherly affection they had would be completely gone. But wasn't this expected? Placing the final white chess piece on the board, she reflected. In the original timeline, Kangxi's late-period promotion of his sons was largely meant to suppress the crown prince's faction, though later events suggested he might have lost control. But this war, at least around the time of the first crown prince's deposition, had always been a contest between father and son. At its core, it was a struggle between imperial power and heir-apparent authority. Now that one player had exited the game, there was no need to continue the charade. Moreover, after witnessing the crown prince's incident despite heavy protection, Kangxi's wariness toward his sons had undoubtedly peaked. Whether it was the fourth prince or eighth prince, anyone trying to build substantial influence like in their previous lives would first face their father's thunderous wrath. Seeing everything proceed according to plan, Ning finally relaxed slightly and ordered the slightly messy chessboard to be put away. While spectating dramatic events like the 9 dragons seizing the throne was undoubtedly thrilling, such chaotic political struggles would only further destabilize the already corrupt late Kangxi bureaucracy, which would be disastrous. Rather than leaving the mess for the successor to patch up, it was better to suppress these tendencies from the outset. As for Yang Zheng, with his exceptional workhorse constitution, why live as a carefree country gentleman? This lifetime, he might as well fulfill his potential. At least in Ning's view, some of his reform measures after ascending the throne had been quite useful. Indeed, sensing the emperor's constantly unnerving gaze, Yin Zhen remained silent for a long time before discussing with his advisors and ultimately choosing the isolated minister path as a last resort. Truthfully, given the current situation, Yin Zhen had considered retreating. But strategic retreat requires having options. In his current predicament, retreating would only make the emperor more suspicious of his ulterior motives. This retreat might cost him not just the throne, but any future central role in court. As long as the true culprit behind the crown prince's incident remained unknown, he would remain under the emperor's severe surveillance. At this thought, Yin Zhen grew even more bitterly resentful toward whoever orchestrated the previous incident. Running through possible suspects among his brothers, the eldest, third, eighth, even the 14th, who could it be? Yet despite his resentment, this didn't stop him from becoming increasingly diligent at court, presenting himself as utterly devoted to the empire and the emperor, willing to sacrifice everything. Even knowing it would offend countless officials, he persisted in implementing certain policies. Memorials accusing him of corruption and treachery appeared every few days. He might as well have stamped impartial and incorruptible on his forehead. His already stern expression grew even more intimidatingly severe. This demeanor made Yin Tang, who leisurely attended morning assemblies before happily playing with his precious daughter, roll his eyes in disgust. Tusk, this fourth brother, is utterly pretentious. Across the room, Ning elegantly sipped tea and rolled her eyes. Whatever fourth brother does is his own business, it doesn't affect you. Was this really necessary? Besides, isn't he doing good work? Burning himself out for the empire's sake, contributing his share. Who knew why her husband found this so objectionable? Some people just inherently clash. Whatever one does will seem hypocritical to the other. Even the most well-behaved cat would be disliked for shedding fur. Sure enough, the next moment she heard, HMPH, I just can't stand his fake righteousness. Downing his wine, Yin Tang couldn't help but sneer. We're all brothers, who doesn't see through his little games, full of ambition yet pretending to be detached and desireless. Remember when we were all in the prince's quarters? Whenever our mother sent treats for me and 10th brother, he'd get that look. I kindly shared mother's pastries with him, and instead of gratitude, he'd give me attitude. Ning's. And Ning massaged her temples and sighed after a long pause. You should really be grateful for your privileged status in this life. With this personality of yours, it's a miracle you've survived to adulthood without being beaten to death. Yin Tang. As if I don't know you're secretly mocking me again, Dongo. And Ning, secretly, I'm doing it openly. However, this leisurely life didn't last long. At the start of the new year, as the Prince Li's residence was completed, Yin Tang received special appointment to the Imperial Household Department. In the past, the 9th prince might have been pleased. What man doesn't want recognition? But now he truly had no ambitions. Moreover, the Imperial Household Department was undergoing major reshuffling, full of trivial yet annoying tasks. Glancing at his wife and daughter playing happily on the grass, the 9th prince clicked his tongue but still dutifully attended his duties daily, becoming, after the 4th prince, another of the emperor's overworked beasts of burden. On the day of the housewarming banquet, Ning attended as a sister-in-law along with her 4-year-old daughter Yu Ludai. After days of recuperation, Yinreng's complexion had improved somewhat, though the sickly pallor and weakness between his brows remained. The usual hint of arrogance was now entirely gone, replaced by a calm gentleness. Dressed in blue robes, he almost resembled a scholarly literati at first glance. During the banquet, all the brothers played the role of perfectly devoted younger siblings. Even the eldest young master acted as if their previous tensions had never existed, affectionately calling Yinreng second brother repeatedly. Truly, every member of the imperial family was an excellent actor. The princes were like this, and their wives in the inner quarters were no less skilled. The former crown princess had always been thorough and commanded great respect. Even with her lowered status now, no frank-speaking person would disrupt the atmosphere with careless words. Not a single person mentioned last year's farce. On the spacious opera stage, young female performers sang melodramatically. Below, the sisters-in-law sipped chrysanthemum wine and enjoyed the fattest drunken crabs of autumn, occasionally exchanging tips on clothing, jewelry, and beauty remedies. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Moreover, Ning could see that despite careful concealment, there was evident relief and relaxation in the eyes of this former crown princess, now princess consort of Prince Li. Having left the palace for merely a few months, her complexion had improved by at least 30%, and the smiles at her brows seemed more genuine than before. What clever people they all were, and Ning couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As winter approached, after the brief social gathering, Ning skillfully resumed her role as the delicate, frail beauty, and took her daughter to their hot spring villa in the suburbs. When the visiting card arrived, mother and daughter had just finished a comfortable soak. Now dressed in matching fox fur jackets, they were nestled in the specially built greenhouse, admiring the newly cultivated black chrysanthemums grown by the villa's gardeners. The second sister-in-law, staring at the familiar handwriting, Ning froze momentarily before personally going out with Yu Ludai to welcome the guest. Unlike her mother's surprise, Yu Ludai was overjoyed to see her long-absent third elder sister. After a proper curtsy, she immediately bounded forward to pull the other girl along. Third sister, come let me show you the new pony, a very spirited little red one." Unlike Yu Ludai's exuberance, third Princess Jingyan was clearly a well-mannered and demure girl. She first glanced at her mother for permission before following her younger cousin in a light run toward the nearby stables. Watching the two figures, one tall, one short, disappear into the distance, the two mothers exchanged a look before making small talk. Only then did Ning learn that due to the crown prince's poor health, he had recently come to a nearby villa to recuperate, arriving just a few days after them. In the following days, perhaps because of her new playmate, Yu Ludai became noticeably more lively. Every morning she rushed out to play. The two girls visited each other's homes daily. Despite the 7- or 8-year age gap, they communicated without any barriers and became extremely close. Even Yin Tang, who had finally found time to visit, felt somewhat jealous. As for the second princess consort herself, after that single visit, she never appeared again, and Ning merely listened without comment. Truly, this was someone personally selected by the notoriously meticulous Emperor Kangxi for his precious son. Interacting with such intelligent, proper, and tactful people was remarkably comfortable. Maple Forest Villa. Early morning, upon hearing yet again that her daughter had gone out, Lady Guajia didn't even lift her eyebrows, merely nodding faintly and instructing the maids to take good care of their young mistress. An elderly matron nearby, however, seemed to hesitate. "My lady, the young mistress has been going out constantly these days, neglecting her studies. Isn't this somewhat?" Stealing a glance at her mistress's expression, the old matron gathered courage to continue. "Moreover, Honxi is finally here these days, coming daily to pay respects. This is the perfect time for siblings to bond." In the matron's view, given the prince's current condition, who knew how much time he had left, eventually the household would belong to Honxi. Besides, the young master had been personally taught by His Majesty since childhood and was frequently kept at the palace. His future prospects were clearly bright. If His Majesty lived long enough, even that highest position wasn't beyond consideration. While in the palace it might have been inconvenient, now that they were outside, the young mistress should be spending more time with him. After marriage, she would need brothers to support her. Yet her young mistress seemed completely oblivious, letting the princess spend all her time with that girl from the 9th prince's household next door. Not that there was anything wrong with that girl, the matron sighed heavily. In fact, in all her years she'd never seen such an exquisitely spirited child. But priorities must be set. The older the young master grew, the harder it would be to establish closeness. Moreover, from the few meetings she'd observed, Honxi clearly preferred his clever, pretty little cousin. Last time he'd even gifted her his favorite fan pendant. This simply wouldn't do. Matron Gui stamped her foot anxiously. Lady Guajia set down her brush and gave the other woman a calm look. "Matron, among all the princesses of the imperial clan, who do you think is most likely to remain in the capital?" Well, the matron nearly said their own princess. Given the second prince's condition and His Majesty's recent actions, surely he wouldn't send the household's only legitimate daughter far away to marry. But the words stuck in her throat. Indeed, who could guarantee that, over the years, so many princesses, even the emperor's own daughters, had been sent away? Had His Majesty truly grieved for any of them? If this was how he treated daughters, what of granddaughters? Prince Li doted on his daughter, but if Honxi needed something in the future, the matron suddenly couldn't bear to continue the thought. "You understand as well, don't you?" Gazing at the snowflakes fluttering outside the window, Lady Guajia gave a soft laugh. People said the ninth prince's household was weak, but to her, within the vast forbidden city, only the ninth princess consort could truly secure a daughter's future. Especially after the ninth prince had openly declared before his majesty and all his brothers that if anyone dared consider sending his daughter away to marry, he Aizen Jiaro Yin Tang would hang himself at the palace gates. Others might take it as a joke, but who would dare treat old ninth's reckless words lightly? With this declaration, as long as his majesty wished to avoid the infamy of driving his own son or brother to death, the eldest princess would never be married off to distant lands. In normal circumstances, Lady Guajia wouldn't have dared consider such possibilities. But now with this opportunity, perhaps she could plan something for her daughter. Gently stroking her daughter's recent painting, recalling the sight of those two figures, one tall, one short, Lady Guajia's eyes softened slightly. If one day Jingyan can truly remain in the capital, wouldn't it be good for her to have a close sister for mutual support? But, as if knowing what the matron would say, Lady Guajia laughed, her usually gentle tone turning uncharacteristically sharp. Father and brothers, all those princesses who died in Mongolia, did it stop his majesty from drinking merrily with their husbands? The ninth princess married into the Tong family and became a ghost before 20. Did it stop the emperor from showering favors on her maternal family? Even her full brother, the fourth prince, continued associating with the Tongs as if nothing happened. What did shallow affection matter compared to interests in the eyes of those men? Even the ninth prince, if he had sons, would he have gone so far for his daughter? In this world, only women could truly understand and sympathize with the plight of their own kind. The 60th year of Kangxi's reign, imperial hunting grounds near the capital. On the boundless wilderness, accompanied by the neighing of horses, a sharp arrow shot forth from a chestnut steed. The little red fox that had just poked its head out from nearby had no time to react before the arrow accurately grazed its front leg. Excellent. Cheers soon erupted from the surrounding woods. After just a few days apart, Cousin's archery skills have improved remarkably. Cousin flatters me, it's just small game, barely enough to make a pair of gloves for mother. But cousin, shouldn't you be attending his majesty now? What brings you here? Casually handing her riding whip to a nearby attendant, Yu Ludai leaped down gracefully from her nearly adult-sized red pony, addressing the newcomer with familiar ease. The 17-year-old maiden wore a sky-blue kipao, the crimson jewel adorning her forehead gleaming brilliantly under the sun. Yet more dazzling than any ornament was the girl's radiant beauty. Brilliant as the morning sun, dazzlingly radiant. Under the bright sun, the entire party momentarily lost themselves in admiration. Leading them, Honxi couldn't help but smile. Before he could speak, a young guard in indigo armor quickly stepped forward, carefully handing a blood-stained, unconscious fox to an attendant behind him. Thanks to third sister's connection, though merely cousins, the two had met frequently since childhood. Having grown up following Emperor Kangxi, Honxi was erudite and unconventional in conversation, always bringing her interesting little gifts. Yu Ludai had always liked this cousin since childhood and now treated him with comfortable familiarity. By the time they returned to camp chatting and laughing, it was already late. Yet the stunningly beautiful girl still attracted most eyes along the way. Despite Honxi's presence, countless eager admirers wished to approach. From a distance, even imperial consort Yi couldn't help sighing to Ning, "Are you Ludai's looks? Thank heavens she was born into the imperial family otherwise. She might have been labeled a femme fatale." Remembering the recent capital drama, Guo Liuliu shook her head. Imperial consort Yi had worried before, with ninth prince's situation, her precious granddaughter might lack brothers for support, so she'd often lectured fifth prince's sons. Yet as she grew, Yu Ludai not only retained her childhood charm, but became more radiant and graceful, her calligraphy and paintings earning even the emperor's praise. Whenever she visited the palace, not just fifth prince's sons, but nearly all her cousins vied for her attention. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law diligently maintaining health these years, visibly improving, imperial consort Yi finally relaxed. But recalling the recent incident, Guo Liuliu couldn't help saying, "Anning, I know you two dote on your daughter, but Yu Ludai is reaching marriageable age. This can't be delayed forever. And that son of mine last time. That was utterly improper. That was the Fuka family's legitimate young master after all." Thinking of her troublesome son gave imperial consort Yi a headache. What a mess. And Ning's lips twitched, not daring to admit she shared blame for this. However unwilling, the couple had frankly discussed their daughter's marriage prospects. Considering ancient etiquette's absurd demands and mother-in-law relations, and Ning's requirements were simple. Regardless of status, the family structure must be simple, preferably without parents-in-law to serve, and even better without brothers. Though Yin Tang said nothing then, he clearly agreed. But contemplating his precious daughter being taken away made him furious for days. Soon after, that unfortunate young Fuka master happened to cross his path. Objectively, the young man had good family background, decent character and looks, already a second-rank imperial guard. But like most Manchu families, his household was crowded 2 levels of mothers-in-law above, plus numerous siblings as the legitimate second son. Neither Ning nor Yin Tang could accept this, the latter refusing outright. Then, well, reckless people exist in every era. Somehow learning why the Bale's household disapproved, the young man actually demanded separate residence from his family. Though fearing Ninth Bale's notorious temper, the Fuka family didn't dare make it public. Rumors still circulated. Involving his precious daughter, Yin Tang's explosive temper wouldn't tolerate this. He not only harassed the family but personally beat the young man, yet stubbornness isn't easily cured. Even after Ning made him ill for half a year, the fool persisted. Thus when Yu Ludai parted from Hongxi, an armored young guard eagerly approached, though quickly blocked by guards, and Ning frowned, wondering if she'd been too lenient. Not even glancing his way, seeing her waiting mother, Yu Ludai happily ran over, calling sweetly, "Mother." She proudly presented her 2 pitifully small fox catches. The few-month-old kits were adorable, especially with their wet, pleading eyes. Yet immediately the girl declared excitedly, "Mother said last time the new fur scarf's color wasn't pure enough. How about these?" Facing her daughter's earnest, hopeful gaze, Ning. After settling in, mother and daughter snuggled together as usual. Casually, Ning mentioned the young man. They say many capital maidens find Guard Fuka's devotion touching, a rare true heart. What does Yu Ludai think? The girl in her arms paused briefly, then dismissed it with a light hum, burying her face against her mother. "Don't worry, mother, I remember what you taught. Besides, so what if he's sincere? Many people love me sincerely in this world." The girl lifted her head proudly. "He doesn't even rank. Moreover, the Fuka family," Yu Ludai frowned. "Third sister married into that family years ago. Though only distant relations, knowing her brother-in-law's character and their messy household made her instinctively dislike them. Why would she want such troublesome in-laws? I'd rather stay with mother forever." Nestled in her mother's arms, the girl murmured softly. At the same time, inside the military tent, Hongxi lightly twirled a jade pendant in his hand with an enigmatic smile, glancing at someone who had grown increasingly silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke with a light chuckle. "What, finally come back to your senses? This servant deserves death." Guarding in a full uniform, Gyuwaljia Jaeshun immediately dropped to his knees, his body rigid as he spoke with mechanical precision. "Please punish this lowly one, your highness. Enough Zecheng this temperament of yours." Truth be told, this man had been by his side for 2 or 3 years now, during which he'd seen his cousin's sister numerous times. Yet, lowering his gaze to the stiffly kneeling figure, with this kind of personality where 3 strikes couldn't force out a fart, if not for today's quick reflexes and the careful way he'd held that little fox, Hongxi might never have noticed. Let alone his cousin's sister herself. Under the dim lamplight, Hongxi's expression remained inscrutable. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally spoke slowly. "Speak. When did it begin?" "Reporting to your highness, this servant doesn't know either." At first, he'd only thought her an exceptionally pretty little girl, his highness's beloved cousin's sister, a noble young lady who required careful treatment. By the time he realized it, his gaze had already become difficult to avert. Thinking of that radiant person bright as the morning sun, Guard Gyuwaljia instinctively lowered his head, his thin lips pressed tightly together. How could anyone not like someone like the young lady? As far as he knew, among his highness's retinue alone, those with intentions weren't limited to just him. So what did his highness mean by today's actions? Jaeshun unconsciously clenched his fists. At least he has some brains, Hongxi thought as he took in the man's reactions, chuckling lightly. As far as this prince knows, over these past 2 years, no fewer than a dozen have inquired with ninth uncle. Yet you, Zecheng, a descendant of nobility after all, are truly content to remain obscure like this. Not to mention distant examples, just take that Fuka family's son. Even after being disciplined by him and ninth uncle to such an extent, hasn't he become more determined the more he's thwarted? Fool, little does he know the more he jumps about, the more ninth uncle and the others will look down on him. Hongxi inwardly scoffed. Nobility, a nearly extinct noble family, Guard Gyuwaljia thought bitterly. Apart from the insignificant title left by his father, even his own future remained uncertain. How could he dare aspire to such a bright moon? Someone like the young lady should forever remain in her golden nobility. Without further thought, Gyuwaljia Jaeshun made his decision almost instantly. This servant will follow your highness's instructions. Think carefully, taking this step, if successful, naturally brings fame and fortune, but if you fail. His answer came without hesitation. This servant would die 10,000 deaths without regret. At least he has some courage. After a long pause, Hanxi finally smiled. Only as Gyuwaljia Jaeshun was about to leave did he hear the quiet remark. This prince kindly reminds you, my little cousin sister has never liked using things others have touched since childhood. After a stunned moment, realizing the implication, Gyuwaljia Jaeshun's face flushed crimson, and he nearly stumbled out of the tent in his awkwardness. Only after the man's figure had completely disappeared did a scholar in blue robes slowly emerge from behind the screen. Your Highness, the Western camp has long been Prince Jai's territory. Though His Majesty has purged much over the years, their advantage remains. Guard Gyuwaljia is after all your man, personally appointed by His Majesty. Sending him now would be like sending a lamb to the slaughter. The scholar didn't voice the last four words, but the meaning was clear enough. Though Guard Gyuwaljia had lost both parents, his father General Gyuwaljia had after all died saving the emperor, as if knowing what the other was thinking. If he lacks even this much courage, he should keep his little thoughts properly hidden and not offend others' eyes. Tapping a folding fan on the table, revealing its vivid riverside sunrise painting, Hanxi's tone remained as unfathomable as ever. Besides poking through this campaign, we might glimpse at least 30% of Han Mafa's true intentions. No. True, Han Mafa had carefully instructed him these years, treating him generously everywhere, yet in earlier years had treated his own father even better, only two. Precisely because of this, he must win this battle. Those who covet treasures must pay some price. No. Hanxi's final words weren't particularly heavy, yet for some reason, the scholar beside him felt a chill, silently mourning for Guard Gyuwaljia. Unaware of the minor episode elsewhere, having swiftly kicked out her nominal husband, mother and daughter nestled together under the same quilt like in childhood. Rather than scolding or opposing her daughter's declaration of not marrying, Ning simply held her close as always. Didn't mother say before, no matter when, as long as your father and I are here, the Bale residence will always be your home? Of course. I'm father and mother's most precious, most beloved treasure. The little girl proudly lifted her chin, all earlier melancholy instantly vanishing as she whispered conspiratorially against her mother. Even if I must marry someday, that person will have to listen to me. I'll come home every few days no matter what. If it doesn't work out, after having children, I'll just kick him out and stay with father and mother instead. After all, father and mother would never reject her. Gently stroking her daughter's head, Ning inwardly nodded. Yes, whoever dared wrong her daughter could simply be dispatched. Having settled everything to her satisfaction, the next day Yu Ludai cheerfully went out to play with friends again. As for that Fuka guard, on the very second day he approached, he'd been swiftly punished for leaving his post without permission and was still recuperating in his tent. His injuries were said to fluctuate between better and worse. By the time the imperial entourage departed, he still couldn't rise from bed. However furious the Fuka family might be, they could only swallow their anger. As the saying goes, the barefoot fear not the shod. Against those imperial princes contending for succession, you might have leverage. But against this man with only one treasured daughter who might not even care about his future and would stop at nothing when enraged, being the current emperor's son to boot, even the most powerful families could only throw up their hands. Frustrated, old Master Fuka could only drag out his unlucky son for another beating, strictly forbidding further approaches. Unfortunately, the rebellious young Master Fuka currently felt everyone was obstructing his true love. Old Master Fuka. And Ning merely noted this farce in passing, while Yu Ludai paid it no mind at all. Doing it for her, everything he'd done had been his own choice. What did it have to do with her? Days flew by as mother and daughter happily boated, rode horses, exchanged painting techniques, and pampered their skin. Only when Kangxi's 61st year passed uneventfully and a new year began did Ning pause, seeing the emperor at the head table still looking normal, merrily toasting and rewarding his beloved sons without any sign of crisis. Yet seeing the somewhat pale but increasingly spirited former crown prince nearby, she suddenly understood. Apparently, deposing the crown prince twice and falling out with his beloved son had truly taken its toll on the old man. In fact, without the crown prince as a concern, the emperor had been full of energy these years, effortlessly suppressing his other sons. The historical chaotic factional struggles simply didn't exist. Of course, Ning suspected this had something to do with the premature demise of the biggest 8th prince faction this lifetime. With the 9th and 10th princes having parted ways early, The 14th prince still distrusted due to his mother and brother. Even during campaigns, he was supervised by the capable 13th prince. Attempting anything? Not a chance. Most remarkably, after the emperor's brilliant maneuver turning the eldest and 8th princes against each other, when the eldest prince suddenly realized his junior had been poaching his supporters, they'd fought relentlessly only to both be outmaneuvered by the emperor. Undoubtedly with some help from that former crown prince. As for the 4th prince, this lifetime he'd been galloping nonstop down the path of true solitary loyalty. In summary, historically, 9 dragons contending for the throne. This lifetime. Roosters pecking each other. Sipping cool rice wine, and Ning couldn't help feeling some sympathy seeing the now mostly white-haired eldest prince and the increasingly weary 8th prince nearby. Not that they needed her sympathy, seeing the energetic emperor chatting merrily with the former crown prince, the eldest prince's mentality completely collapsed. If earlier he'd gloated over the crown prince's fall, now. Eternal heaven, he was already over 50. What sane ruler would pass the throne to a 50-something likely to kick the bucket any moment? Equally distraught was the 8th prince nearby. Though the same age as the 9th prince, comparing his own graying hair at barely 40 to his younger-looking brother. What had all these years of struggle gained him? Most crucially, seeing the harmonious scene between the emperor and the former crown prince's family. However unwilling, Yin Si clearly realized that as Hongxi grew, their chances dwindled. Yin Zhen drained his cup in one gulp, suppressing his last vestige of ambition. As it turned out, these men still had some foresight. With the new year came sudden serious illness, and one day Emperor Kangxi announced before all ministers his abdication. The old man wants to abdicate. When the news first arrived, not only were the princes in court astonished, even Ning herself found it utterly unbelievable. What kind of person was Emperor Kangxi? Someone who cherished power to his very bones, so much so that he'd suppress even the son he personally raised. Could such a man truly one day relinquish his authority? Yet upon reflection, Ning found it understandable. Though she hadn't personally taken his pulse, just observing his complexion during recent festivals suggested that without proper rest, he might not have more than 2 years left. Apparently, for the current Emperor Kangxi, his life ultimately mattered more. Regardless of outside speculation, this decades-long struggle for the throne ultimately concluded with Prince Li's faction emerging victorious. In the 62nd year of Kangxi's reign, the nearly 30-year-old Hongxi ascended the throne under the complicated gazes of his uncles. Beyond the elaborate succession rituals, life at the 9th prince's mansion continued as usual. As far as Yin Tang was concerned, as long as it wasn't the unlucky 4th prince or that lifelong nemesis 8th prince taking the throne, it wouldn't affect him much. Besides, having his nephew become emperor unexpectedly raised his own status. Not a bad deal. As for Ning, this outcome aligned perfectly with her schemes, so she wasn't surprised either. The new emperor's first major act was to confer honors upon his brothers and uncles. The brothers were straightforward, but the uncles. In the Hall of Mental Cultivation, Hongxi in his bright yellow court robes solemnly reviewed several memorials. Truthfully, apart from the major conferment during the 47th year, the prince's noble titles had remained unchanged all these years. Hongxi understood this was deliberately left by his grandfather as an opportunity for him to bestow favors. As grandfather said, those in high positions must demonstrate corresponding magnanimity, at least superficially. The eldest uncle, as the firstborn with multiple military achievements, deserved a princely title regardless of past conflicts. Third uncle, fourth uncle, eighth uncle, the 14th prince all could be promoted one rank. His gaze paused at 9th prince's name. After brief consideration, recalling the imperial household department's achievements and the prince's recent discretion, Hongxi finally wrote Prince beside it. Before this edict could be officially issued, after one court session, news suddenly arrived that the 9th prince requested an audience. Moments later, hearing the request, even the worldly Hongxi was momentarily stunned, his imperial brush resting on the desk. Wait, 9th uncle, you're saying you don't want promotion, but instead wish to transfer this honor entirely to your daughter. Facing his imperial nephew's undisguised astonishment, the 9th prince remained utterly unfazed. In fact, he looked completely self-assured. Your Majesty knows your 9th uncle only has this one daughter. A noble title, Yin Tang couldn't help a soft snort, who knew who'd eventually benefit from it. Better to use it to elevate his daughter. Afraid of refusal, Yin Tang swiftly produced a palm-sized purple gold box from his robe, opening it to reveal stacks upon stacks of banknotes. Under the rare look of shock, the newly minted imperial uncle unabashedly patted his chest. Relax, your Majesty. This covers the princess residence construction more than enough. All related expenses won't trouble you. seeing at least 100,000 taels worth of banknotes inside Honxi. Well, today was certainly eye-opening, but this wasn't a bad thing, was it? Thinking of his young cousin after a silence, Honxi smiled. If ninth uncle insists, I naturally have no objections. Rest assured, Yu Ludai is my blood cousin. When the time comes for marriage arrangements, I'll personally issue the decree ensuring no one dares slight her. Obviously, the ninth prince inwardly scoffed. With him around, who dare mistreat his daughter? But this promise at least meant his nephew wouldn't play matchmaker like the old emperor. Having obtained his desired outcome, Yin Tang promptly took his leave. Watching his retreating back, Honxi chuckled briefly before crossing out Prince beside ninth prince's name and writing Commandery Prince instead. Don't you regret this decision? The next day, when the imperial decree conferring honors upon Yu Ludai arrived unexpectedly, and Ning finally understood what her husband had been scheming. He'd nearly given up the princely title everyone coveted for their daughter. Her cheap husband was surprisingly generous. What's there to regret? Shouldn't our Yu Ludai get everything we have? At the dining table, facing two pairs of equally sparkling eyes, Yin Tang cleared his throat and deftly placed freshly peeled lychees before them. Truthfully, if not for maintaining the Commandery Prince residence, he'd rather abolish the mansion entirely after he and his wife passed away. But now, late that night, nestled under blankets, Yin Tang kept chattering to his wife. That empty plot beside our mansion, I'll discuss with His Majesty about building Yu Ludai's princess residence there. Not only would our daughter live across the street, but as mistress of her own residence, wouldn't that surpass marrying into another household? In the ninth prince's view, being her own mistress trumped any title like princess consort or household matriarch. However you phrased it, nothing matched the comfort of one's own home. As for those meddling matrons, had his years at the imperial household department been for nothing, who'd dare interfere with his daughter? As for future sons-in-law, their opinions meant nothing. For this day, Yin Tang had considered every detail, ensuring his daughter could live as comfortably as if never married. The thoroughness even surprised Ning, who rolled over, pushing away his stiffened arm. Hearing his endless prattle, she muffled a laugh. Who knew you could be so meticulous? Well, this saved her the trouble, so much for men being careless. His response was a distinctly proud hum. With her biological father Yin Tang tirelessly providing endless silver and stone materials without hesitation, the princess's residence was completed swiftly. In midsummer, the pavilion already had multiple ice basins placed early on. Nearby, a group of maidservants diligently fanned cool breezes. At the center of the pavilion, mother and daughter were chatting intimately as usual. So, Yu Ludai, have you decided it's him? Casually placing down the thick stack of portraits in her hand, and Ning couldn't help but find it amusing as she observed her daughter whose expression hadn't changed at all throughout. With such a casual tone, one might think they were selecting objects rather than choosing a son-in-law. Facing her mother's teasing, Yu Ludai remained completely unfazed, tossing aside a portrait in her hand. The 18-year-old girl was radiantly beautiful, appearing like the most brilliant scenery under the vast clear sky. Yet her eyes lacked the shyness typical of boudoir maidens, her tone even more nonchalant. Since father and mother have brought these candidates before me, their family backgrounds and characters must be acceptable. In that case, shouldn't I just pick the most pleasing to the eye? Besides, she had met that Guowaljia fellow several times near her cousin Honxi. Though her impression wasn't deep, he seemed efficient in his work. Most importantly, he wasn't annoying and had no messy interpersonal entanglements. She had no desire to end up like third sister, constantly dealing with troublesome people. Given free time, she'd rather paint more pictures with mother or go horseback riding in the suburbs. As for romantic feelings, apologies, having witnessed her cousin's miserable marriages since childhood, Yu Ludai had no such notions in her mind. Enough, mother, let's not talk about this. As if remembering something, Yu Ludai quickly became enthusiastic again. Earlier father mentioned my princess residence will be completed soon. When it's done, I'll reserve the largest courtyard for you. When you get tired of your own residence or find father's constant nagging unbearable, you can just come stay with me. Yu and Ning tapped her precious daughter's forehead amusedly. Aren't you afraid your father might hear this? After all, when their daughter had complained about his chattiness recently, her dear husband had privately sulked for quite a while. The young girl playfully covered her mouth. It was just that father had been particularly talkative lately. Watching her cunningly smiling daughter, and Ning's gaze deepened momentarily. How could she not understand the thoughts of the daughter she'd raised herself? Yet she simply tapped the girl's forehead smilingly without any intention to correct her. In this era, from commoner women to princesses, too many tragic examples existed. Maintaining one's true self was always best. At least her daughter had never lacked so-called love since childhood. Having servants clear away the stack of portraits, mother and daughter soon became engrossed in discussing the future residence's layout. This central area should have a lake, and here, what do you think of a bamboo garden, you Ludai? Mother's taste is truly the best. The whole residence looks so much more beautiful like this. Far more beautiful than the design draft cousin had previously drawn for her. Hee, mother understands me best indeed. Once the selection was finalized, not to mention how irritable old father Yintang became recently, even Ning had the system thoroughly investigate General Guwaljia multiple times to confirm no issues. Only then did the household begin preparing for the wedding. Just before the imperial marriage decree, Hongxi specially summoned his cousin to the palace, in the Hall of Mental Cultivation. After some casual conversation where Hongxi noticed Yu Ludai's unchanged attitude throughout, his expression finally showed more ease. As if remembering something, he gazed intently at her increasingly radiant smile, his eyes darkening momentarily before resuming his usual demeanor. Lightly twirling a chess piece, he said with a faint smile, "So you're this happy about the upcoming marriage. I suppose you're quite satisfied with your future son-in-law." Yu Ludai. After a brief pause of realization, Yu Ludai elegantly rolled her eyes and casually placed a black piece. "Didn't I just tell you, cousin, my residence is nearly completed?" "Oh, right." Seeming to recall something, she suddenly looked somewhat embarrassed, stealing a glance at her cousin. I modified quite a lot of the design plans you previously gave me. You won't be angry, will you?" After all, he had enthusiastically helped with the designs earlier. Why would I be? Your residence should naturally suit your preferences best. Though this does make me rather curious. What a pity it's not easy for cousin to leave the palace now. Thinking of his recent busyness, Yu Ludai secretly smiled while sipping the tea offered by a palace maid. A trace of amusement also flashed through Hongxi's eyes. After most of the chess game passed, Yu Ludai thought he wouldn't revisit the earlier topic, but today he seemed particularly talkative. As a noble imperial princess, your status is exalted. Even your future son-in-law is merely a servant. Don't ever tolerate any grievances, cousin. If he fails to serve you well in the future, just come to the palace. I'll uphold justice for you. Yu Ludai. The use of serve, Yu Ludai curiously studied him, recalling third sister's circumstances, her gaze darkening slightly. Cousin, did you say the same to third sister before? Now it was Hongxi's turn to pause briefly before responding. Rest assured, now that I've ascended the throne, regarding third sister's situation, I'll make the Fucha clan understand their place. The majesty of an emperor became particularly evident in that moment. Yu Ludai's expression softened as she smilingly bowed. Then Princess Hei shall first thank cousin on third sister's behalf. You. Clearly observing her changing expressions, Hongxi's eyes flickered, so her previous awkwardness stemmed from this. Indeed, third sister's marriage had paved his way. His gaze darkened momentarily at the thought of the Fucha clan. But speaking of which, since he's your trusted subordinate, if I truly bully him later, can cousin really always take my side? Playing with a white jade chess piece, Yu Ludai unusually blinked mischievously. The response was his rare, unrestrained laughter. He's just a servant, how could he compare to you? Even if disposed of immediately, I wouldn't bat an eye. Trusted subordinates, he had plenty. Capable individuals were as numerous as carps in a river. Had this man's background not been exceptionally clean, he would never have. Watching her perpetually sunny smile, Hongxi's gaze shifted before he slowly placed his white jade piece. Sure enough, her smile brightened even more the next moment. Hee, it seems I've won this game, imperial brother. The princess's grand wedding, personally decreed by the current emperor, was nothing short of extraordinary for the commandery prince's only cherished daughter, Yu Ludai. The wedding preparations alone took over a year. On the big day, not only did the emperor personally send additional dowry gifts, including a whole case of newly tributed pearls from the south, but her doting father Yintang nearly stopped the bridal sedan chair that had just begun its procession. In short, that day, nearly the entire capital witnessed the prestige of the emperor's personally enfeoffed Princess Hei. Yet even so, Yintang's eyes remained red until his daughter's figure completely disappeared from view. The scene resembled nothing less than a life-or-death parting, and Ning beside him. Though, wasn't the princess's residence just next door? In fact, and Ning wasn't the only one rendered speechless. The gathered brothers shared her sentiment. Ninth brother really, Tusk, becoming more and more undignified. The third prince couldn't help clicking his tongue. To think he'd refused a perfectly good princely title just to obtain an unnecessary princess title for his daughter. Of course, the third prince would never admit his envy. He'd gladly take that princely title ninth brother so carelessly discarded. How could an elder brother's rank nearly fall below his younger brother's? Similarly bitter was Yin Zhen nearby. That ninth brother's behavior had even made the emperor consider rewarding him with a princely title, while he himself all these years. Indeed, Yin Zhen's gaze darkened momentarily. That incident years ago, not just the late emperor, but even the second brother and current emperor must have harbored suspicions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have. The thought of having to work daily with that detestable ninth brother made fourth prince's expression grow even darker. Coincidentally, Yin Tang, whose face mirrored that very expression, was already furious enough watching his precious daughter marry. Now he had to endure fourth brother's utterly loathsome cold demeanor at work every day. What cursed days these are! In his study, staring at the thick stack of account books, Yin Tang nearly threw them across the room, were it not for his princess consort sitting nearby. Even so, his expression remained thunderous. Princess consort, tell me, what could imperial nephew Honxi possibly be thinking? I was perfectly fine at the imperial household department, but he had to transfer me to the Ministry of Revenue. The ministry would have been tolerable, but that fourth brother, his temper was like a stubborn mule. The man practically lived at the office and insisted on dragging the entire ministry into his work frenzy. After just half a month, several elder ministers had visibly more white hairs. All Yin Tang did was take one extra day off to visit his daughter, and fourth brother acted like he'd committed some crime. What kind of person was that? Yin Tang fumed. Unlike these others killing themselves for titles, he had no such ambitions. In his view, fourth brother simply couldn't stand seeing others happy, sheer malice. The small study echoed with his endless complaints until Anning could take no more and cut him off. Not hiding her amusement at his darkening expression, her usually elegant voice now dripped with schadenfreude. Has His Highness noticed? Recently, you've been getting angry much more frequently, your emotions more volatile and unstable. Playing idly with an incense box, Anning clearly enjoyed the drama. Not that she was entirely wrong, her husband lately did exhibit symptoms reminiscent of a certain phase, though being forced to work daily with his nemesis might also explain it. Strangely, despite having almost no interaction these years, no political conflicts either, given her husband's homebody tendencies, aside from official duties, any outings were exclusively with her and Yu Lude. These two had maintained their mutual loathing undiminished for years. Kept apart, they were manageable. Put together, more disastrous than Mars colliding with Earth. Truly, as the late emperor's hand-picked successor, Honxi had indeed mastered the art of manipulating people. And Ning mused with interest. With her husband around, the commandery Prince of Yang would only become sharper. To avoid being overshadowed by his nemesis, this fourth lord would push himself even harder. The ultimate workhorse indeed. Like how the Ding tax and land tax merger policy originally implemented in Yang Zheng's first year had already reached the emperor's desk. The ministry's recent busyness stemmed from this. Unlike its heavily opposed implementation in her past life, this time Honxi had full support from both his father and grandfather. A master at controlling ministers and understanding human nature, he let the commandery Prince of Yang bear most of the officials' backlash while emerging spotless himself. Tusk politicians, their hearts were all filthy. Watching her husband lose clumps of hair in mere days, and Ning leisurely sipped the scented tea her daughter recently sent, openly flipping through a new storybook with relaxed ease. Yin Tang currently balding over account books. Meanwhile, the commandery Prince of Yang's residence was no better off. Hearing the neighboring couple had packed up to visit their daughter again, Yin Zhen frowned at the dining table, his stern face filled with disapproval. Utterly lacking in proprieties. After weeks of similar complaints, the fourth princess consort, who could guess his meaning from tone alone, also twitched her mouth. Why must your highness be like this? Ninth brother's family has only this one child. No amount of doting is excessive. Improper, remembering her young niece, the fourth princess consort's gaze darkened. At least Princess Hei's current life was the envy of every noble lady in the capital. Improper, she'd been too proper back then. Had Honghui survived, what would a few criticisms matter? Noticing her husband's distraction, the fourth princess consort pursed her lips. Unaware of others' thoughts at the princess's residence, and Ning's hand instinctively reached for her vomiting daughter's wrist as she spoke. 30 years later. With the Lantern Festival approaching, the streets were bustling with crowds everywhere, and all kinds of bright lanterns illuminated the entire avenue as if it were daytime. Among the crowds, golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigners in exotic attire could occasionally be seen bargaining with vendors in strange accents. The locals seemed already accustomed to this, with some quick-witted vendors even skillfully speaking a few words of foreign tongue. On a nearby pavilion, a mother and daughter with strikingly similar features were watching the dazzling fireworks display below with great interest. Between them sat an adorable little girl about 8 or 9 years old, wearing a rabbit fur hat, her bright eyes sparkling as she took in the lively scene on the street. It's so late already, why aren't father and the others back yet? Honestly, father and the others. It's just a small lantern riddle, must they compete over it so fiercely? As if they weren't already old men. Holding her mother's hand, Yu Ludai couldn't help muttering under her breath. Beside her, and Ning chuckled and gave her daughter a sidelong glance. Just now, I don't know who it was who immediately took a fancy to that flower lantern at the neighboring stall. As if the prince's mansion and princess's residence didn't already have countless beautiful styles, lavish, elegant, you name it. But that particular one, with its ship and ocean theme, even emitting faint sounds of waves upon closer listening, was indeed novel and interesting. No wonder her daughter liked it. Hee, doesn't mother like it too? Don't you always love those novel and interesting little things the most? As if she hadn't noticed father glancing at mother before going down earlier. Tugging at her mother's sleeve, Yu Ludai also couldn't help laughing. Even at grandmother's age, the woman before her remained radiant and unrestrained, with hardly any traces of time on her face, her bright eyes as clear as ever. One look and you could tell she'd never suffered hardships in life, making her daughter-in-law Nyohiru beside her gaze with envy, unconsciously hugging her 4-year-old son tighter. Downstairs, the lively riddle-guessing activities continued. When the father-in-law and son-in-law returned, it was already nearly half an hour later, holding precisely that lantern from across the street. But seeing the unconcealed dark expression on her husband's face, mother and daughter exchanged glances, realizing father her husband must have lost. Indeed, having lost to that unlucky son-in-law by a single character, and right in front of his wife and daughter, Yin Tang's face remained sour all evening. But this didn't stop mother and daughter from enjoying themselves. Though the crowds made it difficult to join the excitement below, it didn't prevent a constant stream of novel snacks and playthings from being delivered to their private booth. On the way back, because the crowds were especially dense, their grandson Lin, just off duty, specially brought twice the usual number of escorts. In this era, childbirth was undoubtedly a life-threatening hurdle for women. When Yu Ludai gave birth, though much smoother than most, it still scared Yin Tang and Gyuwaljia Jaeshun half to death. Because of this, neither Yu Ludai nor her son-in-law had any thoughts of having a second child all these years. The lively group returned to the mansion, after which mother and daughter continued their leisurely lives, sometimes boating and painting by the lake, discussing health recipes, other times admiring various interesting little trinkets sent from everywhere. With increasing exchanges between the Qing Dynasty and foreign countries in recent years, all sorts of strange artifacts and ideas considered bizarre by contemporaries inevitably found their way over. One day, Yin Tang suddenly said with profound eyes, "Princess Consort, did you know, today at the palace banquet I saw a female countess. Turns out in those barbarian lands, women can inherit titles too. Yes, not only can they inherit titles, they can inherit thrones too." Giving him a meaningful glance, and Ning responded noncommittally, "So what does my lord think?" In the darkness, Yin Tang said nothing, as if he'd just mentioned it casually. But after so many years of marriage, just looking at his expression told Ning he probably wouldn't let this go easily. After all, her husband had always been stubborn and relentless. What belonged to him, he'd rather destroy than let fall into others' hands. Nephews, what did they have to do with ninth Prince Yin Tang? Especially in recent years, as elder brothers passed away one after another, few remaining princes were as capable yet lacking in ambition as Yin Tang. With the national treasury growing increasingly ample, his title had long been restored to prince many years ago. To let such substantial benefits go to others with his personality, he'd probably die with eyes wide open. Instructing servants to upgrade the most popular jade beauty creams at Zhenyan Pavilion, and Ning contentedly sipped her freshly brewed health tea. When guests come from afar, shouldn't we ensure these beauty enthusiasts aren't too disappointed? The system. Host, after all your covert scheming over the years, was it just for this title? First promoting maritime trade through pillow talk, even secretly prompting Britain's early visit through trade years ago. All for a title. Well, a prince title is indeed quite valuable. But host, how do you know seeing more advanced foreign technology won't make those above enforce stricter isolation? Like the original Qianlong emperor did. Whether it succeeds or not, we must try no. Moreover, and Ning chuckled. System, do you know who in the original Qing Dynasty was most interested in Western technology until Qianlong's reign? It was Kangxi. Without waiting for the system's question, and Ning sighed softly. Why do you think a busy feudal emperor, usually so self-restrained, would be so obsessed with mathematics and science, even including Western studies in the prince's education? Purely out of interest. And Ning shook her head, don't be naive. In truth, technological isolation was mainly aimed at commoners and Han Chinese. Kangxi himself valued these greatly, even spending untold silver on private research centers. He understood better than most the power and potential dangers of Western technology. While other princes might scoff at such concerns, Yinreng, raised under Kangxi's personal tutelage, certainly wouldn't. Especially in recent years, as Grand Emperor with time on his hands yet unwilling to meddle in politics and trouble his son, Yinreng had tinkered with these things constantly in his gardens, gaining deeper appreciation of their significance. Temporary peace with endless future troubles or striving for survival. The current emperor's actions already made the choice clear, didn't they? System, haven't you noticed Han army banner women, even pure Han women, are increasingly appearing in princes' households recently? Want to bet how soon the ban on Manchu-Han intermarriage will be completely abolished? What does that have to do with anything? The system scratched its head in confusion. Anyway, after that day, Ning continued her leisurely life with her daughter eating, playing, occasionally making beauty products. Meanwhile, Yin Tang, who had just retired and begun enjoying his golden years, became busy again, not only frequently contacting heirless senior clansmen, but repeatedly petitioning to pass his title to his daughter, even willing to donate most of his wealth and princely privileges. Most people just laughed it off, thinking old ninth uncle had truly lost his mind. But seeing the elderly ninth uncle tirelessly campaigning year after year, even Hanxi softened somewhat. Finally, in the 8th year of continuous petitions, his attitude began to waver. Beiju, are you truly decided? Do you understand what you'll face if you take this noble title? Moreover, whether this title can even be obtained remains uncertain. Gazing at her determined great-granddaughter, and Ning's usually gentle eyes grew uncharacteristically sharp. Originally, both she and her nominal husband had intended to leave the title and mansion to their own daughter. However, upon hearing this, Yu Ludai was moved but instead pushed forward her 17-year-old granddaughter Beiju. A prince's title, even if reduced upon inheritance, would still be a commandery prince or bale rank. Who wouldn't want such a position? Even Beiju's own mother Niohiru might harbor thoughts about it. In the future, she might resent this daughter for taking what should belong to her son. And Ning raised these points precisely so Beiju could consider carefully. As expected, the 17-year-old Beiju nodded without hesitation. Beiju understands. Great-grandmother has only Beiju's best interests at heart. But great-grandmother Beiju truly doesn't want to give up. Her lips pressed tightly together, the young girl clenched her fists. Beiju had matured early. She still remembered when she was 4 or 5 how her mother constantly lamented not having given birth to a son, fearing Beiju would be bullied in the future. Even though at that time, even her grandmother hadn't said anything about it. Later, when her mother became pregnant, Beiju had been happy too. Though occasionally jealous and feeling neglected, she had sensibly suppressed those feelings. But afterwards, Beiju knew her mother wasn't wrong. In this era, without a biological son, everything in the household would eventually go to a concubine's child. How many in this world could be as fortunate as her grandmother? Even her usually doting father cared most deeply for his sons in his heart. She couldn't fault her mother for these customary biases, couldn't be greedy. Hadn't everyone always lived this way? Yet whenever she recalled those years in her memory, she couldn't help feeling resentful. Perhaps because of these thoughts, or perhaps due to their age gap, with her younger brother having moved to the front courtyard early, the siblings had grown increasingly distant these past 2 years. Since childhood, she had yielded many things except at her grandmother's place. But this time, she didn't want to yield. This was something her grandmother had strived to obtain for her. Why should she give it up? She also wanted a household where she could be fully in charge, an identity that might be her only chance at independence, not having to live under someone else's roof after marriage, serving a mother-in-law. She didn't want to yield. After seeing off her teary-eyed granddaughter, Yu Ludai instinctively nestled closer to her mother. Perhaps influenced by her mother, Yu Ludai cared for her grandchildren but wasn't particularly devoted, except for Beiju. If asked why, even Yu Ludai couldn't explain, but whenever she saw this granddaughter, she felt inexplicably relieved. On the couch, and Ning gently stroked her daughter's hair. In any era, those who see clearly suffer most. Pioneers in thought and action always do. Beiju just now was a perfect example. This was also why Ning had never tried to impart modern thinking to her daughter all these years. Call her hedonistic or lacking ambition. What she wanted for both herself and her daughter was simply a smooth, worry-free life. Several more years passed. With the Industrial Revolution raging across the seas and increasingly frequent exchanges, changes in the Qing Dynasty weren't insignificant. At least when Yin Tang, gravely ill, submitted his memorial again, Hanxi didn't reject it but instead sighed to the attendant beside him. Ninth uncle has served the court diligently all these years, making tremendous contributions to the Qing. Now he has but one final wish. Even going so far as to say no incense offerings would be needed in the future. How could I bear to refuse? The attendant promptly chimed in, indeed. After all, this title was earned through Prince Ye's own decades of hard work. Wanting to leave it to his blood relatives is only natural. Besides, women ultimately differ from men. Even for imperial clansmen, changing a surname wouldn't affect anything. At most, it's just a title and a mansion. The real authority would still return to the imperial clan. As he spoke, he personally prepared the health tea delivered by Princess Hei. Soon, the hall of mental cultivation was filled with the tea's fragrance. Even the attendant, accustomed to fine things, couldn't help inhaling deeply. Princess Hei, for her parents' sake, had long studied health preservation with imperial physicians and collected rare medical texts from various places. What seemed like a hobby had yielded remarkable results. Everyone knew how frail Prince Qin had been, couldn't even father a son, yet he'd lived to this age. And that princess consort, hadn't she been in poor health after childbirth? Yet now she remained spirited, truly impressive. Sipping the fragrant tea, Hongxi's resolve grew firmer. Soon, an imperial edict in bright yellow was drafted. Only upon receiving the edict confirming his bloodline would inherit his household did Yin Tang finally close his eyes in peace. Afterwards, aside from missing the constant chatter beside her ear, Ning's life remained unchanged. With her great-granddaughter as the mansion's heir, naturally all the best things were reserved for her great-grandmother. Fearing her mother might feel lonely, Yu Ludai practically moved in, dragging her nominal husband along frequently. Watching these two act foolish every day was quite entertaining. Though some narrow-minded individuals grumbled about a woman inheriting a title, retired Emperor Hongxi still lived. Having ruled for over 40 years with deep authority, and this being his final decree before abdication, even for reputation's sake, his successor couldn't oppose it. Thus, this seemingly absurd decree to contemporaries was preserved. And Azenjioro Beiju smoothly became the Qing Dynasty's first female commandery prince, returning to the system's space again after a full decade had passed. It must be said that through several reincarnations, this lifetime was undoubtedly the longest Ning had lived, reaching her 90s and passing away almost simultaneously with her daughter. Due to her longevity and senior status, she had essentially become a living mascot by the end, receiving annual visits from palace envoys sent to inquire after her well-being. Because of her example, Yu Ludai's health-preserving tea recipes gained widespread acceptance. Even after Hongxi's death, her lineage continued receiving imperial favor with numerous acts of grace bestowed. As for Ning herself, she happily enjoyed her daughter's filial devotion. In truth, from the moment she chose to intervene with medicines, it was predetermined she would never be associated with any medical practice in that lifetime. The Forbidden City never lacked for clever people. Flipping through the timeline records, and Ning unconsciously furrowed her brow. Indeed, Yu Ludai's death in the previous life wasn't accidental. The entire Zhao household, including her husband Zhao Xiang himself, had been complicit. In the inner chambers, eliminating a defenseless woman without backing was frighteningly simple, not even requiring basic poison. Cold neglect from mother-in-law and husband naturally led servants to kick someone when they were down, making her wait slightly longer during winter greetings, delaying slightly during illness, enough for a high fever to turn fatal. Even having guessed the outcome, seeing this still ignited Ning's fury. The entire family being exiled after confiscation of property seemed too light a punishment. Though considering how Zhao Xiang, the main culprit, ended up dying at the hands of Commandery Prince Yang, whom he desperately curried favor with in the previous life, somewhat eased her frustration. What truly surprised yet didn't surprise Ning was, this protagonist's survival skills are ridiculously good. Ning's lips twitched involuntarily. Yes, this world also had a protagonist, the famously formidable Neohiru clan member. The reason Ning hadn't noticed this transmigrator initially was simple: her unparalleled ability to lay low. Perhaps knowing she'd be the ultimate victor, this woman was the absolute queen of discretion, rigidly following historical developments without any unnecessary actions. She'd indeed succeeded last lifetime. Even as Empress Dowager, she'd never revealed any clues before her son until death. This lifetime, what tipped Ning off was discovering the Neohiru woman in the fourth prince's household hadn't borne any children, fourth Prince Hongli's mother being an obscure Han army banner concubine instead. This made Ning investigate thoroughly. The truth proved straightforward, and Ning's earlier actions had successfully made this transmigrator question reality. After thorough investigation and consideration, the woman became convinced that Crown Prince Yanreng had been reborn. Terrified of future retribution and deeply versed in survival tactics, she not only refused childbirth temptations but stayed as far from the fourth prince as possible. Though childless, her retirement years were quite comfortable. Originally an engineering major in her past life, she keenly observed changing tides, spending fortunes to acquire books through servants. After years of dedicated research, she achieved some breakthroughs. This ensured generous treatment even after Hongxi inherited the title. When Anning passed away, this woman remained in robust health, eating heartily and taking multiple daily strolls around her estate. Truly impressive, even Anning had to admire such survival instincts. What Anning didn't know was that early on, this protagonist had also suspected her, the ninth princess consort. Only after seeing Anning bear just one daughter over years did suspicions fade. Instead, she deeply admired the crown prince's psychological annihilation tactics, becoming even more reclusive. Aside from this episode, the original Soul again awarded 5 stars for this mission. Seeing over 300 points on her panel, Anning hesitated before abandoning space upgrade plans. Waking again in a cramped room, habit made Anning instinctively feel the bedding with tiny hands before even opening eyes. Narrow, not exactly hard but noticeably coarse, middling fabric quality at best. Immediately, Anning knew this start wouldn't be smooth. Sure enough, Anning, you're finally awake. Miss asked after you today. But don't worry, I got Wang Ma to excuse you, saying you're unwell. The speaker was a twin-bunned girl around 8 or 9. Seeing Anning awake, she hastily poured hot water from a small stove. With duties awaiting, the girl soon left after placing the water in a small jar of pear syrup, a gift from Miss to soothe coughs, by the bed. Only after she left did Anning close her eyes to receive this body's memories. Original host Chen Zioya, merely 5 years old, was already a low-ranking maid in the Lin household. Normally too young for selection, her 8-year-old sister Chen Dea, terrified of separation, had desperately clung to the steward's legs during recruitment, kowtowing until her forehead bled to evoke pity. The child's pleasant appearance and bright demeanor helped too. As for Miss, Anning fell into odd silence. This name remained famous even in modern times. Lin Dayu, a 4-year-old toddler version. Months earlier, the little maid had inhaled stove smoke while working, caught cold, and collapsed on her way back, right where young Lin happened to pass while paying respects. Perhaps pitying such a young child, Lin brought her in as a third-rank maid. Though young, her duties were light, mostly following older girls, playing, and occasional learning. In normal official households with kind masters, such maids could expect stable futures. But this was the Lin household, the legendary Lin family from Dream of the Red Chamber. When mansions collapse, others might manage with family support, but considering these sisters' relatives, Anning's gaze turned icy. Just then, whimpers arose in her mind. Wow. Was that the legendary Pearl Jiangzhu immortal Sister Lin? Already frail so young, thinking of the girl's tragic fate, the system whimpered, so pitiful. Anning's. Looking down at her tiny, bony hands and cramped hovel, she deadpanned. System, what exactly am I now? A maid, the whimpers softened nervously. Yes, so you do know I'm a maid. Glaring at the sniveling dog form system, Anning heavily emphasized the last word. System. After barely resting for a few days on one afternoon, the newly reborn little Anning had already nimbly resumed her duties, her hair tied in freshly done twin buns. Anning's here, why not rest a few more days? Does your throat still hurt? Sister still has some loquat syrup left. Come to think of it, wasn't Anning dressed too lightly the other day? That must be why she caught cold. Look at these tiny hands. So young and still so unaware of things. As they spoke, a fluffy hand warmer embroidered with what appeared to be little ducks found its way into Anning's small hands. The senior maid in light green cotton-padded jacket nearby looked over with evident pride, as if saying, see, my embroidery isn't half bad. Seeing her smug expression, several girls from Snow Garden couldn't help but giggle. Everyone in this courtyard knew that while Zhu Qing excelled at many things, her embroidery skills were notoriously awful. Zhu Qingjai, you're just taking advantage of Anning being young and naive. Little Anning, I'll make you a better one tomorrow. What do you mean by that, you brat? Being girls of 8 or 9 years old, the most playful and mischievous age, they soon tumbled into a lively frolic during their break. Still mindful of the young mistress resting next door, they kept their voices low. Amidst it all, Anning smiled sweetly, hugging the hand warmer like a treasure as she flattered her elder sisters. I love anything made by my sisters. Her adorable cleverness earned her rounds of cheek pinching from the older girls. Even the newly awakened Miss Lin asked in a deliberately grown-up tone, has Anning fully recovered? You could rest a few more days if needed. Anning naturally shook her head to indicate she was fine. Seeing her good complexion, Miss Lin didn't press further, only advising her to rest more indoors these days instead of coming early. By the end of her first day back at work, and Ning could barely carry all the little gifts. Golden beans from Miss Lin, Zhu Qing's hand warmer, Zhu Yuan's loquat syrup, and Zhu Yan's. From the original body's memories, though the Lin household had strict rules, the masters treated servants kindly. The young mistress being only four meant minimal rivalry among maids, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. The reality matched this observation. Holding these small gifts, and Ning easily understood why the original soul's final wishes, besides her sister's welfare and revenge against the Chen family, included hoping these elder sisters and the young mistress would fare better than in their previous lives. Perhaps feeling her requests excessive, the original had specifically added that if necessary the Chen matter could be dropped. Her sister's happiness remained paramount. Recalling the girl's tragic previous ending, and Ning sighed softly. Truly, for kind souls, love outweighs hatred. That night, lying on her narrow bed while icy wind seeped through the window cracks, and Ning shivered involuntarily. Huddling under her thin quilt with chattering teeth, she suddenly asked, "System, if I remember right, this world has spiritual energy, doesn't it, with fox spirits and Taoist witches around?" "Correct," the system nodded, then quickly shook its head. "But this minor world's energy is not only scarce but also impure. Most crucially, your current body lacks spiritual roots." Growing cautious towards the end, the system was surprised when a Ning, though disappointed, took it in stride. Even in major worlds, spiritual roots were rare, 1 in 10,000, hardly something to expect casually. If this path proved impassable, she'd simply find another. Host, in a few days, Lin Dayu's younger brother will fall gravely ill. Ultimately, would you consider? With an heir present, wouldn't Lin Dayu, the host, and those girls be safeguarded? The system mused. Given her usual approach, it expected refusal but instead received an uncharacteristic nod. Indeed, this is a rare opportunity. The sole heir of the Lin household, such importance. And Ning unconsciously tapped her fingertips before hurriedly bundling herself tighter in the quilt. The system. Days passed smoothly as Ning, emulating the original's demeanor, grew close with all the elder sisters, even exchanging light banter with young Miss Lin occasionally. Until several days later, when the old physician Liang, rushing out of the manor with other doctors while wiping cold sweat from his brow, found his path blocked by a little maid. "Wait, what did you say, child? You want me to take you as my disciple, even help you and your sister shed your servant status?" The elderly doctor nearly laughed in exasperation at the few-year-old girl before him. His medical knowledge was a family heritage never to be taught to outsiders. Though he'd lost his son, he still had grandsons. Moreover, this was a girl child. Yet seeing her stubborn expression, he tempered his voice, "Child, go back. I've no time for idle chatter." To his astonishment, the girl didn't retreat but tremblingly pulled from her robes a battered, aged booklet, unearthed from somewhere, still faintly earthy. The moment he glimpsed its contents, the old physician's expression shifted. Still, he insisted, "Go home, girl, this is impossible, I cannot take this. You don't understand its value, but I won't exploit your ignorance." Seeing his integrity matched the system's investigation, and Ning subtly withdrew the hidden medicinal powder and yellow talisman. Instead, she lifted her head with a bright smile. "Grandfather, I'm very clever. Though I can't read these words, I've memorized them all after just one look. Taking me as your disciple won't be a loss." As hesitation flickered across his face, she pressed on. "Besides the doctor in our village, Master Yang, fled here after trouble in the capital. He was once renowned. This was his legacy. With this, you might find a solution. Physician Liang, Magistrate Lin is formidable." At these words, the old doctor's face changed dramatically. And Ning wasn't surprised by the sudden change in attitude from the person before her. She was already quite certain he would agree. The Salt Inspection Commissioner might not hold the highest position in the imperial court, but only the emperor's most trusted officials were appointed to such roles. Married to the daughter of a duke, even the local prefect would show him deference. Given that this involved his only son, evident from how nearly every physician in Yangzhou had been summoned, the stakes were clear. If the treatment succeeded, all would be well. If it failed, and Ning mused silently. No matter how amiable Commissioner Lin usually was when it came to his sole heir who could predict a nobleman's thoughts. Especially since this old physician Liang, though skilled, wasn't well liked among his peers. If things went wrong, he'd likely be made the scapegoat. Moreover, considering physician Liang's circumstances, his advanced age and desire to secure his young grandson's future, he would grasp at any possibility. Indeed, after a long deliberation while staring at the tantalizing medical text before him, the old physician finally sighed. "You stubborn little thing. Judging by your attire, life in the Lin household can't be too bad. Why not stay? Being a physician, let alone a female one, was no easy path. No matter how comfortable, I refused to spend my life serving others, and Ning declared without hesitation, her youthful face set with determination. This wasn't entirely an act. Though the Lin family treated their servants kindly, masters remained masters. Their kindness was a privilege, not a right. When trouble came, they wouldn't hesitate to discard you. Most people reserve their compassion and kindness for those of their own class. Servants, expendable objects at best. And when she thought about her recent days, cramped quarters, endless servitude, fetching tea and water now, bathing others later, was she mad to endure this lifelong? To place her fate in others' hands, hoping for scraps from their table, even if they were celestial beings, she'd refuse. As for saving money to buy her freedom, impossible. The meager monthly wages would take forever to accumulate, and two young girls alone would be like fresh meat for predators. This opportunity was too precious to waste, and Ning's dark eyes glistened with resolve. Ah, old physician Liang sighed, his gaze filled with pity and a hint of trepidation. After another long sigh, he accepted the medical text but pressed his most treasured jade pendant into Ning's hands. Child, regardless of the outcome, since I've taken this book, I'll do everything for you and your sister. Consider yourself my apprentice now. Touched by his sincerity, Ning felt a stir in her heart. This was the same man who'd exiled his own son for cutting corners with medicine, refusing to compromise even after his eldest son's death, choosing to raise his grandson alone instead. Some might call him stubborn, but when vulnerable, dealing with someone of such high moral standards brought comfort and security. Tucking the pendant close, Ning returned as dusk fell. The mansion buzzed with urgency. Even Zhu Yuan, usually so cheerful, wore a grim expression. Since the young master fell ill, the entire household had been tense, the air thick with incense smoke. Even their Mingsu pavilion felt the strain. With her parents distraught over her younger brother's condition, Lin Dayu's cough had worsened, worrying the maids further. "Where have you been, Anning? Were you feeling unwell again?" Zhu Qing asked. When Ning shook her head, Zhu Qing simply said, "Before it gets too dark, go to the main kitchen and ask Cook Zai to prepare something light for the young mistress. She's barely touched her congee all day." Worried, Zhu Qing hurried off to prepare bathwater. Before she left, Ning quickly pressed a piece of red bean cake into her chilled hands. "You've been working all day without eating, Zhu Qingjai." The older maid blinked, only now noticing her own hunger. Devouring the cake, she tugged Ning's braid affectionately. "Such a thoughtful child, hurry now, get some rest after Zhu Yan and I will manage tonight." "Thank you, Zhu Qingjai." With a grin, Ning darted away. The winter night was bitterly cold, and Ning stamped her numb feet as she hurried along. With the new year approaching, even young maids like her were kept busy, though others had it worse. In the main kitchen, 9-year-old Chen Dea was still rinsing glutinous rice and soybeans, ingredients that needed soaking overnight for tomorrow's pastries. Hearing her little sister's voice, she wiped her hands on her apron and beamed. "Why are you here so late? You must be freezing." She pulled Ning inside. Despite her youth, Dea was strong from years of labor, her hands rough but capable. After a brief chat, Ning prepared to leave. Dea never let her help with kitchen work, fearing it might ruin her prospects. Dea herself had been assigned menial tasks due to her coarse hands, missing out on better positions like embroidery. But just as Ning turned to go, Dea suddenly tugged her aside. "Little sister, that book we dug up near the village the other day, what's it really for?" The answer to this question soon revealed itself. Several days later, the previously gloomy Lin residence seemed to come alive overnight. Even the maids who had been constantly frowning began laughing and playing around. On what seemed like an ordinary afternoon, head steward Linda suddenly arrived at the main kitchen in person, followed by several young maids carrying various items. Seeing the suddenly enthusiastic steward before her, Chen Dea, who had been busy picking vegetables, instinctively felt flattered, especially when the man amiably handed her a paper bearing a fingerprint. Even without recognizing it as a deed of sale, Dea belatedly felt the document burning in her hands. "Steward Lin, what is this? Why? Did I do something wrong?" Fearing she might be driven away or sold elsewhere, Chen Dea nearly knelt before the steward, prompting Linda to quickly explain with a smile. "Miss Chen, no need for that. This is actually wonderful news. Your younger sister, the little maid who served the young mistress, has encountered great fortune. Apparently she bears some resemblance to physician Liang's granddaughter who passed away young. She's been adopted as his honorary granddaughter now. What tremendous luck." To ensure understanding, Linda elaborated further. "By the way, do you know physician Liang? He's a true miracle doctor." Linda couldn't help but marvels. And how could he not be amazing? When all physicians in Yangzhou City had given up, with the young master practically at death's door, This old doctor alone managed to pull him back from the underworld. Though the boy's constitution would remain weak, simply surviving meant hope for the household. Didn't it mean these servants could keep their positions too? Everyone knew how old the master was, with only these 2 drops of bloodline remaining. Even the master himself understood the unlikelihood of future heirs. If anything happened, thinking how the young master's health would continue depending on that physician, Linda's smile deepened. With a wave of his hand, accompanying maids brought forth several heavily laden boxes. After all, your sister came from our Lin household. No matter where she goes, a young lady should always have some private savings. Long after Steward Lin's figure disappeared, Chen Dea remained dazed. Especially when opening the wooden box revealed several dazzling silver ingots inside. Remembering her sister's vague mention of good fortune that day, Dea nearly rushed out immediately to shake answers from her. She'd always known her clever younger sister was smart, but never imagined she could be this brilliant. A miracle doctor's granddaughter. Dea's lips trembled involuntarily. Instinct told her this related to that book her sister insisted on digging up, but since it concerned her sister, Dea resolved to bury this knowledge deep, never to be revealed. What if that book had an original owner? Gazing at the glittering silver, Dea instinctively grabbed a piece and bit down hard. Ah, the taste of money was truly wonderful. Meanwhile, surveying the mountain of small gifts before her, a whole case of pearl and jade accessories, over 100 taels of silver, plus piles of fabrics specially selected for her age, even Anning froze momentarily. Her first thought, the Lin family's quite wealthy, huh? Also, indeed in this era an only son was truly precious, even a concubine-born one. For just a worthless honorary granddaughter title, the Lins could be this generous. Humming cheerfully while packing her meager belongings aside from the bed full of gifts, and Ning felt pleased. Indeed, gamble boldly and your bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Goodbye her miserable life as a lowly maid, the system. Speaking of which, had its host even been a maid for 2 months? Not even that long, right? The dog spirit pondered seriously. Fortunately unaware of its thoughts, otherwise Ning would surely retort. Who needs 2 months serving others? 1 day was already too much. Ignoring the chattering system, she efficiently packed everything. Zhu Qing and others came to help too, bringing Miss Lin's farewell gift, a beautiful magnolia hairpin. One had to admit, as a future literati, Miss Lin's aesthetic taste was impeccable, and Ning accepted it happily. After all, her current official possessions could be counted on one hand. After much lively conversation, having cared for this younger sister for some time, Zhu Qing and the others felt complex emotions but sincerely congratulated her promising future. I heard those esteemed masters can be temperamental. Anning must remember to speak sweetly and always keep emergency funds. Acknowledging their kindness, Ning nodded obediently. With Steward Lin's assistance, the sisters quickly prepared and boarded the carriage to the Liang residence. Only when completely alone did Dea urgently pull her sister aside, thief-like glancing outside before whispering, "Little sister, that book, is physician Liang helping us because of?" And Ning nodded slightly. "Elder sister, remember that refugee doctor who came to our village?" Dea certainly remembered for certain reasons, she recalled quite clearly. After a silent moment, she said, "I remember when that old doctor died without heirs, villagers ransacked his house completely, not even leaving broken chairs behind." "Exactly," nodding like a pecking chick while leaning on her sister, and Ning continued. "Wasn't I gathering firewood for Grandma then? On my way back, I saw someone burying books. Things buried secretly must be valuable." Dea agreed, only treasures needed hiding. No wonder physician Liang would help them and adopt her sister with such precious knowledge involved. Everything suddenly made sense to Dea. Nearby, the system. Had it not personally planted those items, even it might have believed this tale. But, host, you added those prescriptions to the book intentionally, yet the book supposedly existed long before. It didn't even need spending points to artificially age it. The system had wondered why its host specially prepared such old-looking books beforehand. Before arriving, how could she predict this world's exact situation to prepare accordingly? Inside their mental space, the puzzled dog spirit pondered endlessly, and Ning rolled her eyes. Of course it's about preparing for all possibilities. Across eras, what's most precious to most people, their offspring. In ancient times, most common ailments, weak constitutions and fevers. Truthfully, she'd prepared multiple life-saving formulas for various constitutions. This one simply proved useful now. While medical skills were undoubtedly valuable, especially at high levels, they were also hardest to legitimize. Without proper lineage, how could one possess such remarkable abilities? Without wealth and influence paving the way, who'd share family medical secrets? some mythical white-bearded elder. To achieve her goals, alternative approaches became necessary. So that's why. Since the book was prepared long ago, that prescription wasn't perfectly tailored then. The system nodded thoughtfully. Previously, it had wondered with her host's multi-life medical expertise, curing that child should have been effortless. Yet the Lin boy was only barely saved. This clearly wasn't her host's true capability. Glancing at the carriage's considerable pile of farewell gifts, the system sighed covetously, pity we only half saved that child. Otherwise, the Lin family's gifts could have been even more generous. In their mental space, Ning smiled without reply. In truth, wasn't precisely this half-rescued state what earned their current importance? Little. Little sister is this really for us to live in? Such a big courtyard, and this bed, it's so soft. The canopy bed taller than a person, the wardrobe, the dressing table, the curtains embroidered with various patterns. Chendaya's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she took in every detail of their new surroundings. Her little sister was truly too clever. The sisters' accommodations weren't far apart, though Ning's quarters were noticeably better appointed. The bedding was clearly newly made, and anticipating the winter chill, a stove had already been lit in the room, making it quite comfortable, though still far from her living standards in previous lives. But this level of care was excessive, clearly beyond what a mere physician could provide. After quickly surveying the room and closing the door, Ning idly poked at the system, who seemed preoccupied with something. Did something happen earlier with physician Liang? Yes, host, you figured it out again. Recalling what it had witnessed, the system sighed. Host, you wouldn't believe how tragic this old doctor's situation was. All the physicians in Yangzhou knew the case was hopeless, yet they conspired to push physician Liang forward as the sacrificial lamb, including one of his former close friends. If not for you, host, the system couldn't help shaking its head. While Commissioner Lin didn't seem like the unreasonable type to harass medical staff, the incident had clearly terrified the old physician. No wonder they're being so meticulous. Understanding the reason, and Ning simply nodded. Such principled yet unprotected individuals inevitably suffered in any era. But now things were better. If she wasn't mistaken, this residence had clearly been recently prepared, its scale and decor far beyond physician Liang's means. While the Lin family might want their doctor nearby in case of emergencies, such arrangements unmistakably signaled to outsiders that the Liang household now enjoyed their protection. Excellent. As long as young Master Lin remained safe, this was currently the most secure environment possible. After bathing, Ning comfortably nestled into the fragrant, soft bed. That night, she slept exceptionally well. In stark contrast, physician Liang in the front courtyard pored over medical texts by dim lamplight, repeatedly studying passages he still couldn't fully comprehend. Even the life-saving prescription he regarded as miraculous remained partially obscure. Its underlying principles eluded him, let alone how to improve it. Thinking of young Master Lin still weakly bedridden, physician Liang felt his hairline receding further. For the first time in his life, he doubted his medical aptitude. He wondered which master had authored this text. Meeting such a person would make his life complete. But considering the book's age, its author had likely long returned to the earth. The old physician went to bed filled with regret. Little did he know greater shocks awaited him, several months later. What? You're saying you've memorized all these medicinal herbs and these books on the desk? Looking between the pile of texts half a person's height and his confident young apprentice, physician Liang nearly tore out his carefully maintained beard in disbelief. Child, don't joke with this old man. Despite having witnessed his apprentice's cleverness, physician Liang remained skeptical. Literacy alone took time. He'd started reciting medical rhymes at 3, using the Yellow Emperor's canon as his primer. Just mastering the foundational texts had taken years, and that was with comprehension. How could this be possible? While he'd been blind to some things before, physician Liang prided himself on having a sound mind. Before he could voice his doubts, his grandson, looking like his soul had left his body, confirmed the unbelievable. Grandfather, it's true, junior sister really is this brilliant, Liang Yuan said dazedly. Any character taught she remembered after one viewing. Those thick books, memorized after 1 or 2 readings. Glancing at his little sister who barely reached his chest, the 8-year-old senior brother who'd suffered repeated blows these days couldn't help looking skyward, his small face etched with existential doubt. Grandfather, perhaps my brain isn't suited to inherit your legacy. Physician Liang. After thoroughly testing the girl's memorization abilities, the one plunged into existential crisis became the old physician himself. Could his inability to comprehend that text truly be due to lack of talent? Observing the identically shell-shocked old and young pair, and Ning. What to do, suddenly feeling a pang of conscience. In her consciousness space, the system dog was rolling with laughter, its entire body shaking uncontrollably. I told you not to overdo it, host, serves you right. Too much wasn't it, HMPH? Shooting a glare at the system. While feeling slightly guilty, not exaggerate, and Ning chuckled softly. Impossible. In medicine, especially Chinese medicine, most achieve recognition or make breakthroughs only in their later years. Only as a prodigy would all accomplishments be accepted without question. Just like when she was Sia, her photographic memory made all subsequent achievements appear perfectly natural. No one ever doubted. As for exposure, who would bother testing such things, and even if someone did, wasn't there the system to cheat with? Moreover, glancing at the still-dazed physician Liang, and Ning lowered her eyes. Gratitude was one thing, but why would an unrelated person devote themselves to you without demonstrated worth? Indeed, after confirming his new apprentice's genuine talent, physician Liang's brief crisis immediately transformed into enthusiasm. Far beyond merely keeping his teaching promise, the old physician now lamented not having enough time to personally nurture this rare gem, to cultivate her for medical advancement and leave precious texts for posterity. A girl. With such gifts, who cared about gender? Watching his apprentice diligently grinding herbs, physician Liang actually felt grateful she was female. With such a mind, she'd have been wasted as a physician when she could excel in the imperial examinations. As for his formerly treasured family medical texts, the old physician no longer cared. Given his apprentice's brilliance, in a few years she might consider these treasures beneath her notice. As expected, old physician Liang found himself marveling daily at his young disciple's remarkable intelligence. The deeper their interactions went, the more apparent it became that her genius was no exaggeration. Not only did she possess extraordinary memory, but her comprehension of ancient medical texts far surpassed what he'd achieved even in his youth. Truly, she was born to practice medicine. She outshone his unfortunate grandson by leaps and bounds, especially now, modifying the prescription like this. Will it work? Old physician Liang hesitated unusually as he examined the ancient book nearly worn smooth by fingerprints over 4 years. But when his young disciple made the final notation, enlightenment struck. Of course, this makes perfect sense. By the medicine cabinets, the long-bearded physician in stone-blue robes nearly slapped his thigh in excitement. The adjustments to the ratios of astragalus and angelica roots, along with the age of the ginseng used, seemed minor yet perfected the entire prescription significantly. Comparing it with young Master Lin's current pulse diagnosis, any experienced physician could easily discern the superiority of the new formula. Why hadn't he thought of this before? The old physician smacked his forehead, gazing at his under 10-year-old disciple like she was a priceless treasure, his wrinkled face blooming into a chrysanthemum smile. Ning girl, you must be tired after today's studies. Finish reading and rest early. Children shouldn't strain their eyes with prolonged reading. And Ning, who secretly used specially crafted eye drops from her space daily, nodded internally in agreement. If nothing else, ancient oil lamps were truly harsh on the eyes. After bidding farewell to her master and senior brother, she scampered off with practiced efficiency, clearly not her first hurried departure. Liang Yuan, still laboriously studying pulse diagnosis records nearby. Grandfather, actually my eyes.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.